Yeah. Watch your head down, yeah. Watch your head. Watch your head down. Just get. Watch your head. Watch your head. Get out of here, man. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here. Watch your head. Get out of here, man. Get out of here. Get out of here, man. Get out of here. Watch your head. Man, ain't no way I'm finna listen to you spit with your PDF supporting eye for you finna get clip. Idiot poses wise when truth approach you. Close your eyes, hold the lies, and show your pride is oversized in your replies. Trying to teach, but you only came to preach. Lying about Jesus, who you think you finna reach. In your speech, I hear the weakness, that's why you won't shut up. Demons in your ear convince you to be evil is what you disagree. It's history, too late to change it, it's a thing. Wins ain't free round here, bro. When you speak, I'm listening. So if you think you finna be hitting me with your wizardry, convincing me to give a free platform, you're tripping, G. I don't mince words, I don't get purrs who don't deserve the way. Why don't you learn? You shown you've earned it, so deserve your fate, and so discern what happened here, and so you learn your place. I know it burned, but grow and turn from falsehood into grace. Watch your head down, yeah. Watch your head. Watch your head. Watch your head down. Just get. Watch your head. Watch your head. Get out of here, man. Get out of here. Get out of here, man. Get out of here. Watch your head. Get out of here, man. Get out of here. Get out of here, man. Get out of here. Just pay close attention, that hateful ambition is why you done failed your mission. Your faith is a prison that makes you a victim, that's why you ain't breaking my rhythm. You ain't finna get in, my spirit is sealed. Don't know your God, can't say if it's real. To me he sound awful like Satan for real, trying to convince me he made us to kill. What are you, stupid? This is the war of the spirit, but you don't know it or walk it or live it. You don't see what's happening, you're walking into it. You're dead where it matters and lost and diluted. You can give pain, you can give hate, but don't wanna take it. That is your way, you will give hate because you love Satan. I'm not finna pause my day to listen to someone whose Lord is hate. I'm finna walk away. Yeah. Whoa. Watch your head down. Yeah. Watch your head. Watch your head. Watch your head down. Just get. Watch your head. Watch your head. Get out of here, man. Get out of here. Get out of here, man. Get out of here. Watch your head. Get out of here, man. Get out of here. Get out of here, man. Get out of here. Watch your head. Yeah. Watch your head down, yeah. Watch your head. Watch your head. Watch your head down. Just get. Watch your head. Watch your head. Get out of here, man. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here. Watch your head. Get out of here, man. Get out of here. Get out of here, man. Get out of here. Watch your head. Man, ain't no way I'm finna listen to you spit with your PDF supporting eye for you finna get clip. Idiot poses wise when truth approach you. Close your eyes, hold the lies, and show your pride is oversized in your replies. Trying to teach, but you only came to preach. Lying about Jesus, who you think you finna reach. In your speech, I hear the weakness, that's why you won't shut up. Demons in your ear convince you to be evil is what you disagree. It's history, too late to change it, it's a thing. Wins ain't free round here, bro. When you speak, I'm listening. So if you think you finna be hitting me with your wizardry, convincing me to give a free platform, you're tripping, G. I don't mince words, I don't get purrs who don't deserve the way. Why don't you learn? You shown you've earned it, so deserve your fate, and so discern what happened here, and so you learn your place. I know it burned, but grow and turn from falsehood into grace. Watch your head down, yeah. Watch your head. Watch your head. Watch your head down. Just get. Watch your head. Watch your head. Get out of here, man. Get out of here. Get out of here, man. Get out of here. Watch your head. Get out of here, man. Get out of here. Get out of here, man. Get out of here. Just pay close attention, that hateful ambition is why you done failed your mission. Your faith is a prison that makes you a victim, that's why you ain't breaking my rhythm. You ain't finna get in, my spirit is sealed. Don't know your God, can't say if it's real. To me he sound awful like Satan for real, trying to convince me he made us to kill. What are you, stupid? This is the war of the spirit, but you don't know it or walk it or live it. You don't see what's happening, you're walking into it. You're dead where it matters and lost and diluted. You can give pain, you can give hate, but don't wanna take it. That is your way. You will give hate because you love Satan. I'm not finna pause my day to listen to someone whose Lord is hate. I'm finna walk away. Yeah. Whoa. Watch your head down. Yeah. Watch your head. Watch your head. Watch your head down. Just get. Watch your head. Watch your head. Get out of here, man. Get out of here. Get out of here, man. Get out of here. Watch your head. Get out of here, man. Get out of here. Get out of here, man. Get out of here. Watch your head.
God bless everybody. God bless. God bless. Watch your head, dog. Watch your head. Watch your head. How y'all doing? How you doing? Good to see you. Good to see you. Appreciate y'all for joining me over here at the Word of Now. Man, y'all look good. Y'all look good. Y'all look lovely. Y'all look great. I appreciate it. Good to see you. Good to see you. Now, we're going to demonstrate how Muslims don't know Jesus. How Muslims don't know Jesus. I'm sorry I was running a little bit late, but I just had to moderate a debate between our brother J49er and also Ninja Dawa. And it was over, do they have the original Quran? Did they burn the Quran? You know? And it was a great debate. So I was running a little bit behind. I see we already got some super chats. Piers Taylor say God bless, like he always do. God bless to you, Piers. God bless, God bless. We also got Scatterbrain. Scatterbrain says dope song. Hey, I can't take credit for that. That is the boy, the one and only. Walk with the Spirit. Walk with the Spirit. He composed the song. You know, don't give away your secrets. Walk with the Spirit. Don't give away your secrets. But yeah, he made that song for me, man. And I think that song really embodies and fit the channel. It fits the apologetic realm, you know. And Walk with the Spirit, he did that. So y'all thank Walk with the Spirit. Y'all thank Walk with the Spirit. He did that. And so we're gonna demonstrate today how the Muslims don't know Jesus. They think they know Jesus. They think they know he's the Messiah. They think they know that he wasn't crucified. He's going to return. But the reason why they think he's going to return is totally opposite, you know, from what we believe in. They don't know the real Jesus. They know a character of Jesus that's called Isa. You know, they don't know the real Jesus. And we're going to demonstrate that tonight. My boy Life's supposed to be joining me if he ain't fall asleep. And we're going to do the crucifixion. We're going to ask just basic questions about Jesus and see if the Muslims can answer them. You know, and see if they can answer them. Yeah, J49er literally crushed that debate. J49er crushed that debate. It was a good debate. If you haven't seen it already, it's over on the Brothers JP Uncut YouTube page. It's on JP Uncut YouTube page. And it was a great debate. It was a great debate. I will be going live on TikTok. Matter of fact, hey, look, Jay, he's in here. He's in here. If you haven't watched that debate, y'all need to go and watch that debate. J49er, our new brother in Christ, but he's did his homework. He done got knowledge on Islam, and he totally dismantled Ninja Dawa in that debate. He cooked Ninja Dawa in that debate. So yeah, J49er, man, give it up for him. Encourage the brother. Tell him to keep it up because he did the thing. He did the dang thing in that debate, right? So I'm gonna go ahead and jump over on TikTok and see what we got. Hopefully it's not too late. I know it's a little later than what I usually go live, but hopefully we can get some good discussions and see what we can come up with. But if you haven't already, tap the screen, tap that like button, tap the like button on YouTube, tap the like button. We got 126 people in here so far. We should at least have 100 likes. Let's match the like button with the viewership so we can get into this thing. Dang, the brothers must have been waiting on me to go live, huh?
All right.
Hey,
Great job moderating. Thank you.
Congratulations on the debate, Jay. You did awesome, bro. You did awesome. Just wanted to let you
Thank
know.
you. I appreciate you, man. It's the preparation that I learned from you guys, dude, how you guys prepare. So, we are always going to be held to a higher standard, right? Whenever we make a claim to the Muslims, they always ask us for evidence. They don't have the same standards because they'll just keep on talking and never show anything. But ultimately, it shows, if we come with the evidence, we prepare for it. I appreciate you moderating it also for me, man, and your kind words.
Oh, yeah. The least I could do. Hey, Life, come on up, man. Come on up, Life, so we can get this popping. I see Amin in the... Hey, I'll bring some more Christians up in a minute. Let's not fill it up with Christians at first so we can get some Muslims up, and then I'll bring more Christians up. I see you, Pablo. You know you always welcome. What up, Amin?
What's happening with you, my boy?
Man, I got you and Life in the building again, man. Can we get a double crash out again?
I posted that video, bruh, of the stream from, I think that was from last night, right? Or the night before last.
That was the night before last.
Man, it's crazy, bro. Like listening to it, like it's crazy when you rewatch your own interactions with people, bruh. You be like, did I really say that? Like, I don't know, bruh. It's crazy, but nah. People were saying it was justified, crashed out though.
Yeah, it was definitely justified. It was just justified. Life, what up, man?
Yo, what's up? What's up, y'all?
What it do?
Hey, nothing
I ain't
chilling.
gonna be on here. I ain't gonna be here long, so I ain't gonna take up too many of your spaces. Where probably like 30 minutes or so. I'm headed home from rehearsal.
Yeah, you running.
Yeah, I'm running.
So, Amir, was that a double crash out? You had one in the morning with James and one in the night with Ward and I? Like, did you do a double header?
I guess so, man. I've been trying to run from the name they've been giving me, Crash Bandicoot, but the name, you don't choose the name. The name choose you.
The name choose you.
The name choose you.
For real. Hey, we got Waleed on the panel. What's up, Waleed?
So do you have a question? I'm a Muslim.
I know. You remember I talked to you yesterday?
Maybe I forgot.
Maybe you forgot.
You have another question or?
Yeah, well, we're just gonna demonstrate that. Do you think you know Jesus?
We know Isa in Islam, the prophet of the same as Moses and Muhammad and all the prophets.
Yeah, oh, so you don't know Jesus? You know Isa?
Jesus, same. Jesus. What did Jesus call himself?
He called his name. He called himself the Son of Man to begin with.
No.
Do you know him as the Son of Man?
No. What did he call himself? What was his name?
His name was Yeshua.
Yeshua?
Yeah.
This in Aramaic?
What do you mean Aramaic?
No,
it's a Hebrew name.
No, it wasn't Hebrew. It was like Aramaic.
What are you talking about?
Yeshua in Aramaic.
No.
In Aramaic, my friend. In Aramaic, it still be Yeshua. It will still be the same thing.
But
because the Aramaic Christians, bro, relax. The Aramaic Christians today still exist, and they call him that. So
I
I'm
know,
not sure what your problem is.
but he said that he's talking Hebrew because he didn't know the Jesus
In
language.
Hebrew, his name is Yeshua. In
But my question, what was Jesus' language? And
That's
he
not
said
what you
Hebrew. He
asked,
didn't.
bro. That's not. What are you talking about? That's not what you asked.
What did he call himself? You told me he called himself Hebrew, like where Hebrew.
I said his
Anyhow,
name.
so
He
he,
called his name Yeshua. His name was Yeshua. That's what
uh,
Mary, his mother, gave him the name.
yeah. So this was an Aramaic language. Yes. So Jesus, he was name was not Jesus. So whatever you wrote in the questions was wrong. So you don't even know the
What are
name
you
of your God.
talking about? The question I was wrong. You asked the
You
question, so you asked the
you
wrong
said
question.
you
What are you
said you
talking
said
about? I didn't
Jesus.
ask a question.
The Jesus is wrong. It's not his name. So you don't know your God name.
wait a minute.
What is you
Wait a
talking
minute. So what's
about?
his name?
Yeshua, like Yeshua, you said Yeshua, yes, Yeshua.
That's
So it's
what I
not
said.
What's
Jesus.
his
What are
name?
you talking about,
But
Abdul?
what? So
What's his name?
Why did you write Jesus? Your God
Hold on a
name.
second.
Write your write your God
My
name.
friend, my friend. Stop, dude. Stop. Because I'll cook you on the etymology of the name Jesus. But
What do you say?
that's not necessarily the topic. That's not necessarily the topic. If word allows it, I'll explain it to you, but it doesn't even matter if I explain it to you anyways. You're a Muslim. You're not gonna care. But that's not the topic. Do you
Yeah,
know who Jesus is? That's the topic.
At least I know his name more than him.
you
I
don't
know
know
more
his
than him.
name. You
Okay,
you think
watch
his name
this.
is Isa,
Okay,
bro?
watch this.
He said right. He
Okay,
said
watch
Jesus.
this.
Jesus is not name.
Now I'm gonna cook you. Now I'm gonna cook you because you're being cocky. Explain to me how you get the Hebrew Yeshua into Isa with the ayin at the beginning instead of at the end. Go ahead.
Yeshua. You said. I mean, I assume that I took it from you,
Why are you
but
stuttering? Answer my
I'm saying.
question. If his name in the Hebrew is Yeshua, how do you go from the Hebrew to the Arabic where the ayin is at the end of Yeshua? Now the ayin is at the beginning because you don't translate names, you transliterate them. So now
Okay.
you need to explain to us where the hell you got the name Isa from instead of Yeshua. In the Arabic, his
Uh,
name is Yeshua al-Masih. Explain.
can I answer? Okay. So an Arabic name is Isa. Okay, and we believe his name is
His
Isa. But
Arabic name, I just explained to you. I said, explain how you get the name Isa from
the
the
real
Hebrew
okay.
Yeshua. His Arabic
So
name is Yeshua.
Yeshua, yes, this is the right name, Isa. Anyhow, but it's Yeshua al-Masih is yes in Arabic. But I'm saying Jesus is not his name. It's not either Yeshua or Isa, whatever. But Jesus for sure.
Isa
We
is
agreed
not
that
his
Jesus is
name.
not his name,
Wait,
correct?
wait, wait. See that his name is
No,
Yeshua.
Yeshua. Okay,
So you can, second, so
whatever.
you can see that his name is Yeshua in Arabic?
It's whatever, but not
No, no,
Jesus.
no, no, no. It's not
For,
whatever
I'm talking about
because
Jesus.
this
I'm talking about
matters.
what he said, Jesus.
No, no, hold on. I'm gonna explain to you. Hold on. Okay, look, dude, stop for a second. Breathe and listen. If you can see that his name is Yeshua in the Arabic, it matters because that means that you can trace the etymology of the name back to the Hebrew. Let me explain to you why his name is Jesus in the English. In the Hebrew, his name was Yeshua. From the Hebrew, it went to the Greek because Koine Greek was what they spoke. This is why in the Greek, his name is Iesus. From the Greek, it went to the Latin, which was Jesus or Jesus. During that time in the Latin, there was no distinction between the J and the I. So you could have pronounced it either way, but typically they pronounced it Jesus. Between the 14th and the 15th century, with the modernization of the Latin or going into the English, the I and the J became distinct. So now it was no longer Iesus or Jesus or Jesus. Now it just became Jesus. So that's why we call him Jesus in the English. Now, answer my question. How the hell do you get Yeshua into Isa with the Ein at the beginning instead of at the end because you don't translate names, You transliterate them. You see how I just gave you a detailed explanation of the name Jesus in the English from the Greek and the Hebrew? Do
Can I
the
answer?
same thing with your fake Jesus. Do the same
Can,
thing with your fake Fortnite Jesus. Go ahead.
you said that's if you go rewind like 10 seconds ago, you said Isa. You said Isa. It's in
My
Arabic,
God,
Isa.
bro. You
Just look.
guys cannot be this. You guys cannot be this dumb.
You just said it, Isa. You just said
How do
like
you spell
go
that?
rewind like 10 seconds. Rewind 10 seconds.
I said
Isus. You said Isus.
Jesus.
Isus. No, see, with E. You
Jesus.
said
Jesus.
yeah, it's
My
Isa. Yeah, just
God.
same. It's the same.
My God,
Isus.
dude.
Same.
You
Isa.
can't be this
What is
dumb. I'm muting you because you literally are this dumb. If I were to transliterate the Latin into the English, would I put an ein at the beginning? Or would I put an aleph? You're muted. Answer my question. Unmute. If I'm transliterating the Latin into the Arabic, would I put an ein at the beginning or would I put an aleph?
why Latin? Let's go to the original Aramaic. Let's go from Arabic. Why go to
Oh
Who
my
cares about
goodness.
Latin? Who cares about Latin? The language of Jesus.
You're an idiot, bro. You are an idiot. You guys come up and why I embarrassed you. This is
Put your
literally why I
head
embarrassed you.
down,
If you would have
yeah.
came humble, or if you would have stuck to the topic,
Watch
I
your
wouldn't have
head.
baked you so bad. But I hate when you Muslims come up here and you want to tell us about our Jesus. You want to appropriate the historical Jesus and use a Fortnite skin Jesus and tell us that that's the real Jesus when you can't even tell us how the hell he got that name. How in the world do you go from Yeshua to Isa? Who is Isa? Who is this guy? My God, bro, the hubris of you people is insane, man.
They don't have no clue how they get the word Isa. They don't have no clue. Amin with the early crash
I
out
find it.
for the win.
I thought, yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I mean, that was a little.
He came in hot,
too
didn't he?
early, man. Hey, no, he instant crash. He
Instant
took the
crash
cake.
out.
He took the cake. First conversation, you out like that?
You know what they be
Hey,
saying when people.
hey, I'm in the kitchen. Like, dang, I mean, going off, man.
You know how they be saying, so somebody take a drink at 9 a.m. in the morning. You know what they say? Hey, man, it's 5 o'clock somewhere. Hey, man, it's somebody's fifth conversation somewhere, bro. You know
Somewhere.
what I'm saying? No, but that one, like, really like, that's one of the biggest things I hate. Like, that particular issue, like a year or two ago, I did a whole primer on the name Isa and Yeshua. And I went on Thaddeus's channel and I did, like, a whole 2-hour like explanation of this particular topic, bro. And it just like the more you research it, because like here's the thing, and then I'll mute up. If I can convince you that you have a different Jesus, then that different Jesus doesn't give you salvation. So the Jesus of the Bible offers salvation. But if I can change Jesus, even so much as
You breaking up, I mean.
oh, sorry, I had a phone call. Yeah, if I can change his name, because in the Greek, his name, or in the Hebrew even, Yahweh is salvation. But if I can change the name into Isa, and then we ask you, okay, so what does the name mean? Because all names in the Bible, they have meanings,
Yep.
names, and they always point back to God in some kind of way. But if I can change the name of Jesus to some fake person that never even existed, now we ask you, okay, so what does the name Isa mean? They don't know.
Yep. They got some substitutionary version of Jesus. This is why. And I was going to go a little bit further with them, but if we can't get past the name of the person that we're talking about, then we know we ain't going to be able to really talk about the crucifixion with them. We ain't going to be able to talk about, his disciples and what was he teaching. They phase one, life. We couldn't even get past phase one.
Yeah. Yeah, his initial response was because the Quran says so. I mean, Amin gave him all that information, and all he said was, "Yeah, that's his name, Isa."
Yeah, bro. That's why I was like at first I wasn't even gonna do it to him, bro. I was like, it's no point in me even explaining this to you because you're not like you're a Muslim. But then he started edging me on, man. I was like, all right, bro, now I gotta bake you real quick.
Yep.
Anyways, bring up the next Muslim, bro.
Ninja Dawa in the building.
Hello.
You good, Ninja Dawa, after that beat down Jay just put on you?
No, it didn't beat nothing, bro. It didn't beat nothing.
Jay just put it on you, man.
Ninja
No,
Dawa probably got clips of that, and he probably saying he
live
won all the
react.
time.
Hold on. Wait. Hold on. One by one. Okay. First of all,
What y'all debate about?
we debated about was the original Qur'an, but
Okay, all right.
I do
check it
respect
out.
him for coming out.
It was a good debate, Life. It's new, refreshing. You know what I'm saying?
Is it on YouTube?
Yeah, it's on
Yeah, it's on
JP's
JP
Uncut channel.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna check it out.
What was the debate topic again? You said
The
is the
original
Quran
Qur'an.
what?
It's the original Qur'an burnt.
Was the original Quran what?
Burnt.
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 Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a new topic. Like I don't think
Yeah.
anybody's ever really done something like that.
That's why I said it was a good topic. New, refreshing topic. You know what I'm saying? It's not like the same old mundane topics that most Christians and Muslims debate. I think it was a fun debate. I think it was cordial. Wasn't too much name calling. You know what I mean? It was a good, nice, quick debate.
Ninja Dawa, what do you take the original Quran to be? I'm sure you were on the opposite side, so what do you take the original Quran to be?
The original Qur'an is the Qurayshi dialect, which Hafsa had, which we're reading today as well. All the Muslims read it in the Qurayshi dialect.
Okay, I'm gonna check it out, man. I don't got nothing to say because I hatched it, so I'm check it out.
Yeah. So just FYI, Ninja, it's not Hafsa's codex, it's Abu Bakr's codex. She just had the copy, okay, number one. Number two, there were no diacritical marks during that time yet. So to have it in in Qurayshi dialect and all that other stuff, vowelization, all that other stuff, really didn't mature at that time.
Yeah, I know, but the Ottoman Codex would be under the Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu and he's the one that taught the Sahabas and the companions in the Quraysh dialect. So it wouldn't make sense for you to say.
Well, here's the thing: we do not have. They do say the Birmingham copy, the 2 pages of it, could be Uthmani Codex. The consensus is still there that it is the Uthmani Codex. The radiocarbon dating is there, which is a huge range, but it's nothing tied to Uthman. And the Birmingham copy doesn't match your Hafs Quran. Your Hafs Quran is supposed to be the one you have at home, supposed to be Uthman's Codex. And we can't even find Uthman's manuscripts. Full manuscripts are lost. 9, he actually sends it to 9 places. People think 5. I've got evidence where he sends it to 9 places. So it's anyways.
I mean, Ninja Dawa, he admitted that in the debate that they don't have the original Uthmani.
Right, that's what I was getting ready to ask. Like was the debate on whether because I'm trying to understand the debate topic. So Ninja, is your position like, okay, like we actually have the Uthmani Mus'haf or Masahif or that we don't have it, but that's not important?
No, my initial claim, my initial argument was that first of all, all the dialects were oral tradition. It was taught by the Prophet himself, right? And since they differentiated, right, in the dialects, they wanted to what's it called?
Wait, why do you keep saying dialects?
Yeah, there were dialects. Well, okay, in the Quran, okay, let me tell you, right? When the Quran was first revealed, right, it was gonna spread out through the entire Arabian Peninsula, right? And it wasn't revealed in one dialect because not everyone in the 7th century Arabia spoke the same dialect. It was revealed in 7 ahrufs, and Jay can confirm this.
Well, no, it says that it was revealed in the Qurayshi dialect, and then the ahruf, like those, it says it was revealed in the Qurayshi dialect in 7 ahruf. That just means letters. So it doesn't mean that it's like dialects. It just means that they all were revealed in the same
dialect. Do you know what
dialect.
ahruf is?
It just means letters.
No, ahruf is dialects.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
But still, ahrufs
are not dialects.
Yeah, lahga means dialect.
Yeah, the
Like for
Qur'an,
instance, if I
Qur'an
say
language. Yeah.
like for instance, if I say أنا بتعلم لهجة مصرية, I'm learning the Egyptian dialect. لهجة سعودي, لهجة, like that's what dialect means. Ahruf literally comes from harf, which means letter. It means
Yeah.
letters. It's
I
plural for
mean,
letter.
correct, but Amini, my position was like, okay, first of all, all these lessons from the Quran are taught by the Prophet himself. They're taught by the companions themselves, right?
Okay.
And we do actually indeed have a
Hey, I'm gonna
first.
give y'all
We have a
like 10
preserved.
minutes, and then we're gonna get to the
Oh
topic. All
yeah,
right.
my
Nah, but go
Right.
ahead, go
actually
ahead,
my
go
bad.
ahead, because I
Let me
think
state
him
I'm
my
and
actually
Jay,
position,
look it up.
Ali.
I think him and
I'm
Jay
actually look up the
wanna,
debate.
yeah.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
watch the
let
debate,
me
so I'm not gonna say anything about it. I'll
right, right.
just let Jay and
Let,
him go against it.
yeah, let me state my position. My position was the very first Mus'haf compiled together, which is all the revelations into a single book, was done under Abu Bakr. They burnt that very first original one because it differed from Uthman's different
According
Mus'haf.
to who?
After the entire debate, you're asking me
Jay,
the same question?
Marwan. Hold on, you said Marwan, right? You said Marwan burnt it because it differed. No, he had fear it might have differed. He didn't make a clear
Great.
statement.
I'm glad you went with those other boys when they said they picked up. The Arabic, when it says might fear differences, might be differences, it actually means there was.
You're not gonna tell an Arab what an
But
Arabic word is.
wait.
He's not Arab.
I'm glad you flipped after the debate to now say might have differed. So that means they burned the Quran when they weren't even certain
How's a
that there
non-Arab
was any
teaching me in
differences.
Arabic, bro?
Hold on,
You're
listen to my
non-Arab.
question.
He's not
Listen to
just
my
teaching you
question.
Arabic. He's just going by what the
Right.
hadith and stuff said.
Right. So listen to my question. If you take the other side, what these boys are trying to do, you're in worse trouble. If you say, "Oh,
Which
they
boys?
weren't
Which
any,"
boys?
well, let me
Which boys?
finish. Let me finish. If you say he feared that there might be differences, that means he did not know there might be differences.
And he
Then
burnt
that
them anyway.
means you're saying that the guys actually burnt it with no reason at all. That makes it worse for you. At least you could sit down and say they burnt it because they feared there were differences. You want to follow the trail of the guys who came up and asked me those two questions? Do it. I was hoping you would do it in the debate because I would say, wait a minute, does that mean they burned the first verbatim words of Allah? The true source from Allah. Understand this, brother. The first Quran that was compiled together was taken from direct sources. Uthman goes and gets his Mus'haf from everybody else's copy, right? The first Quran that was compiled together under Abu Bakr, the first Mus'haf, the Codex was done, was where did they go and get it from? Leaves, palm stalks, stones, and other people. So they're getting it from the original sources. They're not relying on, this one's Quran over there and send me all your manuscripts and send me all your Quran. No, they're going to the direct sources. That sucker is the most original, perfect Quran that you have, closest to Allah's words, closest to Muhammad's words, revelation that came out. You guys burned that sucker. Now, if you want to go on the basis of, oh, it said might be differences, no problem. No problem. We'll run with that. That means you're saying you burned them without even knowing if there were any differences or not. You burned the original Quran without knowing any differences.
Okay, one sec. I'm not gonna make this long. It's gonna be like 30 seconds, right? It's not also about the differentiative part, right? It's also about where Marwan said, "I'm scared it might confuse people in the future on." That's why he also burnt the copies as well. It's got nothing to do
Let me,
with the
again,
differentiative as well.
my analogy, I gave you this, right? If you're given the original Mona Lisa today,
I already
and
destroyed that.
somebody 25 years later comes and says, I have a copy of the Mona Lisa. She doesn't smile as much as the original. Take this. Will you sit down and tell him, to hell with what you got? Everybody, I'm going to keep my original. You should have told, the natural reaction should have been, stop, Uthman, everybody else, we're going to standardize, we're going to use the original. That is going to be the granddaddy of the Qurans we're going to use. But why did they say no? Because Uthman's ego did this. Let me tell you something else. I didn't show you, and I forgot about that in the debate. Do you know when Uthman was being unalived, he was being unalived by Abu Bakr's son? And while he was unaliving him, Abu Bakr's son, he says, I'm unaliving you because you changed the Quran.
Yep.
I have that. I completely forgot about that sucker. Because I went like, boy, that would have been another death knell for you guys.
Yeah, the
That's
reason
kind of
why
crazy,
Uthman,
bro.
the reason why Uthman died is because they beat him up because they claimed he changed the Quran.
Hey, really?
I have
That's
it in the
wild.
Arabic.
Yeah.
I have it everything out here.
You know,
They
like,
He's
oh, sorry, go
separating.
ahead, Jay.
Just 2 seconds. Sorry, brother. I mean, he's
That's okay.
separating the neck from the shoulder of Uthman. While he's doing that, he says, "I'm doing it because you changed the Quran."
Yeah, Jay,
Uthman's ego wanted that Quran. He shouldn't have
yeah,
burned the original.
yeah, Jay, I'm doing like a video right now on the compilation of the Quran, like trying to understand it from the historical, like literally from a historical perspective, starting at, you know, the Hijri of Muhammad, like when the Hijri started. And I know that Mujahid, like he was like the first, like the first, or not compiler, like the first canonization of the Quran came from him in 44 Hijri. So like I'm trying to like
Ibn Mujahid?
yeah.
No, Ibn Mujahid was in the 11th century, dude. 9th,
Yeah, he the
10th,
one that
sorry,
standardized
Mujahid,
the
9th, 10th
Qur'ans.
century, not 44, not 40.
was he the
When you
one that
say
started as
44
the
Hijra, I
Qur'an?
don't
He
know.
he
44
standardized
years after
the
Hijra?
Yeah.
Qur'ans.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's the one who did the kirats. Now the other part of it also, I
yeah.
mean, he gets confused with arhuf and kirats. He's mixing up dialects that he's talking about. Arhufs are not dialects because the hadith on the arhufs, when it was revealed to him, was there were two people that were arguing over the verses, and they went to Muhammad. Both the people were Qurayshi. They were from the same tribe. They had only one single
But
dialect.
Okay, Jay, one sec.
they beat up
One sec, one sec.
who they beat up Ibn Masud because he had and he ended up dying from
They
like a
beat up
collapsed
Ibn
lung.
Masud. They beat up Ibn Masud because he refused to send his Quran to Uthman. Uthman
Yeah,
compiles his Quran, right? We didn't even talk about that stuff. When Uthman compiles his Quran, by the way, Ibn Masud's Quran is very
was
famous,
different.
and Ubay bin Ka'b's Quran is very famous in where? In Sham and in Iraq. Remember that Uthman says, "My people were fighting my
Can you
people of
guys
the
hear me?
Sham and people of the Iraq."
Yeah, we can hear you now.
We can hear you now. Yeah, we can hear you.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
Oh,
we
sorry,
can.
I was
Yeah,
going through it. The thing I was saying, I forgot for them, they're like their year starts like later than ours. So when I say 44 Hijri, it's the same thing as the 300s. Ninja can confirm. Like their year 44 is like I don't know how to describe it. It's weird. Like not weird in the aspect of like they just have a different calendar.
They
yeah.
But
start
Bro,
X amount of
no,
times
it's
after
the same
Hijrah.
thing.
But
Jay,
44 after Hijrah means 44 years after Hijrah. 100 years after Hijrah
yo, Jay,
means
one sec. I need to go in 2 minutes,
100
but I'm gonna
AH
ask you.
after
Hold on.
Hijrah means 100 years after 622.
I think the where you and I'm just being totally unbiased, Ninja. I think where you didn't get what Jay was actually coming from is if they compiled it from Hafsa, right? They got it from Hafsa, and they rewrote it according to Hafsa's Musaf, right? And then they sent it back to Hafsa. But then later, when Marwan comes, he requests that same Musaf back from Hafsa, and then he burns that one because it doesn't matches the Uthmanic ones. So the original one was Hafsa's Quran, but
No,
they
the
burnt
Hafsa's
that
one is in the
one.
Qurayshi.
No,
No.
they burnt
No.
that
Hold
one.
one sec. The Hafsa's codex is in Qurayshi dialect, which is today. The Quran today is in the Qurayshi dialect.
But this
There's
is what we're
nothing called
saying. How do
Hafsa's
you
Codex,
know?
man.
How do you know when they burnt Hafsa's codex?
And hold on. And he also said he rewrote it. We don't have an issue with him rewriting it because the Quran is an oral tradition.
But
They
hold
have it
on,
memorized. It doesn't make a
listen.
difference.
The reason why they burnt hers is because it differed from the Uthmanic one, the same one that Uthman supposedly used.
Do you know
in
how much
Hafsa's
manuscripts the Quran has?
You're not getting
Brother,
what
you
you're
keep
not
on
getting
calling
what
it
we're saying.
Hafsa's Codex, right? Let me, Ninja, you keep on saying Hafsa's Codex, Hafsa's Codex. It's not Hafsa's Codex, it's Abu Bakr's, that she just has it with her. If
According
I
to
write
who?
the original, if I am the original author of a book and I hand it to you, it doesn't become your book. It's still me, J49er, who's the author of that book. The
Well,
Codex, the entire, it's Abu
No,
Bakr
that's
who
not how
got
it
that
works.
Codex. Hafsa did not get a new Codex. It's
well,
the
well,
same one that she
Wait,
gets from
wait.
Abu Bakr.
well.
Who
This
was
is the
it
thing that
given
I want
to?
to know. Well, look, guys. This is what I'm trying to figure out because whether or not the Quran is like 100% intact, or if it was never been changed, or if it was to be completely honest with you, it doesn't
It don't
matter
matter to me.
because
It
because
does
the
matter.
It
context.
matters to the. It matters
No, no.
to the Muslims.
The reason why I'm saying this is because the reason it doesn't matter is because let's say that it never was changed at all. The stuff that's in it is still false. And that's actually what the topic is. Like, and not to try to
No,
like abruptly change it, but I'm just trying to figure out like
no,
like you
brother.
guys, what do you
No,
mean no?
no,
That
no. He talking
no,
about
no, that wasn't the
what this
topic, bro.
topic. He's talking about what my
I mean,
topic is.
No, I'm talking about
Oh,
their topic. Yeah, I'm talking about
no,
words
the
topic.
debate.
Like,
No,
no, no,
no,
no, no,
no.
no,
Oh, okay.
no.
Okay.
No,
Oh,
I'm
I'm
saying
sorry. I mean, I
no,
apologize. Go ahead.
no, no. I'm saying like even if it was like never changed, and what we have today is the original, untampered, it's still
It's
talking about
still
a
all
fake
false
Jesus,
stuff. Yeah.
right? So I'm trying to figure out like why do you guys think
Yeah,
that y'all believe in Jesus? Like, who is Jesus to you guys?
yeah,
Jesus, peace be upon him, is our beloved
Peace be
prophet.
upon him.
You don't know nothing about him.
The Bible itself says he's a prophet from Nazareth.
Wait,
Oh,
okay,
so you
okay.
have to go to
I
the
just want to
Bible
question
to
him
know
about
anything
if it's
about
You don't have
Jesus.
to, yeah, because the Bible is a corrupted Muslim text. That's all.
Hold on. So you got to know what the Bible says about Jesus to know anything about Jesus.
Yeah, because the Bible is strictly about Jesus, and the Quran is strictly about prophets that were sent before Jesus.
So you
and
believe
Prophet
what the
Muhammad.
Bible says about Jesus?
Yeah, well, no, not necessarily, because the Bible calls him a curse. We don't believe he's a
Whoa,
curse.
hold
So
on.
there's a
We're
contradiction to the Quran.
we're talking about his biographies as far as Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. We're not
Yeah,
talking
I
about
don't trust
Paul's
Matthew,
or
Mark,
nothing
Luke, and
like
John.
that yet.
Hold on. Word. We don't. Hold on. First of all, we don't say Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John were eyewitnesses. They never woke to
It
them. They
don't
never
matter
spoke
what you
with them.
say.
Yes.
You still use it. You still use it to know things about Jesus.
We don't, because we have the Quran.
You
We don't need the
do.
Bible.
You just said it.
According to, we don't know. Yes. First of all, I never said we
No or
need the
yes.
Bible to
Which
know who
one is
Jesus
it?
is.
No or yes?
And hold on. When did I say we need the Bible to know who Jesus is? Did I make that statement?
You just said it. I said you
What
don't
did I
know
say?
nothing
Can you
about Jesus.
still,
He
man?
said, yeah, we do, because we can go to the Bible.
No. Hold on.
You just said
Still,
that.
man, what I said. Still, man, what I said. Say again.
I literally
because,
just said it. I said, y'all don't know nothing about Jesus. He said, yeah, we do, because we can go to the Bible and what the Bible says about Jesus. You just said that.
Yes. Meaning.
Yes. And
Meaning,
where do you
your
know
own
anything about
Bible-
Jesus from?
No. Your own Bible sees him as a prophet. I was trying to make a claim that he
And
is
I
also a
asked
prophet
you,
in the Bible.
bro, is the Bible accurate about what Jesus said? And then you went
Not
to,
necessarily.
you said no about the curse, but that's in Galatians, and that's Paul. I'm talking about the
3:13.
synoptic gospels. I'm talking about
Yeah, but
the
according
gospels.
to you, Paul is a disciple.
We're not
so it
talking
doesn't really
about
matter.
no. Paul is not a disciple. Stop saying that.
Yeah, but he's one of his eyewitnesses.
No.
Yes,
According
he is.
to okay, do you like?
Red
How do
herring.
you know? Yeah, that's why I'm not going.
What do you mean?
How do
that's
you
a red
know?
herring?
How do you know where Jesus even was born at?
Yeah, he was born in Bethlehem.
How do you know that?
What do you mean? How do we know that? Hold on. Yeah, the Quran also says he was born near
No, he
10
doesn't.
kilometers away from.
No, it doesn't.
What do you mean? No, it doesn't?
The Quran doesn't say nothing about Bethlehem where he was born.
Yeah, we know he was ethnic.
Ninja, I ain't gonna hold you, bro. Ninja, I ain't gonna hold you. I really thought you was getting ready to say the Quran.
He did.
No,
That's what he
not the
said.
Quran.
The Quran
Not
says.
the Quran.
The Quran doesn't say
The Quran,
nothing
but
about
that's it,
Bethlehem,
no.
bro.
Yeah, but when you say Muslims know nothing about Jesus,
You don't.
in what do you mean? In what sense, though? In what sense?
Any and every sense. You don't know nothing about
Okay,
Jesus.
so when we say he's a prophet, are we lying?
You think it's Isa that's a prophet.
Okay, bro. If I no,
Isa
that's
is
just
not
the way we
Jesus.
say it in Arabic. Watch this now, okay? What's the word Jesus originated from?
Let's
what
not go
language?
there,
It's
bro.
Greek, right?
We're talking about
Isis. Hold on,
we're
I'm trying to
talking
make a
about
point. Word
the
on line,
historical Jesus,
yes,
bro.
I'm trying to make a point. Jesus comes from the word Greek, right? Isis, okay, which translates into English Jesus. In Arabic, we will say Isa, right? In Hebrew, it will be
Man, you gonna
Yeshua.
make me go
No,
off
man.
again.
No, man.
You about to
No,
sin I
dude.
mean off
No,
again,
dude.
bro.
No, dude. In the Greek, it was Aes. In the Greek, it was Iesus.
Isis, whatever
No,
Yeah,
it
it was.
wasn't.
no. So let me ask you the question. After it left Greek, what language would it have went to?
After he left Greek,
Yes.
I'm
From
not sure.
Iesus. Where did it go from Iesus?
Jesus, I'm not sure, bro. I'm not gonna
Latin.
answer
It went to
questions. I'm
Latin,
gonna be
bro.
honest. If I don't know, okay.
Latin.
If I don't know, I'm gonna say I don't know.
That's
I'm
fine.
not gonna say
That's
anything.
that's fine. That's admirable. Thank you. So it went from the Greek to the Latin. In the Latin during that time, up until about the 14th or the 15th century, the J and the I were not distinct. Like you can literally look this up. Like they were the same letter. So you could have pronounced it Jesus the same, or you could say Jesus, or you
Jesus,
could
Isa,
say right, or you could say Jesus. Typically, people pronounced it Jesus.
but in
When
English
it,
it's different.
but okay, exactly. So then, when it went from the Latin to the English, the I and the J, because there was a period of time where the I and the J then became distinct. The
You breaking up again, I mean.
I, and
You're
that's
cutting out, bro.
why. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, no, not anymore. Cutting out.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Repeat the last 10 seconds.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear
Yeah.
you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. So then, okay, thank you. Sorry, there I'm going through some dead spots, bro. Sorry. So then, so then the I, I believe it was between the 14th and the 15th century. The I and the J then became distinct in the English language. So this is why and if you notice, if you pronounce the English alphabet, like we can demonstrate it now: A B C D E F G H I J. So again, there was a time where the I and the J, it was like the same letter, but then they became distinct in terms of pronunciation. So that's why now in English we call him Jesus. The problem that you guys have is that, I mean, if you want to go from the Greek to, I think that's a non sequitur, because if his name in the Hebrew was Yeshua, which actually came from the old Hebrew Yehoshua, if his name in the modern Hebrew during that time was Yeshua, why then would you go to a foreign language that's not a sister language? Why would you transliterate from the Hebrew to the Greek, then from the Greek to the Latin, then from the Latin to the Arabic, when you can just go straight from the
From the
Hebrew,
Hebrew to the Arabic.
right, to the Arabic, or the Hebrew
Okay,
to the
I
Aramaic?
mean, let me ask you something, right? What do you think his real name was?
Yeshua.
And why do you call him Jesus?
Because we speak
Because I just explained it
English.
to you.
That's what
Because
we
we
just
speak
explained.
English.
Well, you speak English, so that's why you call him Jesus, right?
Yes.
We just
And
explained
what would the
how did
Arabs
that
have?
come.
Okay, so what's the issue with Arabs calling him Isa? If they speak Arabic, are they going to call
Okay,
him Jesus?
perfect. Okay, so the reason why it doesn't work is because you don't translate names. You transliterate them. Do you know the difference between translating and
Yes,
transliterating?
if I translate Jesus into Google Translate, it'll come out as Isa in Arabic. That's my point.
But it doesn't make it right, because I can
Yes.
show you.
What?
Hold on. Because I can show you from Tafsir ibn Ashur, where he actually agrees with us. He said, yeah, actually, his name comes from Yeshua or Yeshua, but I think it says something like what does it say? I have to pull it up and show you, because you speak Arabic, right?
Not dumb. I mean, I'm whitewashed. I'm
Oh,
westernized, but
okay.
I
Because I
understand
have it
that.
in Arabic only, but the Ibn guy, Ibn Tiernu, you speak Arabic, right?
I speak a little bit. You know,
That's
yani sure,
Hassan.
sure.
Hassan at the bottom. Hassan
Yeah.
speaks Arabic.
Yeah, like if I were to show you something, could you read it, Hassan?
Why do
Or
the Arabic? Hold
Hassan?
on. Why do the Arab Christians don't call
Okay.
him Isa? The Arab
Okay,
Christians
so
call him
oh,
Isu.
Isu,
let me
Isa,
finish
what's
saying
it?
this. Let me finish explaining this. Sorry. I just want, like, so basically the idea you said, like, if I put Jesus in the Google Translate and I transliterate it to
To
I mean
Arabic.
and I translate it to Arabic, it'll say Isa. But if I put the word Yeshua in the Arabic side, when it translates to English, it's going to say Jesus. So who's correct?
Yeah,
So
if you translate to the Arabic,
no, I'm saying, like, if I write it in Arabic right now in Google
yes.
Translate, and then it translates it into English, it's gonna say Jesus. So so how Google Translate works is, it takes, because that's how the algorithm works. It just takes a collective of what the internet or what people or sources online are saying, and
Yeah.
it does have a system as to translating it. Like, I'm not saying it doesn't, but it just takes that and puts it and just says, hey, like, this is how you like this is what people are saying. How you would actually know is if you go by the linguistic principles. So for instance, in Hebrew, like you know, if I say shalom aleichem, right? Like shalom, it's spelt with a sheen,
Isn't it
but
Semitic, right? It's Semitic.
yes, it is. So when you translate shalom into Arabic, it would be
Hey, YouTube. I'm sorry. I don't want to stop the show, but come on, we missing like 200 likes. We missing like 200 likes. Let's get the likes up, people. What's wrong? Why we not hitting the like button? The more you hit the like, the more to send it out, and we'll get into the algorithm. I'm sorry, but come on. If y'all like the conversation, if y'all like the channel, please hit the like button. 434, the like button. That's all I ask. And we got almost 400 people in here. We don't even have 200 likes. Hit the like button.
is how do you get a transliteration from Yeshua into Isa where the Ain is literally at the beginning instead of the end? And Tafsir ibn Ashur, in his tafsir, he says the reason is because the name Yeshua or Yeshua, like it was difficult for the Arabs to pronounce it correctly, so they turned it backwards because the name Yeshua is Ajami. It's not it's not an Arab name. It's not an Arab word. So he said that they modified the name by kind of flipping it so that it would be easier on the tongues of the Arabs. But that's just what you guys call him, but that's not his name.
That's not his name.
His actual name would be Yeshua.
No, I'm not denying that his name was not.
But
Jesus,
this is kind of because you don't know Arabic, so you won't get
I
exactly.
mean, he knows Arabic, but he
تكلم
just wouldn't.
العربي تكلم العربي أنا عربي.
Yeah,
But
I mean,
I don't know it that
ما
much.
فيش مشكلة أنا أفهم. But like I'm saying, like if I was to like show it to you like from the tafsir, like I mean it's fine, like I mean that's not important. But the idea that I'm saying is how we know what the names are is because they follow rules.
Thanks for the
And
subs.
what we've been
Thanks
asking for 1,400 years is where did this name Isa come from? Now, me personally, and then I'll mute up because I have to order some Burger King. Me personally, and this isn't a knock against you because you've been really like chill, like you know, I'm not screaming at you. We're having a conversation, so I can respect that. So I'm not saying this to be offensive unnecessarily. I personally believe because our scriptures say that there's power in the name of Jesus, like the correct Jesus. So if we can change the name of Jesus, then we can give you a separate Jesus, because it's saying that the name of Jesus, demons were being cast out because Yeshua, it means Yahweh is salvation. If we ask Muslims, and we've been asking them, what does the name Isa mean? They can't tell us. It can't mean Yahweh is salvation because then you're agreeing that the name of your God is Yahweh, and then that's extremely problematic. So we've never got an answer for this. And I've looked on Islam Q&A, and there's been a couple of different answers for it, but none of them really make any sense.
But even so, I mean, we on the name part, we'll even grant you that y'all call him Isa, right? But you don't know the historical Jesus, the real Jesus that actually was historically accurate.
Let me make one point, okay? Regardless of whether his name was Yeshua, Jesus, Isa, whatever it is, yeah? It doesn't change the fact, right, that he's still our prophet. And we do respect him. And we do love him more than our parents. It doesn't change anything. We don't care what his name is.
Okay, let's see. How do you love him, respect him? You don't know nothing about him. You literally don't know nothing about him.
Okay, well then, can I argue the point where, okay, you're gonna say to me, I don't know Jesus and I don't love him, but I can say the same thing to you. You don't know the real Jesus.
Yeah, we do, because we know historically what he did, how he lived his life, right? Who was his, like you can't answer none of the foundational information about Jesus. And then can two people?
When you mean historically, what do you mean?
Because in history, our Bible is a historical book.
That's circular reasoning. That's
No, it's not. Because we can look outside. Hold on. This is why it's not circular. We can look outside of our Bible. Hold on, Hassan. We can look outside of our Bible and we can get literally historical accounts of this person said Jesus. We have secondary sources that back up what we believe about Jesus, not what you believe about Jesus. That's why it's not circular.
And another
Do you
reason why
have
it's
any
not circular,
secondary source that proves that Jesus
and
said
another
whatever is claimed that he says in the Gospels? A
reason why
single
it's not
secondary source that says
circular
he
is
Hassan,
said this
Hassan,
because
is the
be
same in the
quiet,
Gospel.
bro. You hear Brother Chris talking.
So the reason why, again, it's not circular is because there's 4 attestations of the same event. So when we have Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, they are different attestations. The reason why we say it's circular logic with the Quran, there is only one author for the Quran. If there is only one author, then it's circular logic. If there's multiple people, it's not circular logic.
Okay, Christ, what's the earliest attestation of these 4 Gospels?
The earliest attestation of the gospel? What do you mean?
Like
An
the
attestation
dating.
is?
Meaning when I mean the dating, like what's the earliest dating of these 4 Gospels?
It's Mark. It comes between the 12 to 15 years after Jesus' death. And
That's
that's
such a lie.
very,
That's a lie.
very no,
That's a
it's
lie.
no, it's
Hold on,
not.
hold on. That's a lie.
It was written in the
Yes, it
50s,
is.
bro. What are you
No,
talking
no,
about?
hold on. You made a claim.
It was written
Hold on.
in the 50s,
After,
bro.
okay. Would you agree that Jesus died at 33 AD or 30 to 33 AD, right?
Yeah.
Would you agree? Okay, and the 4 Gospels are dated around.
The
Let's
earliest
say
one is
60
in the
to 70 AD.
50s, like 55, 56.
No,
Yeah, it is.
no.
I would make an argument
he's
that
not
all
lying.
4 were written before 70 AD, especially John, because John depicts the area before the destruction of the temple, meaning it would have been written before the destruction of the temple.
Yeah, that's fine, but I'm saying in
I will,
general.
I will add to this, if I could add to this real quick. Back then, even within the first century, it's not late. Otherwise, you'll have to throw all your hadiths out. If you sit down and get those standards out there, you got to even throw your Quran out, by the way, because you
Jay,
guys don't even have all that stuff. So
Jay, the difference
within the
between
first
the
century,
hadith.
it's not late.
Jay, the difference between the hadith and the gospel is the hadith was written at the time of the prophet. Some of them came after his death. It doesn't matter. The gospels were not
No, they
written at the
read
time of
it.
Jesus.
No, they wasn't.
What?
No, they
Yes,
wasn't.
you made a claim saying that the hadith. No. Some of the hadith were actually written in the time of Jesus. If you look at Sayyid's hadith, right, Zayd, right, it was written at the time of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi
Listen,
wasallam.
now we'll go into Isnad. Now we'll go into.
I don't even want to go to that.
Yeah,
I don't
you're
even
the one that
want to. I
brought
don't
it
even
up.
want to go to
You're the
that
one that brought
topic,
hadith
Go
bro.
into that. But
You
even in the
literally brought
first
hadith up.
century,
You
even
brought
in the
hadith up.
first century, it's not late if it was in the first century. What do you think? People don't have any memories? Someone dies now,
No.
that means they don't have any memories
There's
for 20 years.
okay. Watch
30
this.
years.
Why do your own
What
scholars? Hold on, Jay. 1 sec. Why do your own scholars say that we don't know who Martha
It's not our.
Luke, and
It's
John
not
were?
our
These were the
scholars, bro.
names of the
None
gospels.
of them dispute that they were written in the first century. Within
These
the
were
first
the
century.
Jay. These were the names of the gospels, not the people. This was added later on by the church fathers. This is
The
false.
early,
The
church,
scholars have
the early church
opinions.
fathers actually attest to Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John as being the writers, and they
Which church
attest
fathers?
to them being dated earlier than
Which
most
ones?
scholars.
Name them. Name them.
So
All
we
of
take
them.
the
What are you
early
talking
church
about?
fathers.
Name. What do you mean all of them? Name one. Just give me one name. Which
Oh,
church
here,
fathers
I'll
is
give
it?
you 5. Just give me a second. I'll get my slide. So,
Yeah,
Irenaeus?
yeah. It
Irenaeus?
says that. Yeah, Irenaeus says that in his book Against Heresies. I believe it's book 3, chapter 8, section 11. He says Matthew wrote Matthew, Mark wrote Mark, Luke wrote Luke, John wrote John. And his actual argument for it is that he looks at them like he says something about them being the 4 pillars of the church. Hey,
Okay, I'm in. I'm gonna have to question you on this. Right? If you look at John's,
okay,
if you look at the,
thanks.
hold on. If you look at the end of John's
I'm
gospel, it
sorry,
says this was
I was
written.
at Burger King, man.
What's
Can I
going on?
get 4 barbecue sauces?
Yo, bro, you need to go on mute, bro. You got to go on mute.
No,
Okay,
that's a good order, dude.
thank
We
you so
need to.
much.
We're all hungry. We want to make a crystal run
Yeah,
now.
bro, I'm getting hungry, man. Like, come on, man.
Damn,
You
man.
know.
I can't
Damn.
order.
so guys, I
Thank you
have
so
the names.
much.
I have the names here. Tertullian of Carthage, Clement of Alexandria, Irenaeus of Lyons, the Matorian fragment, Justin Martyr,
Oh yeah, talking of
and
food, I left
Tacitus
my.
of Hierapolis.
Hold on, Chris, 1 sec, 1 sec. Talking of food, I left my thingy downstairs. Just give me 1 minute. Oh, hold on. I'll continue this up in 1 sec.
Yeah, bro, you getting hungry too.
Yeah, I got my burger downstairs, man. It made me hungry. Give me one
I'll
second.
bring you up the dates of the
Can you
Gospels
please
real
repeat your
quick.
reference to that earlier? You said book 3, what?
I think it is book 3. I can pull over in a second if you want, and I can actually show you where he says that.
No, because I actually had the book in hand. I'm just looking for it, but I don't see it.
All right, hold
Okay.
on. Mark was
Give
written
me
in
one
the
second. Let me pull
50s.
over.
They suspect from 50 to 56 AD. Matthew was written in 60. Luke was written in 60 to 62. John was written in 85 through, or the latest is from 95. Acts was written in 60 to 62 as well. What are you talking about? That's within literally decades.
That's
I
the
would
consensus of scholars, right?
I
Yeah.
would date John earlier.
The
Yeah,
consensus of scholars that Mark is written when?
in the 50s, the mid 50s.
According to consensus, can you bring up the citation?
But while he does that, just help me out on this. I find it absolutely
It don't matter
flabbergasting
because they
that you
come
guys have
way
no
earlier.
idea.
What?
Sorry, word, just
No,
really
no,
quick,
they
and then
don't. Whether or
They're
not they
early,
don't. Because
bro. Compared to anything else in antiquity, the Gospels accounts is literally within decades of the actual person's life. You can't find that with nobody. Julius Caesar's his biographies and stuff come hundreds of years later, hundreds of years. Aristotle and
word,
all of these other
if
people
you don't,
comes like
oh, sorry.
thousands of years later. Even the Jewish historian Josephus, his works is literally thousands of years removed. There's no other work contemporaneous like the Gospels to Jesus's life. Decades, man, if you look it
Exactly,
up,
not even the
decades is
Quran.
actually like, that is so far like nothing else that we have in antiquity. That is amazing. And we got so many thousands of manuscripts. For all of these other people, they got 2-3 manuscripts. I think one got 10. Everything else is pales in comparison to the Gospels and the preservation and the manuscript evidence of what we have for Jesus's life. There's
Word,
nothing
can I just get the
come
big
close
screen?
to it, bro.
Can I get the big screen just really quick, and then I'll go back on mute because I got to start driving again. I just wanted to show us in this source because I found it since he has the actual book, and then I'll let you guys finish taking over because I got to get back on the road. I don't want to try to read it while I'm driving. That's all I'm
You
asking for.
say you
Big
need
screen.
what now? The big
Can I
screen?
get the big screen? Yeah, because I don't want to drive it while I'm like on the road. So that's why I'm like, let me just do this right now while I'm pulled over. So this is the source. Okay, so this is Against Heresies, book 3, chapter. Hold on one second. This is chapter 11, section 8. So Against Heresies, book 3, because you said you have the physical copy. Against Heresies, book 3, chapter 11, section 8. And this is what it says, and I highlighted it. I'll just read it quickly. For that, according to John, relates his original, effectual, and glorious generation from the Father, thus declaring, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. That's John. It literally says John 1:1, but we know where that's from. Also, all things were made by him. Without him was nothing made. For this reason, too, is that gospel full of all confidence for such as his person, but that according to Luke, taking up his priestly character, commenced with Zacharias the priest offering sacrifice to God, for now was made ready by a fatted calf, about the emulated finding again a younger son. Then he says Matthew again relates his generation as a man, saying the book of the generation of Jesus Christ, the son of David, the son of Abraham, and also the birth of Jesus Christ was of the wise. This then is the gospel of his humanity, for which reason it is too that the character of a humble and meek man is kept up through the whole gospel. Mark, on the other hand, commences with a reference to the prophetic spirit coming down from on high to men, saying the beginning of the gospel of Jesus Christ, as it is written in Isaiah prophet, pointing to the winged aspect of the gospel. And on this account, he made a Copimendius and cursory narrative, for such is the prophetical character. And if you keep reading this, he explains why necessarily there had to be four gospels, and he likens it to the book of Revelation, how you have the four I think it's seraphim or four cherubim that surround the throne of God, and he says that those four gospels are the pillars of the church. So I mean, there's a historical source for it. Like it's right there. That's what you asked for. Now, if you're going to try to discredit the gospel writers through some other kind of means, you can try to do so, but you're not going to be able to discredit it through the patristics. You're just not going to be able to do it.
Can I get like the century that Irenaeus was in again?
Irenaeus lived
Believe
in
Irenaeus.
the mid 2nd century.
Yeah, I think so.
Second century.
I'm gonna mute up, guys. God bless.
Yeah. So I also have a quick question here.
But the point is, go ahead, Jay, and we're gonna get back to the topic because they're waffling now.
Right. The standards that you're asking us to establish, I like it, but you guys don't even know anything. If you apply it back to you guys, you don't even know who wrote what in your book.
Oh yeah,
You
so is that why the Quran has a chain of narration and transmission? Does your Bible have
okay?
that?
So here's the deal, right?
No, hold on. One sec. Does your Bible have a chain of
Let
narration?
me
as
let
well?
me let me let me
Okay,
speak. Let me
That's
speak.
a
Don't
let him
Let me-
let Jay
Bro, wallahi,
finish.
this guy,
Let Jay
Like
finish. Let Jay finish.
let me just speak for a second, okay? You have nothing on the books that actually has a manuscript chain that you can show behind it. All you're trying to tell me is we, as in opposing thing for our Quran, is that we have 3 Abus, 4 Salims, and 1 Muhammad as a name we put on the chain of narrators, so believe them. That's all you bring to us. We've got all these other people who attest, contemporaries around their times, who attest to John and Matthew and Paul and everybody else, Luke and everybody else, okay? Mark and everybody else. They attest to all this stuff. But when you tell us, hey, believe my manuscript because it has, I'm just kind of throwing this out there, 3 Abus, 2 Salims in there. And we go like, okay, let's test if their contemporaries or even them have any manuscript evidence that have sat down and said these guys actually were involved in it. You go like, no, we don't have it. Just
We
believe
actually
us
do have
because we
early
threw
Quranic
names at you.
manuscripts for your
All,
information.
all you do is just throw names at us.
Do you know what's funny, Jay, let me tell you something, right? You're confusing the two different methods, right? I don't think you know what you're talking about. First of all, we do have early Quranic manuscripts that date back to the generation of the Prophet. We don't have a full manuscript chain, but the Mashaf was copied from the Mashaf by X
You
by X.
have,
Do you know what I'm saying?
what do you have? What do you have?
Yeah, we have the oral tradition, right? Plus the early standardization. We
What do
have
you have as a
one sec.
manuscript? What do you have?
Okay, manuscript. We got the Birmingham manuscript. We've got
I
the
mean,
Okay,
top
what is
copy.
the
We've got
Birmingham
the
manuscript?
Sana.
I mean, guys, just respectfully, like,
This off
what does this
topic.
have to do with them prove? Yeah, like, what does this have to do with the
Bro, Jay
Muslims
literally
proving?
switches the goalpost. He
No,
does this
No,
thing.
no,
no.
no.
I mean, Jay's passionate. I
But
mean,
what
he
Jay
did a
is
lot of
doing,
study
he's
on this, so
showing
like we
y'all
get
that
it.
he's showing y'all
No,
that.
I mean,
Hold on.
Wait,
This is what
one sec,
Jay. Hold on,
after
Ninja. Hold
one sec.
on, bro. Hold on.
We
Jay
just
is
had a
showing. Hold
debate on
on.
this.
Jay is just showing you, right, that the same thing that y'all wage against us can be used against you. So don't operate with a double standard. This all Jay is telling you. He don't want to go into all of this and manuscript. But he's just showing you that we can say the same thing about y'all that y'all say about us. But really y'all can't, because we do have, you talking about the chain around narration, we do have an apostolic succession. Whether the disciples who taught the apostles who taught the church fathers and all of these things was passed down. We know these things. And any gaps that we have in manuscript evidence, we have the writings of the church fathers that actually fill in the gaps, because you
The
think
church fathers aren't eyewitnesses. We don't care about church fathers.
so what?
We don't need
So
that.
what? So are you
Yeah,
telling me?
my
Hold on,
point is that
Ninja.
What do you mean
Are
the
you
church? What do
see?
you
This
mean
is
you
what
don't
this
care
is where
about
it gets.
church fathers?
Yeah, see, this is where it gets crazy at. Tell
Doesn't
me
make
that
no
every
sense.
one of people in your chain of narrations for your hadiths is eyewitnesses.
Okay, watch this now.
Are they
Who wrote the
eyewitnesses,
Quran?
Ninja? Are they eyewitnesses?
Yeah, the companions who wrote the
No.
Quran after
I'm
the
talking
Prophet
about
are
who they
eyewitnesses. What are you
passed it
talking
down
about?
to, and they heard it, and they heard it, and they heard it.
Who did they pass it down to? Do you know?
What are you
What are
talking
you talking
about?
Do you
about,
know the
bro?
When you
fact they don't
This
open,
is
teach
yeah,
your
that?
hold on
hadith
a second.
science,
Whenever
bro.
Hold on a second.
he just cooked himself because whoever it was passed down to didn't write it. That's the point.
Exact,
Yeah.
No, I'm
exactly.
saying in
So
general.
when you
Do you
have
know he was
somebody
passed down to generate?
whoever it was passed down to is the names that are within whatever Isnad chain you want to establish. That's fine.
The Isnad
The
chain is
point
used for the
is,
hadith. You don't know what you're talking
There
about, bro.
all
Please,
wasn't
just
brother, what are you
eyewitnesses
talking
in the
about?
no,
We're
chains,
they're
talking
bro.
about
not. The
hadith.
Isnad chain is used for the hadiths,
That's
bro.
what we're talking about.
No, you're not.
Bro,
You're
yeah.
not.
Oh my
What do you
gosh. Yes,
mean?
we
We're talking
was.
about who gave. We're talking about who gave you the history of your bro. What is going on?
The
Are you paying
okay, hold on. The
attention?
biography of the Prophet, first of all,
Yes, that comes
they're
from the hadith too.
they're
What are
yeah.
you
Hold on, they're
doing?
written in the time of the Prophet.
Right. So the Isnad chain, right. So you're saying who was it passed down to? It comes from the chain. The chain is deriving it back to who heard it, to the person who heard it from Muhammad. The problem that you have is that majority of that stuff is oral. So when you get to Bukhari, you have Bukhari being born 200 years after the event, telling you what stuff is
Hold
correct
on.
and what is not.
Are
You
you
have
saying
the
all
same.
of them are oral? Are you
You
saying,
have
hold
the
on,
same.
hold
You have
on.
the same
Like,
thing for Malik. Hold on, man. You have the same thing for Malik, who was born almost 100 years after Muhammad. These guys are the ones that are able to tell you about the story about Muhammad. So the argument is not to continue to go back to your Quran and your Hadith. Like, that's irrelevant right now.
you do know the
We're
same
trying to
people
deal
who.
with we're trying to deal
Go
with
ahead.
Jesus in our historical context. The thing is that you guys are being inconsistent by saying you don't care about church fathers. The same way you believe Bukhari and Malik can pass down information about Muhammad and what he did is the same way our church fathers can do it. The difference is our church fathers are earlier than your guys.
Way
First of all,
earlier.
one sec.
And what it is, if I
Here
can
it
just
was
add this,
passed down to
one
you. Hold
second.
on.
Affirming
Here it was
Hold on,
passed
one
down
second.
to you
absolute
is
Bible.
irrelevant. Hold on one sec. We're talking about the four gospels, okay?
No.
You mentioned the hadith.
Bro,
Okay, that's fine.
can
If you
we
want to
stop,
interpret it that way,
bro?
that's fine.
It's okay,
Hold on,
bro.
hold
It's
on.
okay. You guys, hold on, stop, dude, because this is getting ridiculous. You guys have yet to prove how you guys know Jesus. That's the topic. Forget about the Bible right now. Y'all don't believe in it anyway. We're asking, can you provide any historical attestation that with explanatory power over what we have? So the Isa in the Quran, can you provide some kind of historical evidence that you trust that supersedes all of history? Are you able to do it? Yes or no?
Yeah, the simple thing that supersedes all of history, that supersedes all naturalistic
Is the
history, is something
Quran.
called. I know theists don't know about
The
this. You
Quran.
don't
That's
know
what he
about
about to
this.
bring
It's
up.
something called God.
I knew it.
Simple.
Acclaim.
Yeah, bro, get out of here. I don't
So
have.
is
I'm not
it?
in the.
Well,
This guy is
I
just
would just
dumb,
like
man.
to. I would just like to ask him. Is it? Can you bring it back up real quick?
I knew he was just gonna say the
Sorry, life.
Quran.
I
Circle.
dropped him, but he just every live he comes in, bro. He's just a bot, bro. It's
Yeah, I know.
annoying,
Yeah, I know.
dude.
He does that on my live. He questions everything and provides no evidence. His only evidence that he thinks he's providing is Quran. He does this thing. He always does it. I just want him to know if he can come up really quick. I don't know if you guys can send me an invite. I just want him to ask himself this question. Notice how every time when you have to submit to Quran as the answer for why your religion is true and everything else needs to be detailed and fine-tuned and checked, but when you fact check that history, you see an overwhelming amount of evidence against your book. I think your book is the one that needs to be in question. What you're doing is you're closing your eyes and you're saying, I don't care. This is from God. It doesn't matter how much evidence is against this book. That's what Muslims fail to realize when they're trying to say Quran, 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 because we're all sitting here trying to throw in information. We're all trying to be as scholarly as possible with this. And Hassan, you have the nerve to come up and say, "Yeah, my book's from God, so I win." Like, come on,
It's
dude.
just a
The one
big
Like,
thing
you
the
hamster
got
wheel
to.
that
circle,
fails
bro.
to realize is that unlike we're actual theists, we don't believe in naturalistic history. We're not atheists. We don't study history under naturalistic suspicions. Under naturalism, we will say that Jesus was crucified. That's historically under naturalism. But we don't affirm naturalism.
Oh, okay,
We're
okay.
theists. We
So
believe that there's
Hassan,
a
let me ask you a
God that
question.
supersedes all of this
Okay,
naturalistic history. Correct?
Hassan, do your
Do you affirm
God?
the same thing?
Hold on.
Do you
Do
affirm
your
the
God?
same thing? It's a
Hold
simple
on,
question.
bro. Be quiet.
Do you affirm the
We
same thing?
believe
Yes
in
or no?
actual
Here we
history.
go.
We
You
believe
believe
in
that
Here we
actual
go.
you
history.
believe that God
Here we go.
supersedes
Hassan,
This is what he
naturalistic history,
does
correct?
every
be
live,
quiet. Be
bro.
quiet. He
This is what
just
he
want to
does
put
every live,
everything
man.
on
See,
Allah. He
history.
can't explain nothing. So all he do is put everything on Allah.
Ask the
My
question.
God, my God. So do you think?
Just
Hold on, Hassan. Just be quiet for 10 seconds, bro.
answer the
Be quiet. He want to get dropped again. So Muslims don't believe that Allah actually operates within time and space and history to where he can be recorded
I
accurately.
believe God
Do your God operate
strong man
within
position.
history in real time, in
God
real
acts
space?
morally. Where are you getting,
All right, man.
bro? It's
Get out of here, bro. You're a kid,
yeah,
man.
yeah,
Just block him, man.
yeah,
I'm tired of that kid.
See, I told you, bro.
yeah,
Like, I'm tired. Like, for real, please just block him,
Just
man.
block
He's a
yeah,
him.
bot, dude. He
yeah,
cannot engage.
yeah.
My God, my
You
God.
throw a bunch of evidence at him, and he thinks because he submitted to his book being from God that he wins the argument. I mean, that's the prime Islamic argument, though. Our book is from God, therefore, when you present evidence about stuff my book is talking about, then therefore I can just reject it as true because my
My
book
God. Yeah.
automatically gets to become true. That's Islam for you, ladies and gentlemen. It's not our fault that this Muhammad guy spoke on history that was already documented. And when you guys
Watch him
go
off.
and
Watch
look,
him off.
and when you
Watch him.
go, what are you talking about, dude?
His name is Muhammad.
His
Don't
name
say
is Muhammad.
Don't say Muhammad, guy. Watch him off, bro.
What do you mean?
What?
I said, what are you talking about, bro? Muhammad.
Just
I said his
just because you
name.
Christians don't respect Jesus and call him a curse,
You
doesn't
don't know
mean
nothing about
you.
Jesus.
Bro,
This is the topic.
wait, hold on, word. Wait, hold
Oh
on,
my
word.
God, bro.
Word.
I'm just
Ninja
saying,
He's trying
watch
to
Dawa.
him
get
off, bro.
kicked.
Watch him off.
Ninja
That's all it is.
Dawa,
He's
Ninja
trying to get
Dawa,
kicked.
what are you talking about? I said that
Why am I
guy
trying to be kicked?
Muhammad.
You
I
said I'm
said
afraid. I
their
ain't scared
guy
of you.
Muhammad, bro. What are you talking about? How's that disrespectful?
Yeah, it does. Put respect on his name, bro.
Brother, he's not my prophet. I
It
don't
doesn't mean he doesn't
I
need
don't
to be your
respect
prophet. He doesn't
Muhammad,
need to be
bro.
your prophet. That's
I don't
fine.
have
That's
to
fine.
respect Muhammad the way you want
You
me
don't
to,
see
bro.
me disrespecting the Holy Spirit, do you?
Hey,
Because
Ninja,
Brother,
is Jesus God?
y'all listen, bro. Listen, bro. Y'all disrespect Christianity. Y'all disrespect
Yes.
Jesus all of the time. Your book is a
yeah, my book
disrespect
says
to
he's a
Jesus.
blessing. Does yours say he's a blessing or a curse? Tell
Ninja
me.
Dawa, bro. I don't know
Peter
what's wrong
2.
with you, bro. I've
Tell
been
me.
sitting here quiet this whole time. Ain't nobody
Hold on,
finna.
life. Does the Bible call him a curse?
I'm not finna argue with you,
Bro,
bro.
our
Does
Bible
the Bible
literally
call him a
says
curse?
I'm
he's
not finna
God.
argue.
What are you
Look,
talking about?
notice this.
Exactly.
Okay,
Bait.
all right, give me a second. Notice
Watch your head, dog.
notice how this guy makes a claim, and I'm trying to directly address his because I said that guy Muhammad. Bro, he's a guy and his name was Muhammad. Like I like he's not a prophet to me. I mean, I could have said something worse than that, but I didn't. And he's still mad because I don't address Muhammad the way he wants me to address Muhammad. Do not need to be allowed in your area because of weirdos like that. Because when a Muslim gets a lot of power and they get a lot of control, this is exactly what they'll do. They'll want you to address their prophet the way that they want you to address him. And when you don't, even in the slightest, they'll get mad and irritated and try to make up something. Notice that I didn't do anything to this dude. I didn't say anything wrong about him. I sat and listened to the conversation for about an hour before I decided to speak. I say that guy Muhammad, and this dude wants to say, whoa, put some respect on his name. When your book is literally a disrespect to Jesus, but you don't see us in here crying. You don't see us in here crying. We're just trying to have the conversation.
And if
Love
I
you,
may just
life.
if I may just add this, if you want to know who disrespected Muhammad, the day he would died, right after he died, I'm being a little bit not the very day, very soon after, a whole bunch of Muslims left that religion and followed another prophet. They disrespected him. They didn't consider him the last prophet. They had the war of apostasy because they went and followed another prophet. So within your own clan, your own people, they had a 1 year war, had multiple wars over this. 1 year. They had about what, tens of thousands of Muslims who left and said, this dude is not the last prophet. This other guy, Musalayama, there's some chick named another prophet. They disrespected them. So if you
I'm
want
gonna
to
be
come at
honest.
us, you want to come at us when you had a war of apostasy, when I would say about 40% of them quit. You don't go to war for over a year, over 100 people. It doesn't take 100 people to annihilate 100 people. They had a year of war of apostasy. Your very people who were under Muhammad said, screw this guy, I'm going with another prophet.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I think the only reason he acted like that because he was pretty cool this whole time. The only reason he acted like that was because either he started to understand what we were saying
He
and
was
he
getting
realized he didn't
baked.
have an answer, or he just started to feel alone because we kicked his boy. So he had to he literally had to manifest so that we would kick him. I mean, bro, like, just look, man, like, you're in a cult, bro. I'm sorry. Like, obvious that you're in a cult. Like, you just, I don't know what else to
We
say,
got
bro.
425 people in there. We
Is
still
the
ain't.
whole
Let's get
body
at
of
least
Magneto
350
Muslims?
likes. Come on, y'all.
What?
Hit the like button.
Are you guys Muslims?
Yeah.
That's
Magneto?
yeah,
Oh, that's
that's
Amar.
Tomorrow.
Yeah, I
yeah,
forgot.
yeah.
What's up, bro? What's up,
What's up,
life?
man? What's up?
What's up, life?
What's up, bro? What's your evidence against the crucifixion?
Me?
Yeah.
My evidence that like it didn't happen, or my evidence that it wasn't Jesus?
What's your evidence against it?
I just don't trust. Like, if you're asking me, I just don't trust the biblical account for like a multitude of reasons.
So, okay, so you don't trust the biblical account. What about the historical account?
What are you referring to exactly?
Tacitus, Pliny the Younger.
I mean, we also have like other historical reports of like people saying it wasn't actually Jesus that was being crucified. So who should I trust?
Yeah, no, those are historical reports, bro.
Who
Oh my
said
goodness,
this?
those are heretical sects that were not eyewitnesses. We're dealing with a Roman history here. So the historical reports come from Tacitus, right? And then you also have Pliny the Younger. They document this stuff, and they also document the spreading of Christianity in their
I think they're
areas.
heretical. That's fine. I didn't ask you if
Who?
you think they're heretical. That's great and all. But I'm telling you, we have other reports of like people who didn't believe he was actually crucified.
So the so
Which one should I believe?
okay, so
No,
let me
hold on,
get
hold
so
on.
let me get
Let me
this
finish.
straight.
Which one should I believe?
So let me get this straight. Yeah, you should believe the original narrative, bro, not from a heretic where you get the
Yeah, according to
information
you,
from
he's
the
a
heretic.
heretic.
Okay, watch this. Okay, what's your evidence that they're not heretics?
My evidence that they're not heretics. That's not. How is that relevant?
Well, because you're saying that they're not heretics. So what's your evidence that they're not heretics?
No, I'm saying you're saying that they're heretics. So why are you trusting them? I'm saying why.
Well, I have evidence that they're heretics because they contrast the actual biblical narrative and they reject the disciples' teachings and they also contradict. And this is the reason why the church fathers deemed them heretical, and that's the reason why you even know about these guys is because of the church fathers.
Yeah, and the
So
church fathers also claim
so
that.
you have to ignore that they're heretics by the people you're reading, telling them that they're heretics.
Yeah, and the
So
same.
what's your evidence that they're not heretics? Because the only way you know about these heretics is from people who call them heretics.
Yeah, because the same exact church fathers you're quoting also say the Bible's not even reliable in the first place. So how do I know?
What is your evidence that these people are not
Hello,
heretics? You
listen
haven't
to what I'm
answered it.
saying. Yeah, because the same church fathers that you're saying that call, those same church fathers also claim that the Bible isn't going to be 100% reliable.
I'm not
So,
chasing rabbit trails. What is your evidence that they're not
are you slow?
heretics?
Are you sick in the head, bro?
Amar, what is your
The church
evidence that they're
fathers,
not heretics?
because I don't have to take, bro, listen to what I'm saying. I don't have to take what the church fathers are saying that they're heretics. Because the same church,
Okay,
the
so
same
okay,
church
fine.
fathers
So you
say
don't, no,
that
no, no.
the Bible isn't
I
reliable.
agree. I agree. You don't
Thank
have
you.
to take. I
Thank
agree.
you.
You don't have to take what the church fathers say as far as them being a heretical group. Now prove that they're not a heretical group. That's what I'm saying.
No,
If
no,
you don't
because
want to
we're
take the
Look,
church
talking about the
fathers,
Bible.
look how
then
he
prove
cherry
that they're
picking the
not a
church
heretical
fathers though.
group.
Life.
Like
He
you
said,
said
"I don't
that it's
have to
being
take."
contrasted.
Hold on. Look how he's cherry picking the church fathers. I don't have to take the fact that the church fathers are calling them heretics, but I'm going to take the church fathers when they say that the gospel is not reliable.
No,
Right,
I'm just saying
exactly.
you can't have your cake and
No,
eat it too.
you're
Right? You're
cherry
trying to
picking
make
just
that.
like all
Let me
Muslims
just
do with anything that they read.
Amar, do you
let
have
me
any
just make this
evidence
point.
that they're not heretics? Can you provide
Yeah,
me
I'm
any
just
evidence
making.
that they're not heretics? Or is any one of these? Hold on. Let's actually deal with a specific heretical group that you're talking about. Which group do you want to go with?
Yeah, you can go read Ignatius's letters if you want. Like, listen, we can go to
Yeah, but
Ignatius's letters.
which
Yeah, the
group?
Philadelphians, the Magnesians. So we can go to all that, but I'm just
The
saying, like,
Philadelphians?
yeah, and the Magnesians. We can go to all of Ignatius's letters when he's
No,
writing to these first
you're
century
answering the
Jews.
wrong
Right.
question.
Oh my
Life
gosh!
wants the heretical group that you think denies the crucifixion. What group is that?
No,
The
so
bus,
I'm gonna be simply.
the,
Yeah, so
the
I'm gonna.
doctrine
Yeah, so
Huh?
I'm gonna be quoting, like, for example, Ignatius's letters, right, when he's writing to all the groups that were denying the crucifix of Jesus, like the first and second century, right? And I'm gonna say that it perfectly mirrors the Quran.
What
When the
Ignatius
Quran,
letter?
get
What
to the?
letters?
let me
What
just
letters?
finish. Let me just,
How
bro.
do we get? Hold
Amar,
on a second.
Amar,
How do we get to the church fathers?
Amar, it perfectly mirroring the Quran doesn't help. Please do
I
not
know, I
don't make
know.
that category error in this conversation.
That way,
We're dealing with this
category
group.
error.
We're dealing with this group that you said are not heretics. So your Quran doesn't make them not heretics, brother.
No, the Quran is actually perfect when it says that the
I'm just
the
saying
Christians
your
are gonna be.
Quran does not make them not heretics,
I
bro.
think the
Because
Quran
we're
is
dealing with
Categorically, bro, I didn't, bro.
that's fine. Just
You
I
want
just
to
want to let
dispute?
you know
You
I
want
just
to
want to let
dispute?
you know your assertion that your Quran all of a sudden makes them not heretics is going to be rejected on the stage. So
Yeah. So
let's go ahead and find out
sure.
whatever group you're
Yeah, no
dealing with.
problem. Sure,
Yeah,
sure.
let's go
I'll
ahead and
show
find
you.
the
Yeah,
group
I'll show you
first, and
first
then we'll
century.
go
No
ahead and deal
problem.
with it. Go
No
ahead.
problem. No problem. I'll show you first century Christians from the Jewish Christians, right? That were abundant and
What
denying.
letter?
That
Letter
were
to the
denying.
Smyrnans?
That were denying. That were denying. Can you let me speak, Chris Claus, Mr.
We're
Chris
waiting for
Claus,
the letter.
What is your
Mr. Claus?
reference, bro?
Yeah, I'm trying to get to it. Just muzzle up and just be patient. Thank you. So I'm going to prove to you this first century
You
Jewish
muzzle
Christians,
up.
right, that were abundant, flourishing according to
We're
Josephus,
waiting.
and they were denying the crucifix.
We're waiting.
Like, why do you have to have the rhetoric? Let me finish, dude. Let you speak. Thank you.
Well, we're waiting
All right.
for the.
So the
we're
Quran
waiting
says,
for this
bro,
group.
let me speak.
We're waiting. We need
Give
the
us,
group,
give us the
Amar.
source and the group.
Yes.
Wait,
Letters to
life
the
react.
Trallians.
He
You go to
doesn't know. I don't
Ignatius.
think he
Letter to the
knows.
Trallians. Letters to the
Hey,
Trallians.
Ward, I need 30
Letter to
seconds.
the
Whenever I get a
Trallians.
chance to.
Letter to the I'm literally getting to the quote right now. Letter to the Trallians, where it says, but if you go to chapter 10, the reality of Christ's passion, right, where it says, but if as some that are without God, that is the unbelieving, say that he only seemed to suffer, right? And then he says, then why am I in bonds? Why do I long to be exposed to the wild beasts? Do I therefore die in vain? And am I not guilty against falsehood against the cross of the Lord? Right. So Ignatius here is stating that these people are unbelievers.
Who are
And
these people?
yeah,
Which
they're going to be
group?
first century. Yeah, they're going to be first, second century.
Name them.
Yeah, it's a letter to the Trallians, bro. You slow?
Gosh, bro.
And he says basically that these people believe that Jesus only appeared to have suffered and he didn't actually suffer, which perfectly mirrors what the Quran says when the Quran says that they were in speculation, right?
What
And
did they believe? What
hold
did
on,
they believe about Jesus?
Yes,
This is
they
crazy.
believe. Yeah, no problem. They believe that he was only made to appear to have suffered, which is what the Quran says. He
What,
only.
no. What does that mean?
Are we like? Is it like 5D philosophy? You don't know what made to suffer means?
Well, they don't believe that he had a real
Are we
body.
playing, like word like tag right now, like bro, you
They
know what
don't
that means.
believe he had a real body.
No.
That's why
So
it was made to appear.
I'll read to you. Yeah, I'll read to you what they actually say. Hold on. So
Hey,
they
hey,
say.
can I get 30 seconds, guys?
Can you
So they
quote
say-
the book?
Listen.
Can you quote the book?
Yeah. So if you go to Letter to the Trallians by Ignatius of Antioch, right, chapter 10, the reality of Christ's passion. He's writing to these first century Jewish Christians, right, who were abundant. According to Josephus, they were abundant. They were flourishing, right? They were flourishing and they were denying crucifix. They didn't believe Jesus actually died on the cross, right?
Okay.
So Ignatius is literally telling us that the suffering was an illusion. These people.
What
were
is
suffering.
your evidence that they are not heretics, bro? You're
Right.
not answering my
Because
question.
no, so
Wait, life, hold on.
Irenaeus is
Come on,
saying
sir.
that they're heretics. And then when
Life
you answer
reacts.
this question, give me a second. And
Yeah.
then after you answer this question, we're going to ask you about these people and if were any of them eyewitnesses or were these just people who made this claim based
I'll
on their
answer that
assumption of Jesus. So
Yeah.
I want to answer the first question. Magneto, what is your evidence that these people are not heretics?
Right.
It's not Irenaeus because he's telling you they are.
And why
Hey,
they
yeah.
heretics?
Yeah, so my argument here isn't to show whether or not they're heretics. My argument here is to show you that there are groups that were flourishing, right, in the first century that were denying the crucifix, which makes me as
Where
a
did he
third
say they
person
was flourishing?
outsider.
What did he say they was
According to
flourishing?
Josephus, according to Josephus, right, the Trallians had a considerable and flourishing Jewish population. But listen, my point here isn't to try to say whether they're
They
heretics
didn't
or not.
believe. Oh
My
man,
point-
like
Can you
this.
stop
This is
interrupting
the
me?
worst. This is the worst
Can-
I've ever
can you
heard.
They
stop
was
interrupting me, please?
docetists, bro.
You can actually
Can you
do
guys?
that.
Can you guys?
These actually,
Word,
these
word,
groups
word.
are also
They was
called
docetists.
docetists.
There's no hate like Christian.
These groups are also called docetists. They didn't.
So I'm
Please
actually.
pause.
They didn't
Let me finish.
believe he had a real body. That's why it was just a.
Nice panic
they
mode, bro. You're
taught-
already crashing out. Let me
Man,
finish.
you are so stupid to.
I know. I'm so stupid for pointing out Ignatius'
Okay.
letter. I know.
Hey,
I'm so stupid.
hey, Amar, I've got a different position. I'm going to grant everything you said.
Okay.
I've got a different position, okay?
Sure.
I'm going to grant that there was a small group of people,
Flourishing.
0.001, who sat down and said this stuff, okay?
Okay.
Now, if that's your standard, you want to ignore the 99.99%, you want to go with 0.001% as the overwhelming thing as your evidence, right? Then when Muhammad died, there were 10,000 X times more people who quit and didn't think Muhammad was the final prophet. They
What
went
are
to
you,
other
dude?
prophets.
Nice like
No,
red
listen,
herring, bro. What are you
listen,
doing?
listen.
This guy, he loves
Listen to
Jesus.
my
He
argument.
chose
Red herring,
Listen
bro.
to my argument.
We're
Listen to
talking
my
about
argument,
Ignatius
please.
of Antioch. What are you
Listen to
doing?
my argument, please. Okay?
Holy
You
fallacy.
are judging, you're saying, I'm going to judge that the crucifixion didn't happen based on this very, very minute, small group of people.
Not
But
minute.
you had 10x, 100,000x more people when Muhammad died said, you know what, he's not the last prophet. We're going to go to another guy. So in that case, can we also apply the same standard to you? Because you had a Rid wars that took place for 1 year after Muhammad died, multiple wars with people who did not believe Muhammad was any longer the last prophet. These guys were under Muhammad. These
Yeah.
same
Okay.
guys were actually under Muhammad. They said, screw this guy. I'm going to go
Watch your
believe
mouth,
another
please, dude.
prophet.
All right.
Okay? So that's what
Well,
it is, right? So
no
now when they
problem. Can
said,
I
screw
respond? Are you
this
gonna keep
guy, and I'm
monologuing? Can I
going to
respond?
believe this guy is there. Be quiet for a second. Why is it that you will take 0.0001% and apply it to us, but then you had a 1000x more people did not believe Muhammad was the last prophet? They had a whole war over it, the war of apostasy. They didn't believe he was the last one. So
All right.
should we believe those guys? Were they
Just
heretics?
repeating yourself.
Were
I
those
heard your
guys
point.
heretics? Were the people who followed Musaylima,
No, you're just
were they
repeating yourself. I
heretics?
heard you.
Was Musaylima was another prophet? Were they heretics? Yes or no? Were they
Yeah. So
heretics?
I'm gonna answer. Yeah. So basically, first of all, it's gonna be a two quoque because we're talking about the Bible. And
No,
we're
no,
talking
no,
about.
no, no,
Can
no,
I
no,
can I
no,
respond?
no, 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 no,
This
no, no,
is
no,
just
no.
beautiful. This is
Okay.
just.
So this,
He
no,
checking you
ask,
on
This
your
is.
tell me.
double
I
standard,
want you
bro.
to answer this question.
Wait, but do you notice how no
Were
one
they
interrupted him?
heretics? Were the
He
people who
committed like
left?
5 fallacies and
Were
no
they,
one
hey,
no one
listen,
interrupted
please
him.
mute this guy. Mute this idiot. Okay.
Wait, so
So
me
now
speaking is me getting
you
muted
sat
now?
down and said you said
No,
very
he.
clearly that you were going to take 0.001% as not being heretics, as being the overwhelming evidence for the crucifixion not happening. So now, can we do the same on your side? You had 1 year of war over it. Nobody fought over those heretics. We didn't go to war with them. There were 100, 200, 500 people maybe at most. You had a 1 year war with multiple wars against people who used to follow Muhammad and said, hey, he's not the prophet anymore. We're going to follow these other prophets. So were they heretics? Yes or no? Or
Yeah,
should we
so what
believe
you're
them
doing
that
is a
Muhammad
fallacy.
wasn't the last
What you're
prophet?
doing is a fallacy. Yeah, so
Well, let me ask you a
Yeah, so now
question,
you got
Magneto. Magneto,
can I
let me
please finish?
let me
You
ask you a
guys, if you guys
question.
want an answer, you have to let
Okay,
me.
go
You
ahead
have to
and
let me
finish, and
respond to
then
you.
I'm gonna ask you a question.
Hold on, because something needs to be cleared up. So, one, I need to backtrack. Amar, Chris is actually right. So
Yeah, they
I
was
had no idea
Docetists.
Irenaeus was writing to the Trallians. So the Trallians believe that Jesus Christ was crucified, he's the Son of God, and all the things that we believe. And they did believe that he was crucified. Irenaeus is writing to them to warn them about the Docetists. So Amar doesn't even know what he's reading, and this is an example of why we should not allow Muslims to just read stuff and address it. And I also did the
Why are
same
y'all already
thing.
attacking me?
I also did the same thing because he mentioned Trallians, and that kind of threw me off. So I'm like, is this another heretical sect? So I'm just
I'll
answering
tell
just
you.
off.
Life
I'm
I'll
just
teach you. I'll
answering
teach you.
just to answer.
Life I'll teach you.
But Irenaeus, hold on. Irenaeus is addressing the Trallians, and he's
I'm not
warning
talking
them
about
Hey,
against the
hey,
Docetists.
Life, how you spell Trallians?
It's
TRA.
Trallians.
You can just go to Reality of Christ Passion chapter 10.
TRAI.
And what it is, it's the Docetists that don't believe that Jesus had an actual body.
Can you spell that again?
Yeah. So they were denying the crucifix. My point still stands well.
Denied the crucifixion
Because they
they
thought
didn't
he was
think he had a
God.
real body to
Yeah,
be
and
They thought he was
crucified.
too
and
much of a
according to
god, bro.
Josephus, they were worse.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah,
This is the group that he's appealing to.
They
I
thought he was
know,
too
but
much of a
according,
god.
but my point isn't that they're heretical. That's not my point. Dude.
Right,
This is
right.
my point. My point is I'm showing you. Listen, I'm not a Christian, right? So I don't have like a horse in the race. I'm just somebody who's looking at these church fathers and who they're writing to, and I'm just analyzing it from a third person point of view. And I would argue that I'm justified. I would just listen. Just try to actually listen. I would argue that I'm justified to believe he wasn't actually Jesus wasn't actually crucified. Okay, because the Qur'an says basically that there were groups, and that these groups were in speculation, and that they were arguing amongst each other, and that they didn't actually know for certain what happened, and that they were confused, and some of them didn't believe, and some of them believed. So I think the Qur'an is more historically accurate. Like I'm just saying.
No,
like,
he's
Right.
not.
Okay.
No, it's not.
So all right. So here's the thing. One. I'm all getting all tongue twisted because of how you're presenting information. So I'm mixing up Irenaeus and Ignatius because we was just talking about
That's
Irenaeus.
fine.
Ignatius of Antioch is their bishop, bro. He's the Trallians' bishop. So you tried to assert that the Trallians were the ones that were the heretics, right? And I responded to that as such. Now I'm letting you know, wait a minute, you got your information wrong. Whatever you were reading, you didn't understand that Ignatius was writing to the Trallians to warn them against the Docetists. That's what Chris was telling you.
Exactly.
But the thing is that Ignatius is saying, like, he's saying, let me actually go back to what he said. 1 second. I'm gonna go back to the quote. He says,
I got it up right now. So what part of it that you're talking about?
yeah. So he says, okay, do you see the part where he says, "Am I not then guilty of falsehood
number
against
9.
the?"
Word, read number. Hey, Word, read number 9.
Chris, can you let me like?
Hold on, let
speak?
me find it, bro. Hold on.
Yeah. So if you go to chapter 10, the reality of Christ's passion, do you see the part where he says,
Read 9 first.
Here, I have 9. I'll read it. Stop your ears, therefore, when anyone acts to you at variance with Jesus Christ, whom was descended from David, and was also of Mary, who was truly born and ate and drank. He was truly persecuted under Pontius Pilate. He was truly crucified and truly died in the sight of beings in heaven and on earth and under the earth. He was also truly raised from the dead. His Father quickened him, even as after the same manner his Father will so raise up us who believe in him by Jesus Christ, apart from whom we do not possess the true life.
And the reason why he worded it in the way he did is because the Docetists don't actually believe that he had a body, that he didn't eat and drink and things to this nature. That's why he worded it the way he did in 9 before he goes to 10.
"Sure," but again, the point isn't to show who's heretical and who's not heretical. Like I see everybody in the comments saying, "Oh, it's a heretic." That's not my point. My point is that I'm showing you flourishing groups, right, who are abundant, who are the majority, who didn't.
Who
believe-
says they were flourishing? They all died out. What do
According
you
to
mean flourishing?
Josephus' testimony, they were flourishing and they were abundant.
They all died out, bro. What do you mean
I
flourishing?
mean, sure, like okay, sure, but yeah, cool, but that's not like my point, right? My point is that
Numerically, how many?
This
but
destroys.
life. Can I just listen? Can I just respond to?
Well,
James? He made, like, 5 points.
you admitted that you're not making a point. You're just
I am.
reading. You're just reading stuff. The point is that I'm asking you, what is your evidence for against the crucifixion? And you're quoting people, but you're not standing on anything of what they say is true.
Yeah,
And
right.
The problem with that is that once you go to the actual heretics that we know of, instead of mixing up names, right, confusing everybody on the stage who just took your
I
word
gave you the
for it.
exact name. What are you talking about?
You tried to assert that there were Trallians. The Trallians are not the heretics.
Trallians aren't heretics?
He's teaching the Trallians about the actual heretics, which are the
so
Docetists.
the Trallians aren't heretics? Can someone clip that? What the fuck? Wait, what?
Bro,
What are you asking about?
He is in the letter you're reading. He is warning the Trallians about the Docetists. The Trallians believe Jesus Christ was crucified.
Yeah, but the Trallians also believe that he was only seemed to suffer. He only appeared to have suffered. So because of that, I'm showing you that I'm justified to believe he wasn't actually crucified.
No, you don't. No, you're not.
Oh my goodness.
No, but like at least hear on my point, right? So like, listen, I actually want to really quickly respond to it because Jay made like 7 points. I just want to get to those and then I can respond to life, right? Just to be fair. So first of all, Jay, that you saying Muhammad and the Qur'an and people they didn't believe in the Prophet Muhammad after he died. That has no relevance to anything I'm talking about. Because we're not talking about my religion right now. We're talking about the crucifixion. So please
let's just stay focused on the crucifixion.
Yeah, we can get to Muhammad and the Quran and all that stuff.
Right.
Yeah,
But what
so
I'm
you said
saying,
the Trallians.
just for the record, I'm saying
can I just
you're
finish
saying
my
a
response, please?
minority opinion supersedes a majority opinion on our side.
Cool.
But
Can I
you
please
have the
finish my
same thing
response?
happening on your side, which was a minority
I
opinion.
know, but that's
You
a
went to
two
wars
quoque
over
fallacy.
it,
That's irrelevant.
but somehow
Why?
it
What
doesn't
happens
work.
with my religion is not
No,
relevant.
it's not a two. You established the
You're
standard.
literally
You
saying
said-
you too. You are literally saying you
did
too right now.
Hold on. Listen to me, Amar. You're saying the minority opinion should be the majority opinion.
No. I'm giving you somebody's testimony that's saying these people are literally the majority, and I'm showing you that I'm
No,
justified to not believe
wait.
it.
You're
Because
talking
if the
about
Quran
the-
is saying that these people are
wait.
literally
Prove
what?
it. Prove that minority. The groups you're talking about are minority groups. The majority of followers of Jesus believe that he was crucified, right? The majority of the followers of Jesus went with he was crucified. You have a minority group you're bringing in and saying they did not believe it. And I'm like, you had the same bloody thing on your side where you had bigger minority, the actual numbers were bigger. You went to war for it over here, who said Muhammad wasn't the last prophet.
It's
So
all good.
can we
That's
apply
like
the same
a
thing over there?
side mission
I mean,
anyway.
this is
I mean,
ridiculous.
again, like I just don't know why we're
Let me
going.
hold on.
Don't know why
Let
we're
me read it because you think the Trallians wasn't. Do you think they was heretics?
I'm not saying.
That's
Yeah,
what
I
I'm
don't
saying.
agree with
He's
this.
being
I don't-
confused.
Let me
He's
read
being-
it. Let me read the. And this is
Yeah,
the.
Amar, you're confused with what he's teaching the Trallians.
Yeah.
He's teaching the Trallians this, bro.
This is what
But
it
look,
says.
look, look,
Trallians.
And it's funny that the name Trallian, right? When as you
Yeah.
said it, I got confused because I'm like, I've never heard of that group first, but I've never heard of them being deemed a heretical. So that
But
was
can I
me
show you
for-
proof? Can I show you
Hold
like
on,
solid?
dude.
Solid
Hold
proof?
on.
No,
hold
I'm
on,
about to
hold on.
read it. I got it up
Hold on.
right here.
That was on me for addressing that first before I knew what I was talking about. But just a quick search, you just go to Advent, bro, and just read what he's actually saying. He's teaching them, he's warning them against the heretical group. They actually believe Jesus was literally crucified. But yeah, go ahead, Word.
Yeah, this is the
Yeah.
epistles to the Trallians. This is the basically because this is I got the actual letter up. It says the Trallians were situated on the high road which passes from Ephesus through Magnesia and Laodicea to the east. It was about 17 or 18 miles from Magnesia, which is almost midway between Ephesus and Tralles. Like Magnesia, Tralles probably owed its Christianity to the preachings of St. Paul's disciples. The Trallians had sent their bishop to meet Ignatius at Smyrna, and he writes to thank them. He takes occasion to warn them against false teaching and separatism without whoever accuses them personally of the errors. The main part of this epistle, chapter 6 through 11, contains a strong protest against a docetic error, of which we see more strongly developed form in the heresy attack in the epistles of the Smyrnians. All right,
This is smeared.
so this is, I mean, and it goes on. I mean, it goes on.
So are you claiming, like, just so I get your point, are you saying that the Trallians aren't the ones who believe that Jesus?
No,
the Trallians.
The Trallians
Oh,
was
the
Christians.
Docetists, bro.
They was Christians.
The Trallians were Christians. They had a bishop named Polybius.
Okay.
He was a grave and gentle figure who embodied the virtues of the entire congregation he represented. What Ignatius was doing was writing a letter to the Trallians, letting them know about
The
what
Docetists.
the
Right.
I can show you like scholarly work though.
saying
Like,
was false, and to keep following Polybius.
yeah. So have you read like the Formation of the Early Church by like Mar Siebeck? Chris?
What are you going to say to what we just spoke about?
Because I'm quoting you like scholarly work who quote the Trallians and quote the Cimmerians, right? And they're saying like these people, they quote them, these scholars, and they say like, you know, they were heretical and they denied the incarnation. They denied.
No, they
virgin
wasn't
birth,
heretical. I got the actual document
Like, have you read,
up,
like,
bro.
scholarly? Have you read,
And Word.
I got the letter
what
of
they're saying-
Ignatius up.
It may be.
I mean, listen, I don't have to go to the
it may
Trallians.
be
I can go to
possible
Philadelphians.
that
I can go to the Magnesians. I can go to like so many other groups that were.
Again, it may be possible that a
Small
small, group
sect of
the
them, maybe.
Trallians
Yeah.
went off on some of the Docetist view, but that doesn't mean the Trallians believed a certain thing. The Trallians believed the death and resurrection of Jesus Christ. Polybius was their bishop.
And-
Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he was sent to
yeah,
meet
that's fine.
Ignatius in Smyrna. And Ignatius taught him about the Docetist error. I mean, the errors of the Docetists.
Okay, so like what I'm just showing you, right, is that like let me get the exact quote where Josephus says that they were abundant, flourishing, and majority. 1 second. Like the group that was denying crucifix.
So Magneto, in Surah 61:14, it says a group of the children of Israel Allah strengthened. Was that the group that Allah strengthened?
No, so that verse, if you read the tafsir, it's talking about the Muslims.
No, it isn't. Not 61:14. That's
Read the tafsir of that verse. It's literally saying that the Muslims, when they conquered Mecca and they took over.
61:14
Yeah,
is
the group.
talking about a group of the children of Israel.
All right, let's pull it up. I guess we're switching in the Quran. All right, 61:14.
Yeah, the 61:14 says a group of the children of Israel.
Okay, let me see. Yeah, it says a group from the children of Israel believed. While wait, like we literally affirm this.
There we
How it's
go.
like an argument.
So again, this group of the children of Israel that believed, is this the group you're talking about?
No, I'm not claiming. Listen, I'm not claiming they're Muslims. By the way, I want to make that very like I'm not claiming like these people are going to be like Muslim groups, right? I'm just showing you like the whole point. I'm just showing you that there were groups, and according to Josephus, they were flourishing that didn't believe Jesus was actually crucified on the cross.
And
And I'm
what we're
just saying,
telling,
like when I read the
we're
Quran,
telling you though,
what I'm
what
saying
we're
is when I
telling
read
you,
the Quran,
Amar, no, just a second. What we're telling you is
Yeah.
those groups that denied the crucifixion
Yeah.
denied Jesus was a real person.
Yeah, but did okay? Yes or no? Did they deny?
I'm sorry, y'all, but real quick, Croatian Orthodox. I don't debate other Christians, bro. I don't debate other Christians. What are you talking about? Debate. We don't debate other Christians, bro. If you want to go debate other Christians, go find a different channel and you can debate them.
Like Muslim groups
Why
who
would
believe in
you
like
even
Allah and
appeal?
Prophet
Why
Yo,
would you
that
even appeal
and
to
like go
this
to
group?
Mecca and do like
yeah,
I'm not saying that.
Amar, this hurts your case because you're not validating anything. You're just saying, hey guys, look, there were heretical groups out there that made these claims about the crucifixion. One of the claims that Chris just told you is a detriment to your religion because they believed he was too godly for this to happen to him. Second of all, none of these people were eyewitnesses to the event. So one, if you're going to take this as your evidence as to why the crucifixion didn't happen, your evidence is purely lacking, brother.
No,
Because
but
the information that you're getting is coming from people that are telling you that these people are heretics. That's the reason why we keep telling you, no
Sure.
matter who you bring up that has a heretical view, this was not the majority position.
Yeah, but I don't think the thing is I can almost try to refute how I don't think they were Docetists because like in his letters to the Sumerians, right, the Christians are saying the same exact thing, meaning that basically the belief of Christ only appearing to have suffered, right, would have been widespread because both groups are.
Life,
Let me please let me finish.
I'm not going to go to another
Please,
letter.
that's fine. Just let me
keep
finish, please.
refuting. Just
please.
Amar, I'm not going to keep going from letter to letter to refute your idea of what's going on.
You're not getting what I'm saying, bro. I'm showing you.
We refuted your first argument already. Don't try to go to another church father.
Yeah, I'm showing you. The reason why I don't think you refuted it is because I'm showing you another group who was literally saying the same exact thing. They were literally saying that Jesus did the same exact thing.
Anybody else have anything else for?
No. So scholar, like, have you read, like, for example, have you read like scholar Maddie, right? My
Brother, Amar, you're already just asserting stuff on the stage, and you've already shown that you don't even know. You've already shown that you don't even know what you're talking about. And
I do. I'm quoting you, scholars.
It's not beneficial to just respond to anything that comes out of your mouth.
Hey, it's okay. Look, let me put this to bed real quick. Okay. About the Samaritans. This letter, this is the actual
you read
letter.
chapter 2?
The epistle, hold on. The epistle to the Samaritans. It says the rapid transition immediately after opening salutations to the subject of the Docetic heresy, this chapter 1 through 7, seems to show that the church at Smyrna had been endangered by its presence. Moreover, in chapter 7, Ignatius warns his readers against associating with these heretics. They're associating with the heretics. Not that they necessarily believe it, right? But they're associating with the heretics. The epistle contains the most detailed account of Docetism to be found in the Ignatian writings from chapter 6. I'll go to chapter 6.
I'm saying that this is widespread though, because if you read the letter to this,
no, it's why the Docetists was.
Bro, can you just let me? Okay, give me just a minute to show you the proof, and then afterwards you can refute it, because you guys aren't even letting me finish the evidence I'm trying to show you. I'm showing you
because I read it for you. Chapter 6.
No, go to chapter 2. Go to chapter 2, Christ's true passion. Right, the letter to the Samaritans, where he says that now he suffered all these things for our sakes, right, that we might be saved, and he suffered truly, even as also he truly raised up himself. Not as certain unbelievers maintain that he only seemed to suffer, as they themselves only seem to be Christians, right? So the Samaritans, right, they're saying the same thing, which is going to show, or at least hint at, that this belief would have been widespread over the providences, right? And if you read, I'm quoting you like scholarly
Hold
work.
Hold on, Magneto. I got chapter 2 right here. For all of these sufferings he endured for our sakes, that we might be saved. And he truly suffered, as also he truly raised himself up. Nor is it the case, as some unbelievers affirm, that he suffered
It's certain.
in semblance. Right? He
Doesn't say
suffered
some,
in
it says certain.
semblance. It is they who are semblance, and according to their opinions, so shall it happen unto them. For they are unsubstantial and spirit-like. This is not denying that Jesus was actually crucified. It says that he suffered.
Yeah, but this group also didn't believe that he because he says that these
Hold on, you
certain
just said that it would.
that,
Hold on, you just said that it just now they rejected the crucifixion. That's not what they believe. They saying
I'm
that
saying
they
that
saying
they-
that
I'm
if
saying they believe-
anyone hold on, they saying that if anyone says that he was just a spirit or something like that, right? Then that's just their opinions, and it will happen to them, for they have unsubstantial and spirit like.
No, dude, you missed the whole quote. Ignatius is saying that these people believe that he only seemed to suffer. Okay,
He's not talking about. Hold on, the
So who are you
Smyrnans.
talking about?
Hold on. The Smyrnans. This what you're talking about?
Yes, bro.
Okay. But they
I'm showing you
wasn't.
that these groups.
But they wasn't no
I'm showing you
big.
that-
They wasn't no big group.
Yeah.
No. So I'm showing you that these
Magneto.
groups would have been like this.
Okay, we know
Amar, you're
there
not
was
represent-
heretics
Amar, you're
everywhere,
not
bro. Like you're
Yeah,
not
Amar's
showing us
not
nothing.
even and he's not even representing the sources properly, because he's supposed to be substantiating something, not just reading things. We need you to substantiate why you believe that the crucifixion didn't happen. Do you not believe
You guys hear
do you believe it didn't happen because of these heretical groups, or do you believe it
No.
didn't happen simply because your Quran? We got to figure this out.
Right, yeah. So
Because
my
remember,
bad, I got
you're
a phone
supposed
call.
to be providing evidence for how you know the crucifixion didn't
Yeah.
happen. What is your
No,
evidence?
I'm just making an
Are
argument that I
these
think I'm
people your
justified.
evidence?
No, I'm making an argument that I think I'm justified. That it's more likely he wasn't actually crucified. 'cause
No,
we had, like,
these
the earliest
people
Christians-
think that he didn't
the
have an
earliest-
actual body.
Right.
Magneto.
Respectfully, bro. Like I don't think you've ever read.
He
dude,
keeps
respectfully,
saying,
word,
he
I don't think
keeps
you've
saying
ever
the
read.
Bro.
earliest Christians, and even in the letter that you just quoted,
Yeah,
were
according to Josephus,
it
they
is
were flourishing
only
and they were
a
abundant. They were
group.
the
It's
majority.
only a group of the Smyrnans that would have accepted the heresy that he was talking against, not the whole group.
Yeah,
And
I'm
why
going-
do we
yeah.
know this? Because Polycarp, who was taught by John, was their bishop before that. So
What
we
the fuck
know
does
what
that have to do with my point?
Hey, watch
What
your
the fuck
language,
is-
bro. Watch your language.
You manifesting.
Man, you
my point.
manifesting, bro.
Hold on. Let DJ go, because he know about all these groups.
Yeah. I guess I'll just say real quick and let you guys go. Yeah, in Letter of the Smyrnans, it's talking the same thing. I mean, even if you look at the book, it's a critical edition, the Apostolic Fathers, by Rick Brannon. The very header of chapter 2 of Letter to Smyrna, it says against the Docetists. And you could see that because it says, even in chapter 3, take hold, touch me and see that I'm not a bodiless demon, as Jesus says. And immediately they touched him, they believed, being closely united with flesh and spirit. So you could see that even if you go to, what'd you quote, Trallians? And even if we go
I
to
quoted
Magnesians,
Ignatius. I quoted to Ignatius' letter to the Trallians.
Yeah,
and I
yeah,
quoted
no,
letter to
and
the Cimmerians.
yeah, okay,
I
I get
quoted
it.
also
And-
letter to the Magnesians, letter to the Philadelphians, where these groups
Okay,
were
yeah,
all.
Magnesians. Yeah,
Yeah.
chapter 9. They say it's which some deny, right? But you can
Yeah.
clearly see it's talking about the Docetists, and you can even see it in William H. Weber's book, or William M. Weber's book. If you go to chapter 11 of Letter to the Magnesians, it says, but to be fully convinced of the birth and the suffering of the resurrection. Why does he have to mention the birth?
Okay, so
Because
can
these
you
people were
can you define?
teaching, hold on, dude, hold on.
All right,
Because these people were teaching that he wasn't birthed in the first place. So again,
Exactly.
all
Can you
these
define?
writings are
All right.
against Docetus, a
Can
small group.
you define what a Docetist is?
Docetus means to appear, meaning he wasn't really there.
He was an
just appeared to be
apparition.
there.
Right. Okay. I mean, again, like I'm
Right.
just
So
telling
we're
you.
saying you don't even properly understand the source that you're reading, bro. The information is being told to people.
I think it's. I
Can
think that
you
reading is
show
very.
me can you show me a single group that Jesus that believed Jesus had a body and wasn't crucified before the Quran?
A body and wasn't crucified.
Yeah.
That he had a real body and wasn't crucified.
Let me go through my notes 1 second.
He was a real living human being and was not crucified. One group.
I know what he gonna bring up.
What am I gonna bring up?
I'm not gonna tell you, but I know what you're gonna bring up.
Okay. One sec.
Yeah, you in real trouble with me and DJ both up here.
Chris, you literally didn't even respond to any of my points. Whatever, bro.
I was the one that refuted you the first time about the Trillians, idiot.
Yeah, he actually tackled Trillians
What
really
exact?
well. So.
Wait, Chris. What exact point did you refute?
Yeah, Chris caught your Trillian blunder early, bro.
Wait, Chris, can
Yeah.
you tell me exactly what point you refuted me on? Like exactly what point?
Yeah, because you assumed it was the Trillians when it was the Docetist ideology. And that's what I was trying to tell you then, which then you tried to run to another book, which is the exact same thing.
So your
All
claim
you're
is that the
doing
Trillians...
You're appealing to
claim
the
is that the
same
Trillians
heresy
believe
over and over and over again. And
Wait,
the
so you're-
same heresy is these people did not believe Jesus was a real person. He was just an apparition.
Okay, so your claim is that the Trillians didn't believe that?
The Docetists didn't.
Oh my gosh, bro.
My goodness, we already talked about that. Can you find that group that believed he had a real body and wasn't crucified?
Well, it's kind of specific. Like I was just making an argument that he's only appeared to have suffered. I don't know where we went to the body thing from.
Because that's, oh my,
well,
go
I mean,
ahead, DJ.
Why would somebody who didn't?
Like,
think
I'm
he
not
had a
claiming they're
real
Muslims.
body-
Like I'm not claiming they're
Hold on,
gonna
I'm not
believe.
saying- well, you can't even
Like
find,
DJ. I'm not claiming like they share the Muslim belief.
Dude, I'm asking for a group that believed he had a
I'm
real
telling you.
body and he wasn't crucified.
Yeah, listen, I'm not like saying they're Muslims, and I'm not saying like these people believe he had a body and he like rose up to heaven. That's not what I'm saying.
So
I'm just showing you.
are you
showing
saying you
groups,
can't find
I'm
a
showing
group?
you groups who basically believed, and according to Josephus, they were majority and flourishing, and they were first century Jewish.
Magneto, we don't care about those
Who
groups.
denied that Jesus.
We
who
don't
denied,
care about those
so
groups.
you're ignoring
we need a
Josephus'
group.
testimony. You're ignoring pretty
We
much
need
every
a group. We need a group that believes Jesus was a real person and he was not crucified. We need that group. I don't think ChatGPT is going to help you either.
No, I'm not in Chat GPT. I'm reading The Formation of the Early Church by Maher Siebeck. One sec.
So we're going to have to wait for you to read a book?
I mean, I'm getting you like the exact quote. You asked for something very specific, so.
Yeah, we just need the name of the group.
Oh, was it the? Yeah,
I can tell you right now.
Basildinians, right?
Facilities?
The facility.
Are you kidding me?
I don't know how to say it.
Dude, where do you find facilities work at?
There we go. Now we're getting to some actual heretics, man.
Okay.
They all
Let me
heretics.
read. The only way you know about
Can you guys
facilities.
rise? Can you guys rise? I think Ibn Ali has the exact quote. Can you guys rise?
I already talked about this with him. And he,
Ibn Ali,
got
where
embarrassed.
he's at? He's
I
not
think
in
he has
the,
like the exact quote.
he's not in the.
Yeah,
Okay,
they
so
believe
I-
it was,
okay.
yeah,
so
they
no,
believe
no,
it was
I know
Simon of
where-
Cyrene. Yeah.
Yeah, I know where he's going because
I actually can't find it,
studied
but I'm pretty
this.
sure he has the
Okay,
exact
it's in book 1, chapter 24,
Oh, he's there.
section 4. Okay, this is about facilities. Look,
Okay.
he appeared then on earth as a man to the nations of these powers and wrought miracles. Wherefore he did not suffer death. Sounds bad, right? But Simon, a certain man of Cyrene, being compelled, bore the cross in his stead, so that this latter being transfigured by him, that he might be thought to be Jesus, and was crucified through ignorance and error. While Jesus himself received the form of Simon, standing by, laughed at him. Ugh, I don't want to believe in that Jesus. For since he was an incorporeal power. This is what Basilides was teaching. He was just an incorporeal power.
Yeah, is the argument whether or not there are these...
So Ibn Ali, let me just give you. Yeah, I'll tell you Ibn Ali. So I basically came up. I'm making an argument that there's going to be basically groups, right, like first century Jewish Christians who were abundant and flourishing according to Josephus, and these people were denying crucifixion.
Nobody,
They
no,
believe that.
no, now you're lying.
That's
That
my
wasn't,
claim. Wait, I'm just
now
telling my
you're
claim.
lying.
I'm telling my claim. Wait.
No.
Let me tell him my claim.
Hold on. No. You gotta mute. You gotta.
Can't tell me the
Bro, he keep appealing to the same Docetist type groups, bro.
Can I tell him? Wait. How are you gonna argue?
Can I at least figure out what the claim is before we even like get into
My claim is right.
Because he's not gonna. We'll bring him back up in a second. So this is what's happening, Ibn Ali. I asked him the question first. What is your evidence against the crucifixion? He is now quoting all of these heretical groups, and I told him to provide evidence that these groups are not heretical, because if this is a solid and valid belief system about Jesus and he is validating Islam with this, then he's going to have to prove that this group is not heretical. He hasn't been able to do it,
What?
and now all of a sudden he wants to say he's just
Wait.
reading. Now all of a sudden he wants to say he's just reading about the groups to us, like he's trying to teach us something.
Yeah, number one,
So
there's two problems wrong with that. Number one, you guys are making the positive claim that he was crucified, so the burden of proof is on you. Number one.
did I
Number
not tell you
two,
the first? Did I
one
not tell
second.
you? Did I
Let
not
me
tell you
respond
the
to both
first?
of them.
Hold on,
Relax.
hold on, bro.
See, this is what we
Hold
can't
on.
get
This
anywhere.
is
Let me
not.
respond to everything
No.
you
This
said.
isn't. It didn't start
Okay.
like that. We have evidence that we will provide in a minute. It
Okay, what's the
started
evidence?
off with me asking the question first. So
Yeah, you're asking to prove a negative.
don't run away from
Run
the
from what?
point. Listen, our book says he was. Your book says he
Yeah,
wasn't.
but why is it reliable?
I am right to ask why, right? And here's your evidence for the crucifixion not happening. It's
Do
not
you know
my
what a
fault.
positive claim
It's
is?
not my fault. He went to our church fathers and started to try to quote heretical groups. Now he's
No, see,
stuck here.
we could do that. We could do that. The problem here is you guys are
All
making the
right.
positive claim. I was trying to respond to both, but you cut me off. Like
But do you
you're incapable of
believe? Do
letting
you
me finish speaking.
believe that? Hold
You
on.
guys
Do
are
you
one second.
believe that these groups are not heretical and they had the true teaching of Jesus?
Yeah, whether or not they're heretical is not the issue. Is whether or not they believed he was
Then you
crucified.
guys are wasting our time. Then we need
What do you
valid
mean?
evidence. Listen, we're
Oh my
asking for
God.
valid evidence other than your Quran to substantiate Jesus was not crucified. This is your
Yeah,
guys'
if we're
positive
talking
claim.
about a historical event, we're not concerned with theology. Historically, there are first century Christian groups who didn't believe in the crucifixion.
So
You
is that
saying they're
your valid
one
evidence?
second. You saying they're heretics is just genetic fallacy and it's irrelevant.
Okay, so you're saying the same thing he said. Now, is that your valid evidence, or are you quoting these people for no reason?
Yeah, they're evidence of historical groups in the first century who didn't believe
Is
what he believed in.
it valid evidence?
Yeah, historically, yes. We're not speaking
Okay,
theologically.
all
We're
right,
speaking
there we
historically.
go. Boom. Now you just got yourself caught up. Where are their writings? Who were their eyewitnesses? And can you trace them back to the time of Jesus to where they
Yeah,
know that this
sure.
claim is valid?
We'll get to that. But the problem here is that you're making the positive claim. You're running away from the burden of proof being on you.
I
This is
just
all
told
something
you,
you need to answer.
we will answer that in a
Okay,
moment.
since you're making a
It's
positive
your
claim, the burden of proof is on you.
no, we're dealing with your
I'm sorry, this is
positive
called shifting
claim.
the burden. We're not
Ibn
making a
Ali,
positive
oh my
claim.
gosh,
You are.
Ibn Ali, slow down,
Um,
slow down. You're not paying attention, bro.
I'm clearly paying attention. The burden of
tell
proof
you
is
one
on
more.
you.
Bro,
You're
your
panicking because you
Quran
have
makes a
you're panicking
positive
because you have.
claim. What are you talking
Wait,
about?
hold on. Just let me deal with him. Let me deal with him, please. Cause watch
How does
this,
it feel, bro? You're losing. You're losing.
dude. He's panicking, dude.
You're
Ibn
panicking.
Ali, pay
I'm the one getting
attention.
muted.
Yes, you're being muted
Bro.
because you're not letting me speak. Listen, I already told you where the conversation went and how it started first. When he came up, we did not just say, "Hey, Jesus was crucified," and then he says, "No, he wasn't," and then we start questioning him. I said, Amar, what is your evidence against the crucifixion? That means that I started the conversation off with a question to Amar. Amar decided to give evidence as to why he believes the crucifixion never happened. And it's funny that you and him are both now doing the same thing, where you're not standing on the evidence that you're presenting. You're just bringing stuff out that you yourself don't even stand on. So I want to ask you, since you are quoting the heretical groups, right? You want to quote the Basilides, right? You want to quote them. All right, fine. Is this your valid evidence for why the crucifixion didn't take place? If you said yes, which I think you did, then now I am going to ask you to present their writings. I'm going to ask you to present who they are, who's the eyewitnesses from the Basilides, and I'm going to ask you, how do you know that these men had the correct doctrine if
Oh
the
my
other
God,
side,
I love it.
if the other two sources were not presented?
All right. So, can I like fully flesh out my answer without getting muted and cut off?
Sure, just do not go back to
Okay.
burden of proof, because I will give you
No.
my answer in a minute.
Hello. Yeah. We'll get to that anyways.
I will prove
And
my
by the way,
evidence in a
one
minute.
second. By the way, I hope you know, and this is gonna be recorded. You better not run when we apply the same standard back to your four gospels. You better not run. That's all. That's all.
Sure.
This is being
We're gonna apply the
recorded on
same standard
YouTube
apply
right
to
now,
your
bro.
four gospels. We're gonna do that same- okay,
As long as you provide something, yeah, sure.
Yeah. So one
Because if
second.
you don't provide anything, I'm not going to go tit for tat with somebody
you
who
want to
doesn't
argue
have any
both sides, or do
information.
you want to let me speak now?
Yeah, it's your
so
turn. Go
thank
ahead.
you. So yeah, so now this is literally so again, this is a historical claim. We're not talking about theological claims. Our claim was that there are first century or early Christian groups that believed in this, and we use your sources against you, meaning that there's your father's ex. Origin talks about the Ebionites and their beliefs, and a couple other church fathers like who write against them, for example, like Irenaeus type who write against heresies and against these heretics, and then state their beliefs. Our claim is not whether or not this is the true teaching of Jesus. We're talking about whether or not there is historic groups that believe this. That is the question here. That is what we're trying to prove here.
No, that's not. No one's asking you that though. That's the point.
That's my claim this entire time.
Yeah, but
Whether or
no
not
one's
you-
asking you that. Are you here to say what you want to say, or are you going to answer the
Well,
question?
what
What is your
question you
evidence
ask- again,
What is your evidence other than the Quran that the crucifixion didn't happen? If it's not these
Yeah,
people,
exactly,
then quote
and
something.
and it's these first century or early Christian groups
So it
that
is your
believe
evidence
this.
that the crucifixion didn't happen.
Again, so you want to let me finish speaking? Yeah,
So they
these
are
early-
your evidence that the
Hello, can
crucifixion
you let
didn't
me finish
happen.
speaking? Stop panicking, bro. I'm
Bro,
not
you're
like this.
double talking.
This is a conversation. How am I double talking?
It's
when I
either
can't
they
get more
are
than
your
5 words
evidence or
in?
they're not your evidence.
Stop panicking. Relax. You're a grown man. So yeah, our evidence is
It's
that
either
these
they
are.
are your evidence or they're not, bro.
Can you stop panicking? Relax. So
I
our
like
evidence is that. Hello, our evidence is that there are these early Christian groups, whether you deem the article or not is irrelevant. There's
Now,
these
are
early
these
Christian
early Christian groups your evidence?
Hello,
Is this your
I'm
valid
sorry
proof?
if the middle of my sentence interrupts the beginning of yours.
All
Let me
right.
finish my
We
sentence
let's put
before
each
you
other on the
straw
timer.
man.
Let's put each other on the timer because Ibn
No,
Ali
it's
would just go on for
ridiculous.
centuries, bro. Put him on a minute
For
timer.
centuries,
Word.
I literally haven't been able
Hey,
to get more than a
word. Put him
sentence
on a
out.
minute. Put him on a minute timer. We'll go minute for
I don't
minute.
even need a minute timer. I need you to have some damn
No.
self-control.
We'll
I
just
don't
do a
even need all
minute
that.
timer
There
because
you
I know
go.
you're just
There
gonna
go your
waffle
minute,
on.
bro.
Okay, cool. Yeah, our evidence is that there are these first century Christian groups that believe this. That is it. So, wow, almost like you give me 10 seconds to finish my sentence. Go ahead.
All right, so I'm going to ask you a question and you can take 5 minutes to answer because I'm pretty sure you're not going to have the answers. So, who were they, right? Not just the people group. Who were they? Break me up into specific names of people who were direct disciples. Were any of them direct disciples? Were any of them eyewitnesses? And can you provide me any evidence for their writings that
Yeah,
corroborate what it is that you're saying?
again, that's not the claim here. We're using, the claim here is that there's these early groups that believe this. Whether or not they have like chains of narrations going back to actual Jesus, which by the way, you guys don't even have, but granted, whether or not these people have like these direct chains that survived, because let's remember, all we have is like scraps from like these early first centuries and second centuries. Or what we have is writings from your church fathers against them. I'm not going to accurately describe whether or not these people have like chains back. They just write against these people. Like the Ebionites, that's not even their actual name. That's a name prescribed to them by Origin. So like whether or not like they have these like accurate chains of narrations is irrelevant. Our evidence to the crucifixion not happening is that these groups believed in it. That is our evidence.
Yeah, that's not evidence at all. So,
How's it not evidence?
who were they? Were any of
How's
them
it evidence?
individual
How's it not
eyewitnesses?
evidence?
I'll show you. Who were they? Were any of them individuals as eyewitnesses? Can you name any of the individuals as eyewitnesses?
Yeah, no, that's not our claim. Like
I'm just asking a question. I don't care if it's your
yeah, so like
claim or not. So it's either a yes or no. I don't know.
no,
I'm
like
confused here.
they claim to take.
Okay,
it to
so
the-
you don't know any of them as individual eyewitnesses. All right, we'll go ahead and check that off. So don't know if any of them are
Right.
individual eyewitnesses. So the answer to that, I'm gonna just write this down so I can remember what you said. So no, he doesn't know of any of them as individual eyewitnesses. Can't name a single one. All right, were any of them direct disciples?
Yeah, no, none of them claim to be direct disciples. They claim to
All
follow
right.
the traditions. 1 second. They claim to follow the traditions of Basilides.
All right.
But there's other traditions that claim to follow from the tradition of Matthias.
All
But,
right. So the answer
not like-
is all right. So the answer is no. All
No, the
right.
answer is yes, but there's no reliable evidence to track it down.
No,
whether or
the
not-
answer. Okay, so can you name me one?
Yeah, I said there are groups that claim to like go back to Matthias.
So one of
Yeah,
these
but that's-
guys, one of
Can I
these
finish
guys was a
speaking?
direct
What is up
disciple.
with you like cutting me off? Like, are you that incapable of self-control?
So you said one of the Basilides
This
was a
the Christian
direct
of
disciple.
Wallah, it's crazy.
All right.
Yes, they claim to have
Okay,
traditions.
who? What's his
Well,
name?
Can I finish speaking for 2 seconds? It's almost like when you let me finish my sentence,
Well,
you'll
I'm
get
asking
the
for a
information
name.
you're looking for.
Well, I'm
Yeah, I
asking for
said
a
it
name.
multiple times. I said these early Christian groups claim to go back to disciples like Matthias, to Peter, to James the Just, but there's no evidence to like actually track it down whether or not like they actually derive from these groups, since most of their writings and all of their traditions are lost.
So the answer is no.
No, the answer is yes. They claim it. There's just not any like reliable evidence. Same with your books, by the way.
Well, if you're claiming that, if you're claiming
Oh,
that, if you're claiming that Matthew and Peter were were part of the Basilides,
no,
well,
that's
you'd
not
have
what
a
I'm claiming at
problem. Well,
all.
you'd have a problem
That's
with
not what
them
I'm claiming at all.
corroborating
You
that
just can't
Jesus was
try.
actually crucified. So,
No.
okay,
Again,
so
that
can you
hinges
give
on the
me
belief
a?
that you're. Wait, one
Okay,
second. That
so
hinges
can
on
you
the
give
belief that
me?
you're Matthew and that you're Peter and that you're James are the
Hey,
actual true
it's my
representations
turn,
of
bro.
them.
It's my turn, man. You
Yeah,
had
and
your
I'm just
turn. You said
correcting
you
your
didn't. You
strong
didn't
man.
use your minute to give evidence, right? You didn't give
Yeah,
that,
I'm just correcting your
right? You
strong man.
just
You asked
wrote
me a
about it.
question. I'm
You
answering
just
it.
read about a heretical group, and then you just decided to make them true. That's your
Again,
fault. All right. So
no, what?
we're
You're the king of strongman. You
I
can't
think
like accurately represent my
I
point.
think we're stuck here.
No, we're not. But
So
can you
do we
steel man
have
what I
a
said?
name? Do we
Can you
have a
steel man what I
name
said?
of a direct disciple?
Can you steel man what I
Do
said?
we have a name of a direct disciple who
Yeah, I've
believed
already
Jesus
answered this
wasn't
question. Steel
crucified?
man what I said because you're
Do,
not accurately representing my
do we
point.
have a name of a direct disciple
Hello, I gave you
that
this answer. I'm
believes
asking
Jesus
you to
wasn't
strawman my
crucified?
point. Hello, I gave you direct names. Can you steal my point? Because you
What it?
clearly cannot
Okay,
track.
we're at now we're at a standstill here.
I'm asking you to steal my point because you're not tracking.
I can't even get to a
Because
can't
you're
even
not
get to my third
tracking.
question. This is crazy.
Yeah, because you're not tracking. I've already
Where
answered this
do
question.
we have
Can you
a
steal man my
direct
point?
do we
Can
have a
you steal man
direct
my
do we
point?
have a direct disciple, right? Right? You said because we're dealing with Basilides, right? So do we have a direct disciple, right? That was of this group that you know the name of. What's his name? It's either yes or
Yeah,
no, bro.
I've already answered this question. Like there's it's not just one group, by the way. I've named like 3 or 4.
But you haven't named a name of a direct
Yeah,
disciple.
I did. I literally named Matthias, Peter, and James the Just. They claim to go back to them. Even like you could even take like the people who claim to go back to Thomas, that from like the heretical gospel of Thomas that was found in the Nag Hammadi library.
Peter,
You can even like
What is your
follow that
yeah?
tradition.
He says Peter. It's crazy, right?
Peter. Come
Yeah,
on.
again, by the way, we can talk about how
What
you're
is your
saying James is
evidence? What is your
forgery.
evidence? What is your evidence for this?
Hello, are you not hearing? Okay, this is why I want you to steal man, because you do not know. I'm saying words and you're not
Do
comprehending
we
them.
have any
Steal man my
writings of
point.
Peter outside of the gospel?
Word. Yes, we do. Like a what?
Okay. So do Peter ever deny?
Have you heard of the gospel of Peter?
Hold on, bro. Listen. Mark
Oh
transcribed
my.
Peter's gospel. What are you talking about?
According to you guys, which
Okay.
there's no evidence of.
Do
Mark's
hold on,
gospel is anonymous for
hold on.
100
Do we
years.
have a book by Peter? A writing of Peter?
You guys claim to, yeah. You guys claim First
No.
and Second Peter is, Second Peter is a forgery.
Oh, but we do have First Peter, correct?
Sure, you guys claim that this is from
It's
Peter.
not no
Because, like,
claim. No.
It is a claim.
No historians
Because there's
deny
no.
that this was wrote by Peter.
What? Okay. What?
They
That's
bring
such a
in.
like.
Hold
That's
on,
such
hold
a
on, bro. You
old-faced
just
lie. It's
admitted. You
ridiculous.
just
Yeah,
admitted.
historians. One second.
Hold on, Ibn Ali. You just
I'm gonna respond.
admitted that they call into question Second Peter, but First Peter they say that is Peter's writing.
No, not necessarily. Like
Yeah, they do.
they say it's like authentic. One second. Can I finish speaking or no? So yeah, so they claim that First Peter is like authentic to who the church ascribes it to, but
Which is
they
Peter.
mainly rely on. Can I finish speaking?
Which is
What
Peter.
up with
Is
you
it
guys? You guys
Peter?
have no self-control.
Is it Peter?
No, of the church who they claim it to be. Whether or not
And who
that's
do they
Peter,
claim
that's
it to
actually
be?
Peter, there's no
Who do
evidence
they
of that.
claim it to be?
They claim it to be Peter.
Okay,
but like
thank you.
like there's no
So it was
reliable evidence
Peter.
of that.
It was Peter.
No, that's literally the definition of like falsely coming to a conclusion.
What?
So all right. So look. Okay. So here's the thing. So fine.
But
bro.
the reason why I was asking that, and I'll
can,
sum it up. The reason why I was asking that because Peter never denies any of the crucifixion, even in his own personal writings outside of the full gospel. If anything wanted to actually
what about the
be
heretical
contested, hold on. If anyone wanted to be contested, Peter would automatically, because we have his writing, he would have said, no, these gospels are not true.
supposedly.
He would have said it, but he didn't.
Supposedly.
He
Have you
did
heard
it.
of
We
the
have
heretical
things
gospel of
outside.
Peter?
We have Peter's writings outside of the Gospels, bro. And
Well, have you heard of the
Peter
heretical gospel?
substantiate everything that's in the Gospels. So try
right.
Have you
again.
heard of the heretical?
So try
the
again.
problem that you're gonna have Ibn Ali with using
Have you
Peter,
heard of the heretical gospel of Peter?
It's called the Gnostic Apocalypse of Peter, bro. And it
Yeah, that was accepted by Serapion of
yeah,
Antioch.
where he doesn't believe Jesus was even physically on earth and wasn't a
Yeah, that was
historical
accepted
prophet.
by
So is that
Serapion of Antioch.
so is that true? Because in that it denies Jesus as a historical prophet. So is that
Yeah.
true too?
this, you guys are so conflating my points. I'm saying this is a book that your early fathers, some of the people that you accept to be like true believers,
Bro, no, they
accept.
didn't.
They're telling
Bro,
you.
they
They're
tell them they
telling you
heretics.
these.
What are you talking
They're
about?
telling you these people are heretics.
What are you
That's
talking
the
about? True
problem with
believers,
Islam.
bro.
You guys are making your religion has forced you to make heretics because Muhammad repeated this stuff. You guys think the heretics were the
Again,
true
that's
religion.
just post hoc fallacy. So do you have
What?
Muhammad repeated it. Muhammad repeated it.
Y'all trying to make
Brother,
heretics true believers, bro.
Brother, Muhammad Ibn Ali, Muhammad repeated it. This is the reason why you have it was made to appear so in your Quran.
No, not necessarily. That's just a post hoc fallacy.
Well, then why are you using these same guys who say the same thing as your evidence for why it didn't happen?
No. Again, I'm using them as evidence, saying that there's historical groups who didn't believe in this. You're just so slow that you can't track my argument.
Yes, because they were heretics and weren't actually eyewitnesses of the
according
event.
to you, history doesn't care about heresy.
But were they
History
eyewitnesses?
actually records them as heretics.
Your
What are you
four
talking
gospels
about?
are anonymous. There's no eyewitnesses,
Bro,
which is why I really want to talk about
he's
that.
going
Can
into
we talk
bot
about that?
mode. He's going into bot
This
mode.
is crazy, bro. You guys just make anything true when it's obviously false, bro.
So
you know what's crazy
when I
is
answer your questions directly and I respond and contend to what you believe,
wait, hold on. The false gospel of Peter.
No, we didn't. No, we didn't get a name. We got assumptions. You never gave me a name. We were stuck.
Okay,
We're stuck on question number 2.
Wait, hold on.
You tried to say Matthew. You tried to say Matthew.
Bible.
You tried to say Matthew and Peter, bro. Come on, bro. Get out of here, bro.
Again, they claim to go back there the same way your gospels.
Ibn
1 second,
Ali,
DJ roll. I'll let you speak. Just 2 seconds and respond.
The false gospel of Peter actually says that Jesus was crucified. So that's kind of funny.
That's fine. Like I
was appealing to him to show he was.
I appealed to that because he said that the only historical writings are within our gospels, 1st and 2nd Peter, and the Gospel of Mark. That's the only historical writings of Peter.
Dude, the
That's why I
reason
brought
for this
it up.
conversation was showing that he wasn't crucified.
Bro, that is why I brought it up.
Notice, hey guys, notice.
He's not tracking. He's not tracking at all.
Yeah, he's not. Notice what's happening here. Ibn Ali. Notice what happened here. Ibn Ali is coming to our history and he's telling us what our history is. All right, mute up, man. Mute up. You don't get to teach us nothing, bro. We're teaching you. It's crazy how he's teaching us our history, but the people he's going to learn about. Look at how arrogant the Muslims are, bro. Can I speak?
You're just slow. But go
ahead. Okay, wait. Watch this. Are the people you're using to get information about these heretical groups? The same people that you're using that is doing history on these guys, are they calling them heretics? Answer that, Ibn Ali.
You're a fraud. In depthly. Yeah. So the people I'm quoting.
Yeah. Are they calling them heretics?
I got a call. Yeah. The people I'm quoting are calling each other heretics. You guys claim Origin as a heretic.
Answer the question.
Yeah,
are the people that the reason why you know about the Docetists, the Basilides, the Sethians, the Gnostic Apocryphas of Peter, the Valentinans, the Marcionites, the reason why you know about them is because of our church fathers. Answer the question. Are the people that you're quoting, are they not being deemed as heretics historically by the information you're using?
Sorry, I got a call.
Are they not being deemed as heretics historically by the information you're using? You're echoing. Since he's trying to teach us our history, you're using our history and trying to tell us our history. You see how prideful and arrogant the Muslims are? He's trying to go into our history and ignore that these people are being deemed heretics. He wants to reject our history that's already been documented before these guys. And then he wants to say that the heretics got it right. And the reason why he's doing it is because it aligns with his Quran. That's the reason why he's doing this. He wants to say that these guys got it right. But I guarantee you, if all of these heretical groups got it wrong and said Jesus was crucified, he'd be going against them. Islam is just like a buffet. You pick and choose whatever you want.
We're just showing you reports of people who didn't believe he was crucified. And according to Josephus...
But I'm not asking you for that, though, Amar. I know. I'm asking you for something that you validate historically.
I know, but that's not my argument. I'm showing
you don't get to make up your own argument. I asked the question.
You asked me what's your argument.
Man, you guys are slow. Hear what you want and respond to what you want and act like you won.
It's a clown show.
Look, that is not the argument. I had a question. Answer the question. What is your historical evidence for the crucifixion not happening? If it's not these people, then don't quote them. You don't get to come up here and just answer whatever way you want. use who you historically accept. So if you don't historically accept any of these heretics, well, then that's your fault. You don't quote them.
What? No, that's not how that works. We're talking about historical groups and what they believe. Whether or not they align with my beliefs is irrelevant. We are talking about a quote-unquote historical claim, which is a crucifixion, and groups believed in it. That's the argument.
Got it.
You can't
Now
track
where are
that,
you?
though.
Got it.
Wait,
Now
one
where are
second.
you
No,
getting?
You've been asking way too many questions. Now I want to apply
Got
the
it.
same standard.
Hold on. You're not done yet, dude.
One
You're not
second.
done yet. Hold
I
on.
have been. I've answered every single one of your questions.
Brother, it don't work like that. I don't know what. I don't know. Now he's panicking. Look, now he's panicking because he doesn't want to be held. He doesn't want to be held to how he knows who these people are. He doesn't want to be held. You don't want to be questioned about these people, bro. You haven't been, bro. You've been dodging the remainder of the questions.
I directly answered.
Ibn Ali, you've been dodging the remainder of the questions.
Are you crazy? Are you out of your mind?
You've been dodging the remainder of the questions. Are they? Look. The history here. The history. Look, the history. Ibn Ali.
Apologetics is just in the trash.
Ibn Ali, the history you are referring to.
You're panicking. Can you apply the same standard back to you?
This is embarrassing, bro. What are you doing, man? The history. Look, if you can't stand 10 toes down on the history that you're quoting, then if you can't say, yeah, these guys got it right, and then provide factual evidence as to why you believe they got it right, that's not my fault. You are the one quoting them, not me. I'm not quoting heretics, bro. I'm not quoting the heretical. Wait, give me a second. I'm not quoting
historicity and theology.
I'm not quoting a heretical sect to validate what's happening in my Quran. You are.
You are the heretical sect, and I'm not claiming this to validate what's happening in my Quran. I'm looking at it historically, and I'm saying these group believe this, these group believe this. To say that this is the only narrative out of the first century is idiotic.
Okay, so now you have to. Okay, so now we have to.
Now, why are you running,
brother? You just keep talking. He's trying to get. Everybody can see he doesn't want to be questioned on his ideas.
I'm asking.
All right, bro, just get out of here, bro. You're too slow, bro. You're too slow. Sick and tired of Muslims like you, bro. Just slow as can be, bro. You see how he wants to answer, right? He wants to respond, and then he immediately wants to go to something else fast. He wants to get away from heretical groups that he's quoting as fast as he can. You know why? Because the standard that he applies on the gospel narrative, right, in the history outside of it, is gonna cook him. As soon as I go outside of my Bible, he's going to do the same thing I'm doing to him. He's going to ask me for valid historical research. He's going to ask me for valid historical manuscripts. What's the dating? How do we know it's just hearsay or is it not? What's the corroborating evidence? What's the latest document you have? He's going to do all of this when I go to the Gospels. This is the reason why he wants to hurry up and get away from these heretical sects, because I'm going to ask him like I did. Notice I got through 2 questions and he couldn't even handle it. I said, who were they individually as witnesses? Who were they individually as witnesses? I don't know. He don't know. He can't name one of them. All he can do is name the group. Okay, fine. So individually, we don't know who these people were and if they were witnesses. Were any of them direct disciples? We couldn't get a clear answer on that. He wanted to try to say Matthew and Peter, and then at the same time, he wasn't trying to say Matthew and Peter. We don't know. So I wrote no down. Couldn't even get to my 3rd question. Where are there writings that corroborate with this claim here? He needs to answer these questions if you're going to bring up this group to try to denounce the crucifixion. Because if we find out none of these people were eyewitnesses, if we find out none of these people were direct disciples, if we find out the history that you get about this incident from these people is coming from our sources, deeming them heretics, you are in a losing position. You are in a position where the groups that you're quoting is untrustworthy and cannot be trusted as someone who can give us valid information on whether the crucifixion happened. Now, if he decided to get through this, if he would have been able to get through this instead of panicking the way that he did, I would have went to my historical evidence where, of course, yes, I would have started off with the Bible. And then after that, we would have went to Roman history. It's that simple. The Romans were the one who crucified him. So wouldn't it make sense that the crucifixion narrative would be found in Roman history? I would have cooked them with Roman history. But we couldn't get to that point because the Muslims just want to say hey, I just want to let you know there were heretical groups out there. All right, now it's my turn. Now let me question you. That's how scared he was. Anybody can see what was happening there. He thought that he answered all of the questions and immediately tried to run. After that phone call, I guess he thought his conversation was over.
Yeah, just because you bring something that quotes, like our church father quotes these people, right? That doesn't mean that's all you have to bring. The reason why our church fathers was writing about them is to show how fraudulent they were in their heretical beliefs. That's why they have no connection to the historical event. They have no one to go back to in the chain, if they want to say succession. They don't have any type of evidence for what they believe. Their belief is fraudulent. That's why you can find them in the church fathers.
Also, what I would say too, when a Muslim appeals to these heretics and they agree, say, well, these people, they say that Jesus didn't die by crucifixion. Well, if they're going to accept them saying that, then they're going to have to accept the reason why they're saying that.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason why they're saying that is because he wasn't fully human to die.
Mm-hmm.
He was a spirit man.
Exactly.
And the funny part about all of this is I mean, Word said it beautifully last time, which is, one, we need to document whether any of these guys were witnesses or direct disciples. And if the answer is no, or I don't know, well, then now you're going to be stuck with, how did they get this information? If they weren't there, if they weren't direct disciples, if they didn't witness the event, how in the world did they run around professing the proper teaching that Jesus was not crucified? It just appeared as so because of the reasons that Chris ushered in. Where did they get it from? And what are the Muslims going to say? That's all he going to do. Well, it's not my problem. And then now he doesn't want to use them anymore. Now he's just showing us what our church fathers say. Well, if you're just showing us what our church fathers say, sir, our church fathers call them heretics. If it just boils right back down to that, you're stuck.
Yeah, I mean, this is the guy I crushed out on because he was making false claims about the Ebionites. And notice he can't even quote them anymore because how bad I did him dirty last time. And I think Magneto, he was about to quote them, but he couldn't. He realized he couldn't quote them. And so, yeah, you were right to push him because all he's gonna do, and he was prepared to do it. I know you saw it live. All he was gonna do, criticize all of our information, criticize all of our evidence, and say we don't have good evidence. Nothing, and their evidence is way worse. And the only evidence they're going to bring is from the Docetists, who believe Jesus was too godly to have a body. So they don't have anything. And yeah, I mean, Word, you were right to quote, hey, do you have the writings from Peter? And he quoted, besides our Bible, he wanted to quote a heretical source, the Gospel of Peter. And what Life was talking about was the Sethite view, who believed Jesus was just a spirit. But there's this earlier work called the Gospel of Peter. And guess what? In section 10, it says, and they brought two wrongdoers and crucified the Lord in the middle of them. This is the work you want to appeal to? No matter what you go to, we can fry you on.
Yeah, the reason why I bring up the Peter thing, because they don't accept Paul. They think Paul changed the whole thing. But Peter was actually a disciple that has his own gospel. And we have something else written by Peter outside of the gospel. So if Peter never claims the things that's in these gospel accounts wrong, then Peter is another source that we can lean upon and show that these gospel accounts actually was correct, because Peter confirms the gospel accounts. He was an eyewitness. He was there. He was a disciple. He was close. He's that guy, he didn't want Jesus to even be crucified. Now, if Peter had wrote a letter and said, hey, all of this stuff is nonsense, I don't know why they even put me in it, we ain't see him rise, then Peter is like the linchpin to all of it. You know what I'm saying? Because we have writings outside of the gospel of Peter, and Peter don't deny anything that's within the gospel within his own personal letters.
Right. And then you know what's funny is that he's literally saying that, oh, I don't know what the historical method is, brother. The Gnostic information from these heretical groups fail the historical method. What are you talking about? What are you saying? This is the reason why I was grilling you on the Gnostic sources and the historical, these heretical groups that you're like talking about. That's why I was grilling you,
Dude,
because I'm trying to show you they don't pass the historical method. That's why you were crying about all the questions that I asked you, because this is how they pass the historical method. They do not have independent corroboration, because a lot of them even differ from each other on what was actually taking place. And outside of this, you don't have any corroboration.
it's funny they mentioned the historical method. What, name one historical scholar that agrees that Jesus wasn't crucified? And who are they? They're going to appeal to the Docetists? What is this, dude?
And the
Name one historical scholar
right.
that disagrees that Jesus was crucified.
And the reason why they don't appeal to the Docetists, because the Docetists, they come much later, and also they don't have a link back to the historical Jesus. Using the historical method, the Docetists, all of them, they fail. That's why they're not credible. That's why our church fathers deem them heretics. It's like they don't see it, bro.
Yeah.
Like they don't see this.
Yeah, because they trying to make Muhammad a true prophet at all costs, to the point where they forget what the historical method actually is, bro. Any real scholar would tell you these guys do not pass the historical method. That's why DJ said what he said. They are not to be used. They literally have they literally have like what is it called? A spiritual belief.
Theological bias.
Yeah, exactly. There it is. A theological bias to why they believe what they believe, which is exactly why they're getting rejected. It's not like the Gospels. The Gospels are giving you accurate, detailed information from within, from the time period of when it took place, from eyewitnesses, and we have corroborating independent information, not only within people who accept Christianity, but also people outside, not just from someone who's making a spiritual claim. You have Cornelius Tacitus, bro, literally a Roman senator, bro, who's literally writing information about Christians and the spread of Christians and how they're becoming how they're becoming a nuisance and being unalived and etc., right? Under Nero in AD 64. He's writing all of this information. I mean, this dude even claims Christianity was a disease that spread, but he's writing information about what happened to him. Their leader, the cause of this, got unalived under Pontius Pilate. Yep. This is literally what this dude is saying. We can take that as historically accurate and as historical evidence. Why? Because one, that's an independent source from a guy who is not a Christian, doesn't like Christianity, and is just recording history about what's taking place between Christians in that time period. That's exactly what that's what is going to pass the historical method when we go outside of our Bible to prove our point. You went outside of your Quran and went to somebody who has a spiritual bias, a theological bias, and the information is coming from our church fathers telling you they're heretics. My goodness. And you got the nerve to tell us about a historical methid. The Muslims, man, you can't make this stuff up, bro. They don't know anything, bro.
They want to use the historical method, but the historical method, when we apply it really damages their whole position.
Right. This is the reason why they don't use the Quran to know about Jesus, because the Quran doesn't pass the historical method.
No, it doesn't.
Since you want to use the historical method.
I just wanted to share this real quick because we have Tacitus, that's true, and we got the Gospels, and we got we have the advantage of oral tradition according to Paul in 1 Corinthians 15. We also have this. Josephus and Jesus knew evidence for the one called Christ, saying the original work by Yale historian T.C. Schmidt is showing and making arguments for why the original Greek source is in fact intact, and it's not a later Christian interpolation. It just has to do with translation methods. And so he is making, and I was told by this guy Ibn Ali,
Mm-hmm.
no Christian is in fact quoting the Testimonial Flavianum. Actually, there's like tons of Christians that quote it.
Yeah, I
And this
Yeah.
mean,
guy, he does the work of showing the Christians that quote it. Origin makes a kind of a reference to it, and then there's others that make reference to it.
yep.
So yeah, a bunch of Christians quote it.
It's bad, bro. It's bad what these guys do. Notice this though. It's very important to realize what took place. I very well would have went through with him my evidence and my information and why I believe the evidence that I have is valid. Notice who manifested his way out of the conversation. He manifested himself to get dropped in order to not be dissected on this heretical group anymore. Notice that he never gave any valid reasoning as to why we should accept this group. He just brought it up. And you know, the only reason why, and you know, Muslims are such liars. The only reason why Muslims even care about these people is because they're making claims like it appeared so, which they don't even understand. That makes Islam false because they're quoting heretical groups. But because they don't want Islam to be false, they have to deny that these people are heretical groups. They have to deny the information that makes them heretical. And they have to just say that these guys are telling the truth. And they have to do the same thing that they do with their Qur'an, which is when all of the evidence presents itself against the Qur'an, therefore, you got to just question all the evidence and reject it. Just question all the evidence, reject it, don't provide anything, and somehow you still won.
Yeah, the only
That's
reason
Ibn
why they
Ali's
even
game.
agree with these people because it makes Muhammad look like he was telling the truth. That's it.
That's
only
it, bro.
reason
That's
why.
it, and that's all. Yep, because as Chris tried to do over and over and over again, he tried to assert what they believe, and what did they do? We got a rejection immediately. We got a rejection of what these people believe. But wait a minute, you're telling me that these are the people that are giving us the accurate information about Jesus. You can't just go and cherry pick them.
Thanks, Holy.
Y'all can't just cherry
Chat
pick everything,
boss.
man. Y'all got to stand firm on something.
Yep. Oh, by the way, I'm sorry.
Give us somebody that doesn't have a theological bias to prove your point. They can't do it.
By the way, you guys remember Nizam?
Yeah.
Yeah, you remember we
He
cooked
says,
him over there?
Yeah. I was commenting because he posted a clip of Shabir Ali talking about the crucifixion, and I'm wondering why you believe this, and you quote a bunch of scholars and whatnot. And he says he wants to have a discussion with me eventually on it, so that'd be interesting.
Yeah, you got to record
But
that,
yeah,
JJ.
set up time and place. Yep.
My platform always open.
I know he's gonna put in some theological bias, but if he just wants to go pure history, you got to pick one or the other. And yeah, this is exactly what I've been thinking of. They're just gonna deny all of our evidence and just criticize it. We gotta start demanding them bring their evidence. See how it lines up.
Yep. That's one thing that cuts them, bro. That's one thing that cuts them. And if he was able to actually have a real conversation, we would have got to that point. We would have got to the point that you're quoting people, one, who the only reason why you know about them is because they're being deemed heretics by this. So you're using a historical source to find out what specific people believed in that time period. They're telling you that they're heretics. Granted, you don't have to believe that. I agree. You don't have to believe that they're heretics. But as soon as you say you don't believe that they're heretics and you reject the source that's giving you the information about these people, then you're going to have to validate how they're not heretics and where they got their information from and what makes them and what they claim valid. That's why I went through those series of questions. I only had 3. I could have asked them about 6. I couldn't even get to the 3rd question. The first 2 questions made him manifest. And he started crying and complaining because he didn't have answers and he got cooked. He got caught up not knowing anything about the people that he brought up. He got caught up just quoting a group of people randomly, not knowing who they were, not knowing their history. But isn't this funny? This is coming from the same people who, when we bring up something, they want everything fine detail. They want it all tight knit. No, don't leave no holes open. I want every single thing fine knit from the beginning. We want the original source. We want it dated all the way back to to 30 AD. We want, matter of fact, we want it before Jesus. We want the names of people. We want their dad name, their mom name. They want
they cat. Who was their favorite goat name?
Everything, bro. Everything. They want miraculous detail, bro. They want miraculous detail, bro. Somebody else, some stuff only a prophet would know in 2025.
You know what really burned me up? The whole, just because they validate their false religion through a chain of narration, they think that this is what we needed to do. Bro, your chain of narrations didn't even come to way even after your Quran. They didn't even validate the validity of the Quran and the succession in the time period of your prophet this way. This is an ad hoc way that the men came up with to try to validate their Quran in the life of their prophet. During the life of, they didn't have no chains of narration. They didn't think of this. This come out years afterwards, bro.
Start coming up with names.
They just come up with names and all of this.
Bro. Yeah, put a bunch of names in, man.
That's not even what they did, bro. During that Muhammad's time, bro.
Let me put 7 names in this chain and say the last person talked to Muhammad, and therefore we good.
Straight up.
And we try that on their Hafs, what would happen? Their own methodology on Hafs turns out to be a stinking pile of horse manure.
And then they turn around. You Christians don't even have a chain of narration, bro. That wasn't even a thing. That's not even a reliable way to even preserve nothing, bro. Truthfully,
can I say something too? I'm gonna just say this: all you Muslims that are down in the chat, if you come up and try to get Romello to send you any more cash, I will block you on. I'll block you right away, and you'll be blocked from every other Christian live. What? No need to ask Romello for money. He ain't giving it to you. Oh,
they asked him for money.
Yeah, that's what they're doing.
Who?
There was a couple people who came up here, and I had dropped them down, if you don't mind. They were just asking for money on stage.
That HKD did the same thing.
You know, the benefits check is not that much from the government. The refugee checks, come on.
Yeah. By the way, Magneto, I'm still waiting for that source that shows an actual, where people who believed in actual, like Jesus, believed he wasn't crucified. Let me know when you find it. Tell your boyfriend Ibn Ali, tell him to find it as well. Help you out.
Man, it's
crazy. We've been looking, man. Me and BD been looking, man. Chris as well.
They come to the Americans for help, and then complain about us once they get on their feet.
Then they say death to America.
Yeah, that's Islam for you. Cry and complain till you get your feet in the door, and then take over.
Bro, you should have been here yesterday on my live, man. I had a good live yesterday.
He started the Second Crusade yesterday, dude.
Bro. You had them exposing their Muslim superiority.
They exposed it so bad, bro.
We're Muslim, brother. We're Muslim,
bro. They literally were saying, yeah, we're superior than y'all. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Chris.
I was gonna say, there was no debate. Like they were proud of it. They were admitting.
I didn't even have to fight them over it. Yeah, we got the right religion. We're more superior. Oh, the pack of Umar, we don't got no problem with that. What are you talking about? Yeah, for what? So what? The West is evil. Yeah, we want Sharia law. I'm talking about they was just, they was coming
crazy
out,
work,
bro. They wasn't even denying it, bro, at all.
Yeah. I mean, hey, look, if they don't deny Muhammad and Aisha, bro, I mean, they might as well not deny Muslim superiority, bro. Like, I ain't gonna lie. Like, hey, come on, man.
I got them to even admit. Yeah, the Taliban and the ISIS and all of them. Yeah, we believe like they believe. Yeah. Say, y'all believe like, but y'all just don't go out and do it. You know what I'm saying?
But ain't it crazy though? They believe how they believe. They fall in line with them. They agree with them. But they'll do everything but move over there.
Straight up.
They'll do everything but move to Iraq.
Straight up.
Yeah,
Matter of fact, they
y'all like
fleeing.
Sharia law so much.
They running
Y'all
away.
Or till they see a C-130 that is about to take off, they want to run behind that aircraft and try to jump on it.
Yeah, they trying to get out of
Take
there,
me to
bro.
America.
Uh-huh.
I
Yep.
see you C-130. Let me sit on the engine and maybe I can fly my way back there.
Yep. Hey, somebody did a documentary about why Dubai not letting them in. I gotta watch that. I ain't gonna speak on it because I ain't watch it yet, but apparently that's what's going on too. Like Dubai not letting the Muslim migrants come in like that. You know what I mean? Like the poorer Muslims.
Yeah,
They not letting
Man,
them.
they gotta be
They're
more
not letting them
secular.
migrate to their place. You know, to Dubai. You know what I mean?
yeah,
They
but
want to be more secular, man.
But that's a rich Muslim country. They should be happy to bring them in. You know?
no,
Come
they
on,
don't want
Habibi.
them. They don't want them pitching tents and stuff on their corner.
Assalamu alaikum, Habibi.
They don't want that.
They can all be out there worshiping together, man. Worshiping Allah together, bro. Why not?
Them boys ain't crazy. Yeah, I think I'm about to jump off though. And we ain't got nobody else. Hold on, let's see. Who is this?
Hey, let me drop
Right.
down and maybe
Some
less
dude
Christians up
named
here. Maybe they'll do
Shia
it.
keep coming, keep begging to come up.
Yeah.
Catch you guys later.
There you go.
All right,
Finally.
DJ. God bless, bro. Appreciate you for coming up, man.
Whoa, DJ,
So
DJ,
what?
DJ, where you running
A
from?
question you asked yesterday was really remarkable, and it showed how clueless they were. They were like, you asked like, so do you think we
Hold
just
on,
give it to
Jake.
you?
Jake,
I mean, I'm
it's my
gonna,
question.
Hold on,
you
Shia.
know, hold on a second.
Hold on. Jay's talking.
Yeah.
Hold on.
So you asked them. He says, do you think we're not gonna retaliate? And the answers coming back like they were like, what? Oh, you know, it's like we're just gonna hand it to you. You don't think we're gonna do anything back? You know,
Yeah.
just let you walk over us. You know.
And he was like, "Yeah, well, no, what you mean?
Yeah.
What do you mean, bro? You ain't finna just take over our whole countries and we don't stand up." Go ahead, Shia. What you want?
Your chat, Pyramid and Fiona.
Hey, blessings. I'm about to say this real quick. I'm about to drop down.
Do
I was
they
going to say,
know anything about their religion or any other religion?
Shia, what are you talking about?
What do you mean I'm talking about?
I don't know what you're talking about.
What's your arguments? Go ahead, repeat your arguments from the beginning.
Hold on, let 301 say what he got to say. Then we'll come to you.
yeah, give me
Go
1
ahead,
minute.
start from the beginning. Go ahead, from Aisha, all that.
We ain't talking about Aisha. Be quiet. Go ahead, 301.
Yeah, I just wanted to say this real quick because, I mean, the other guy was destroyed from all other points. But whenever they make the historic argument, it's just very strange when they rather go to a church father than Allah, who says that he quotes, and Allah repeated these words, that said, the Jews have said, we have certainly unalived the Messiah, son of Mary. And then he refutes their claim by saying they don't know what they're talking about. But the question is, historically, why would Allah? There is actually no one that actually directly made that claim in history that said, we have certainly unalived the Messiah, the son of Mary. No one has ever directly claimed that. So Allah is taking this context in the Quran as a narrative the Jews said. No one heard them say it like this, at least in that direction. And now that they make this claim, he's saying that he's going to go to a church father in order to prove that Ebionites, which Allah also doesn't mention in his Quran. And funny enough, they only mention of what they call Christians in the Quran outside of the Ahl Kitab. It's the Nasara, but Nasara in Arabic means helper. So Nasara doesn't even mean Christian. But then on top of that, if you go to the root word of it, it's Nazarene. And the only one he's referring to is the Nazarenes from the first century by proxy of semantics. So that will also mean that you will have to go back to what he qualifies as a real Christian, which is the Nasaras. Nasaras are Nazarenes historically, and historically Nazarenes believe he was unalive, divine, and also born of a
A
virgin.
lot of nonsense you're just yapping about. You know that, right?
I'm about to drop down, but if I'm lying, somebody go to the Bible, the Quran for me. You look up the word they
It's in the
use for
Torah.
Christian.
It's the Old
So
Testament.
I'm no worry about it.
We're in the Old Testament.
Nah,
Yes or no?
you right, bro. You right.
Is
All
the
right,
Torah the
I
Old
just want to say real quick, I'm gonna drop.
Testament?
You
Yes or
want to
no?
have to debate the brothers. Don't worry about me, King. You good? I'll say thank you. I just wanted to say that real quick, but like, man, you was destroyed 20 points ago. I ain't even gonna lie.
Yeah.
That was a lot of nothing. I'm not gonna lie.
Man, what you want, Shia?
That was a lot of nothing.
What do you know about Jesus?
I know more than you.
Okay, what do you know about him? Where was he born?
He was not born on Christmas, that's for sure.
Oh my gosh, where was he born? I didn't say when. I said
He was
where.
born in Palestine.
Palestine. Where you get that
Yeah.
from?
It's in every what's it called? It's in the Bible, it's in the Torah, it's in the Quran.
Oh, so it's in the Quran. Show me.
Do you read the Quran?
Show
said
me.
it's in the-
Show me.
Have you read the Quran?
Show me where it's in the Quran.
Have you read the Quran?
I'm gonna give you one last chance, bro. Show me
Have you
where
read the
Jesus was
Quran? Yes
born
or
in
no? Answer the
Palestine.
question. Have you read the Quran? Yes or no?
I'm gonna give you
I've-
one last chance. Show me in the Quran. Yeah, you can't do it. Watch your head, bro. Watch your head.
Watch your head.
Watch your head down, yeah. Watch your head.
That kid was just a troll anyway.
Yeah, what is wrong with these
I
people?
got what you guys.
I'm gonna go live. I'm gonna go live for a little bit. I want to continue this.
Yeah, everybody go ahead and follow Life. Life gonna go live. Life gonna go live. I'm gonna jump over. You going on YouTube?
Nah, I ain't doing YouTube. No.
All right. I might keep my YouTube open for a little bit longer.
I might join you for a half hour live.
Yeah, you could just stream it. Yeah, you could just stream it. Yeah, because I'm not. Yeah, I don't feel like. I mean, I'm at my computer, but I just don't feel like setting all that up right now.
Yeah, I jump over there with you for a little bit. I keep the YouTube going. YouTube, y'all want us to go keep it going on YouTube? We still got 380 people in here. It's down from 400 and something. We had almost 500 in it earlier.
Well, you got 300 people. You might as well.
Yeah, I got 380 something. Yeah, I'll keep it going for a little while. We all gonna jump over to Life's Live. All right.
Mm-hmm.
I see y'all over there at Life Live.
All right.
God
Thanks,
bless
man.
y'all.
God bless
man.
everybody.
In the name of Father, Son, and Holy Spirit.
God bless.
God bless.
Amen.
I'm in stage 10. I don't even know what that means, but I'm in stage 10. Whoa, I made $11 today. Man. Dang, life didn't waste no time. Hey, Karam Hussein.
What's up, y'all? Tap the screen. Tap the screen. Let's see if we can go ahead and get in the algorithm quick and go ahead and run this up. Man, word, I did that last time, man. Taking it, that freaking Muslim word. It wasn't him, but it was another Muslim, bro, where it was like in the midst of a conversation. He quoted, I forgot who it was. He quoted a church father and like lied about the church father, right? But I took his word for it because I didn't know. And then I addressed it as if what he was saying was true. And then when I looked it up, I'm like, oh man, they didn't even say this, bro.
Yeah.
I know, man, like that's so I always knew. I was like, man, I don't ever do that again. But I just late night, I done slipped up because he was saying that he was getting ready to quote a heretic, right? And so we know all the heretics that they always name. We know
the Ebionites
we know the list of them. You know what I mean? So when he quoted
the Trallians,
the Trallians, I'm like, okay, maybe that's a new heretical group I never knew about. Okay, let me all right. Well, if this is a heretical group, I'll take your word for it. He's addressing heretics no matter what. So whoever you quote from a church father, they're gonna be addressing heretics. Then so I was like, wait a minute, let me look this up. Trallians. Oh man, this dude, he teaching the Trallians to stay away from the heretical group. And then I think on your video, I might be saying Irenaeus too much because we was just talking about Irenaeus. So I was getting Ignatius and Irenaeus because it sounds similar. I was getting it twisted up. I might have said Irenaeus a few times. I was like, oh crap, I've been saying the wrong name this whole time. That's like, dude, that's why you can't never let a Muslim lead the conversation, bro. How you all tangled up, bro.
Bro, I showed you because you know I got all of the church fathers. I got like 600 of their books and stuff. You know what I'm saying? And it
Yeah.
takes me a while to dig through them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because some of them are compiled like to the anti-Nicene fathers, and they got like 10 editions of them, right? And then they got their own little writings, their letters, and all of this. So it's like I gotta sift through all of this on my Logos Bible app. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I was asking you, what was their name? What was their names? Because I can try to search them real quick. But it's man, it's so much information that, man, they got so many writings.
It's too much, bro. That's why I was like, okay, well, at least he gave me a name that I could at least try to study and see who these people are. But I mean, even majority of the people that he was naming weren't the actual heretical group. They was actually warning them against the heretical group. So yeah. So I mean, that's literally nothing to even worry about. He was just misquoting his own source.
I mean, and I ain't gonna lie, like it's so much of them. I can barely even read all of them.
What's up?
How can you like prove that the groups are not going to be those groups and they're going to be talking about other groups?
I didn't understand that.
Like you said that it's not actually the groups themselves; it's warning about other groups. How do you like prove that?
Oh, because within the document, he's addressing those people. So he's letting them know to beware of these Gnostic groups, these heretical sects that are coming around in his beliefs. Like, for example, the Trallians, right, are from a church in Tralles. So he's warning them. Yeah, so he's warning them against the Docetists. Now, I'm not going to try to give you too much information on it because I just learned about this stuff as you brought it up. I just know that you misquoted your source because those people... He was warning them against heretical groups.
But why would he like take the time out of his day to like write to these groups if they're not significant? Like, why
Who
would
said they weren't significant?
Because you guys kept saying that
Christians.
they're not. No, because you guys kept saying that these people aren't like, you know, majority and they're not like.
No.
You're getting it mixed up. The heretical groups are not the majority. The people he's warning are Christians, fellow Christians that he's warning against the heretical group. You're the one. You're mixing up your own source.
So you're saying like when he's writing to the Trallians, the Magnesians, the Dolphins, he's not actually like the letters that he's not writing it to them. He's writing it to the Christians, and he's warning the Christians about them. Is that
the Trallians are the Christians.
No, I know. I'm saying,
but he's telling them beware of these groups that can come in.
So they weren't okay. So just you're saying that they weren't like heretical.
The Trallians themselves,
the ones that I addressed, the ones that I addressed, the ones that I addressed so far. I don't know about all the other names you're mentioning.
You know,
those are new to me.
You know, where I got all this information from. Do you know what AN is?
Oh Lord have mercy! No wonder why. No wonder why you misquoting your own sources, bro.
No, he speaks so fast. I don't know how you even realize what he's saying half the time.
No, I just naturally speak fast, but I mean, I don't.
No, I'm talking about AN.
Oh come on, AN's a W.
He speaks so fast that he could probably you listening to him and you thinking.
You know why he speaks fast? I asked him, why do you speak so fast? He said it's because you guys mute him a lot and he has to get all of his information out.
No, he did not. He's been doing that since before.
Yeah,
right.
Before we even knew who he was, bro.
No, dude, exactly. He's been doing that since forever.
Man, I love AM, bro. I can't lie.
I mean, that's cool. It's a Muslim. That's you're Muslim, bro. So why wouldn't you? You know what I mean? Y'all think y'all got good arguments, but I mean, well, let's get back into it though. So
sorry, hold up.
Yeah, let's get back into it, bro. So
he spit out a lot of information to try to get you mixed up. This is what I believe, because he spit out so much and he rapid fires these things that you can't keep track of all of the things. It's just a shotgun tactic to what he do.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Right. He said it's because he gets muted a lot, and if he doesn't speak fast, he's not gonna be able to finish his sentence.
No, that's a lie because I told him to stop speak.
Sorry,
bro. What? Bro, come on, bro.
I'm playing a game. I'm playing my bad.
He does that, and no, he's lying because I've told him multiple times, bro. Slow down, and you'll get the floor to speak. The problem is what Word said is true. He tries to sandwich in so much information, and then when you try to slow him down, like yo, he just start go faster and faster and faster and faster and faster, bro. He just don't stop talking. So the problem is that when y'all don't want to be interjected on and y'all just keep talking because I don't know, I feel like you guys are in a point where you're getting stuck and you don't want to be questioned. And for his side, I don't know what it is, but I've never been able to have a real fruitful conversation with him because he just talks too much and he talks too
I
fast.
think he's on Discord more now, so I don't know. Maybe TikTok is because like TikTok is more, like everyone's like clipping and everyone's like railing at each other. So I think it's not like a fruitful discussion.
Yeah, well, all right, cool. So, all right, so we'll go back to the initial discussion since I
Yeah.
wanted to continue the crucifixion since I feel like it got flushed out all the way.
Okay.
Now, so you guys aren't using these heretical groups, and I'm calling them heretical because if they go against the original narrative of Christ, they're a heretical group. So if they're not saying Jesus was crucified for whatever reason, it's a heretical group. You don't have to believe that.
I'm gonna reiterate my point. Like what I was saying is like when the Quran says that they were in speculation, right? And that there were like different groups and a lot of them disbelieved and only like a minority of them actually like were upholding the teachings, right? So I'm just saying like I'm not a Christian, right? So when I see like when I look at these people that, some of them didn't believe he was crucified and a lot of them I could say didn't believe he was actually crucified. I'm just making I'm not saying like if they're heretical, they're not heretical, who's there. I'm just saying like I feel like I'm kind of justified to believe, well, maybe he wasn't crucified.
Can I make a point real quick?
That's a problem though. The maybe. Go ahead, Word. But I'm saying the maybe is the problem right there.
Yeah.
We're not asking for a maybe.
But the thing is, he said that in this Quran it says that a
you get where I'm
fraction
coming from?
of hold on. I'm on YouTube, Just Austin. I'm on YouTube. That a fraction of them actually held to the actual belief. But if you think that that so many of these other ones that he wasn't crucified for whatever reason, right? Then the smaller fraction would be the ones that thought he was crucified.
You're saying the smaller you're saying according to like what though?
According to what you just said, that your Quran says that a small fraction of them actually held to the correct belief. But if you see
hold on real quick. Guys, if there's a lag, Word is still live. So just go to YouTube, go to his channel.
What you said? What? If there's a what?
Yeah.
There's a lag.
It's a lag going on.
We're not going to experience it on stage though.
Right.
Yeah. So we have heretical groups like the Docetists, the Ebionites. You know what I'm saying? All of these. Yeah. Well, if all of these other groups don't know exactly, because according to your Quran, they're in differentiation between whether they believe that he was or not, right? So if it was one group that actually held to the true belief, if that's not the ones that actually believed he was crucified, then who was it? That's what we're trying to get to. Who was these people that believed Jesus had a physical body, but he wasn't crucified?
Like externally to Islam?
Yeah.
Yeah,
in the first century.
Yeah, we want you guys to provide valid information, not people who differ from each other with the theological bias to what they're doing, and their documents derive from the 2nd century. Their documents don't even date past the first. Their documents
can we at least
date
agree
from the
that there
2nd
were?
century.
Can we agree? Can we agree that there were people who did deny the crucifix? Like as like my first premise.
Well, according to the church fathers, I mean, we're not going to deny that.
So there are so we know that in history there were people who denied crucifix. So Muslims aren't just coming randomly after like 2,000 years and saying, "Hey guys, by the way."
Nobody makes that claim. Before I knew about these heretical groups, bro, I used to make that claim. I used to say that didn't nobody ever say that except for Muhammad. Then when I found out people did say it, but I found out these were heretical groups who were far removed from the event, weren't eyewitnesses. That made my understanding of Muhammad being a false prophet even stronger.
You're saying that it doesn't matter if they said he wasn't crucified, because as long as we don't have any like chain of narration basically going back to Jesus, all of it, you can just throw it out the bus. Is that like
but you got to realize why they said he wasn't crucified. That matters.
No, I'm not challenging that.
I know,
that's
but
fine.
I'm just saying that's why they said he wasn't crucified, because they don't believe he had a real physical body.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I'm not like challenging that.
So if the Quran is asserting that these people held the correct belief that he wasn't crucified, it was only made to appear so, then it imports that, okay, then do y'all believe, or did Allah believe that he didn't have a physical body? No. So these group of people will still be heretical even to your beliefs, even to Islam.
Right,
these
the
people
point isn't
will
to
be
prove,
heretical.
So the point isn't to like prove they're Muslims, obviously.
No,
That
I'm
would be,
not
like,
saying they're Muslims. I'm just saying
No, no, I know.
As far as you can claim that 4157, right, is
Yeah.
actually true, well, you're going to have to get another group of people, right? Because these people are still heretical to even to your beliefs, because y'all believe that he was born of a virgin and he did have a physical body.
Yeah. Okay.
That's what we're saying.
Right.
It's detrimental to even to your belief to try to hold to them, because they don't even
You're
believe
saying the
like
biblical
Muslims.
account.
They're
you're saying
heretical, not even from our side, but also from your side. So it's like a wash. They're a wash.
Okay, so you're saying the biblical account should be more reliable than based off of these facts.
Based off of someone that have a theological belief that he didn't have a physical body. Yes, because we
Okay.
know that's garbage.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah, and
So
it's
we're talking-
it's a theological, and it's not only just a theological belief, it also goes into the category as a theological bias, especially when you can't put all of these groups together and put them in unison with each other because they all had different beliefs. That's differing from
Okay.
what we have in our gospels, which they're all in unison about the situation that took place.
And just so we're clear, like one of your points, Life, is that like part of the reason, you're not saying it's the only reason, but part of the reason is because there's no chain of narration. You don't know if they were actually disciples and whatnot, right? So I'm clear on that.
Yeah, that goes hand in hand as well too, meaning these are disintegrated people, right? They're disappearing people. These groups don't even exist anymore. Like you don't have any Christians to this day running around
Right, yeah.
reiterating any of this stuff, right? So
Right.
these are heretical groups that died out. Also too, it obviously was not the main theme of Christianity, especially since it did not flourish and it wasn't the dominating force in which made Christianity grow. And also, when we get into it right now, you're going to have a problem with explaining why in the world did his disciples go to their untimely death for agreeing with the fact that Jesus was crucified, and why did his later followers also do the same thing all over the place. This was happening in Turkey. This was happening in Rome. This was happening in areas where Paul was traveling. Christianity was literally illegal. They weren't denying Christianity on the basis that he wasn't crucified.
I don't get that argument though. Like if I told you, if I just flipped it on you and say, yeah, well, like there's Muslims who are going to be like unaliving themselves, or not unaliving themselves, like, you know, being unalived for their faith. Like, do we just stare at each other now? Like, I don't get how like that works.
No. So the argument isn't, oh, that's what makes it true. I'm saying the argument is, if you're going to say that this was the early belief system, well, then why do you not have his disciples corroborating this message? His disciples were saying the opposite, as well as his followers, and they were being unalived for this. So it's not just the fact that they were being unalived for it, because of course we've had people be unalived for a lie before, but I'm not saying that. I'm using this as a counter argument to your saying this is another Christian group or a Christian sect, right? Where this was the actual belief. When you guys say this is the actual belief, you guys are running yourself into a wall, because now you have to substantiate how this is the actual belief, and you need to provide solid evidence all across the board. And you just can't do it. You can't go to the first century and prove that this was the valid belief system. These guys are heretics, and the people who are telling you they're heretics are our church fathers.
And can I make a quick point, Magneto? Because I know that, you know, y'all like to stand on the fact that these gospel writers are anonymous, right?
Yeah.
But they're only anonymous to secular, you know what I'm saying, to secular people, to secular scholarship. And we do hold to our church fathers, because we do, whether you like it or not, we do have some type of succession, pass these things down within the folds of the church, right? But the thing is, I don't know if you can hear me.
I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah. But the thing is, I always ask this question to Muslims. Can an anonymous source give out correct information?
I mean, yeah, it wouldn't be like for example, an anonymous source can give out information that's correct, but that's not like the issue. The issue would just be like, how do we trust that source? How do we know that that source is like, you know, actually telling
if the information is found to be correct?
Right. You see it's correct information, and then also other outside sources corroborate this anonymous source. Like that's why we appeal to history, you know, Josephus, Pliny the Younger, these other
Well,
historians
I'm asking this.
that actually, well, Tacitus, you know what I mean. It's credible because just like you know, a more modern day example, you know, someone call a hotline to the police and be like, hey, they're doing this in this house over here. You know, they're doing these illegal activities in this house. And they'd be like, well, who is this? Being they don't leave no name, but they go and
Right.
lead and check it out. It's true.
Let me ask you this though, like, let me ask you this,
So-
like, for the anonymous authors, right? If there are anonymous authors, why would you, like, let's say it is an anonymous author, why would you trust it? Like, what is your reason for trusting it besides faith? Like, without having to resort back to like the Bible, like, why would you trust it?
I just gave it to you because we have other sources outside, extra biblical sources outside of the Bible that attest to these anonymous sources. This is why we believe. We don't believe the Bible just because the Bible says is what it says. It's because we have external sources outside of the Bible that backs up what the Bible says.
So can you give me like an external source to like Jesus's his resurrection, for him like coming back from the resurrection?
Well, this is now you're breaching upon a theological claim, right? Now you're bringing on something theological. The only thing that I can give you, as far as the resurrection, is the best possible outcome of the said resurrection. There was an empty tomb, right? Even historians believe this. The tomb was empty. They knew where he was buried at. The disciples believed in all of their heart that they saw him rise from the dead, and they went to their deaths, you know, believing this, right? And there's no other logical explanation of why the tomb was empty.
No other logical?
No.
Wait, there's no other logical explanation?
No, there's no other logical explanation of why the tomb was empty.
How do you know someone didn't like I don't know, steal his body? How do you know that?
Yeah,
someone
but I
did?
mean that's going into the realm of conspiracy theories, bro. Like we're not like I mean you can assert that, but the documented history is already on the table.
But
so,
it's not external though. It's to do with
it is external. So for example, let me give you an example. The Romans crucified Jesus, right? According to a Muslim, you wouldn't know that because you'll think it's the Jews.
The Romans had guards outside of the tomb as well. But go ahead, like.
In history states that the Romans crucified Christ outside of your Quran. Can we agree on that, Amor?
Can you repeat that one more time? Sorry.
Like outside of your Quran, right? Because I mean, just Quranically, you'd most likely think it was the Jews, but historically, the Romans crucified Jesus, right?
I mean, I would go by like the Quran, what the Quran has to say.
Okay, well, okay.
Are you saying
but I think this is the problem. I mean, who crucified Jesus?
I don't believe he was. I don't believe he was. Are you saying hypothetically? Like,
just according to the history, just hypothetically, however you want to put it.
Who was like his?
Okay, so here I'll just make my case.
That's fine.
I know it's gonna be.
No, life. It's fine. It's fine. You can make your point. It's fine.
Yeah. I'll just make my case because I know it's gonna be a little back and forth about you believing or knowing this historical information. Yes. The history that we have, which is the reason why the historians agree that Jesus was actually crucified. There was a man by the name of Jesus who actually was crucified. Isn't just solely dependent on the Gospels. You literally have the Romans who were the ones who crucified him, bro. Jesus was crucified under Pontius Pilate. Okay? So if Jesus was crucified under Pontius Pilate, then we would know that would be pertaining to Roman history.
Can you give me a chain of narration going back to that? Just so we can apply the same standard that you did to us.
What?
Y'all think that everything relies on a chain of narration?
No, forget the chain.
That's not Magneto.
I'm confused.
That's not
Can you give me a chain of narration that go back to the heretical groups you quote?
That's not even historical.
No,
that's not how history works.
No, but do you see how I'm just applying the same standard that you did for me?
No,
I'm just
Magneto.
saying.
No one's applying that standard to you. What we were doing was we were showing that you guys aren't consistent with what you believe and what you say to us. We're actually okay with everybody evaluating historical claims. You guys don't do that. You guys just reject the historical claims and then assert that because your Quran says something in one verse, that therefore it automatically becomes true because in your head you've made it from God. What we're doing now is we're going to history outside of the biblical narrative. So we don't have to do all of that hoopla and chain of narration and this. We don't have to do that. Now we're getting into the realm of now I need to validate a specific streamlined chain all the way back to Cornelius Tacitus in order to make my point about Roman history, which is now we're just like, okay, now what are we doing now, bro? Like if the history isn't documented, history isn't documented the way that you guys want it, it's all of a sudden rejected. Well, if that's the case, then I mean, you might as well not believe anything in history, bro.
No, I'm just saying like Christians have the same problem because it just falls into circular reasoning again.
No, we
I'm
don't.
not using circular reasoning.
Circular reasoning will be if he's going back to the, hold on, Magneto.
So like the resurrection.
Bro,
Magneto.
this is embarrassing. This is embarrassing, bro.
Resurrection, even words that
no, listen.
I'm not using
circular reason if he's going back to the Bible. Reason. Circular reason if he was going back to the Bible. My Bible says this, so I believe it. My Bible says that's circular reasoning. Once you bring in something external of the Bible, then you have circumstantial evidence or to back up what he believes.
This is Amar. This is the same reason why any real historian, even the favorite one you guys quote that left Christianity and started.
I've never quoted Bar.
I'm not. When I say you guys, I don't mean you. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? But the guy you guys love. He even understands that the historical method accurately applies to the death of Jesus Christ. This is the reason
authoritative on me though.
We know
Amar,
that,
Amar,
bro.
pay attention. Amar, pay attention.
All right.
I understand that you as a Muslim are going to believe that anything that shakes your Muslim narrative or your Quranic narrative is going to be unauthoritative to you unless you get that information the way that you like it. I am just letting you know that valid PhD scholars, leading scholars in history, validate that this man Jesus Christ was actually crucified. This is what you would get from a leading historical scholar that does their proper research on Jesus Christ. They are not going to look at Cornelius Tacitus' work and then have somebody breathing over their shoulder and saying, can you give me a chain of narration that dates back to Cornelius Tacitus? Yeah. They're not going to, that's not how it works, bro. So what I'm saying here is this. I'm going to read some stuff about Cornelius Tacitus, right? This is from Peter J. Williams, a PhD scholar who gives us information about Cornelius Tacitus. This is outside of the Bible, but I also will corroborate information within the Bible to show you how this works. So now, and this gives the Bible more validity, regardless of what you guys want to reject about what was written. Now, Cornelius Tacitus was a Roman senator, right? So he wrote multiple books, but one of the most famous ones that we use is the Annals, and this is an Annals, Annals, the Annals. Now, in this book, he documents early Christianity. He describes the fire from Nero, the one he claims that Nero started a fire and then blamed the Christians on it. Yep, and then start burning them up and all that. He calls Christianity a disease. He notes Christianity started in Judea. He notes how Christians got their name. This is all outside of Christianity, while at the same time, this man could care less about Christianity. He's just documenting Roman history. And it just so happens that Christianity spilled over into Roman history. So now, I just gave you a couple of points, and now we're going to go through some of them a little bit, right? Pilate mentions that the leader of the Christians was executed under Pontius Pilate. The Bible also agrees with this narrative, right? Jesus was crucified under Pontius Pilate. You can clearly see in the Bible Jesus having dealings with the Romans and etc. and going to trial and then ultimately ended up being crucified, right? Now we can know that this shows there's no bias for this man to be held, because he literally in his document, he utters that Christianity was a disease, and he's literally documenting how Christians were getting thrown to dogs and being crucified and burned at the stake on behalf of believing in Christianity. Mentions that the city needed to rid itself of this disease. So he's not doing this on the basis of trying to help Christianity flow. He's just letting you know what's happening in his area and in his time period and before, and what was taking place before as well too. So now, one thing that you got to understand, which is very important, is that Tacitus says that the Christians got their name from the crowd. Which is funny is that if you go to Acts chapter 11, verses 26, you can literally see it says this. And when he found him, he brought him to Antioch.
Yeah, I don't mean to pause you, but real quick, I don't mean to pause you. Can we bring up Ibn Ali so it's like a 2-on-2? Is that cool?
Yeah, but he's got to know how to control himself, though. He's
not I don't see him in the guest.
We're having a decent conversation, bro. We're not finna.
No, he's not going to tell you just because, like, I think it's more fair that way, you know.
For sure, yeah, because I mean we're getting to the point of where you guys are asking where I make my point. But when Ibn Ali comes up, he's gonna have to flush out what we ended at on that last live.
Right.
So
he's not in the guest request.
Okay. He says he's gonna doing something.
Yeah, he says he's gonna come up.
Yeah, Life, you can go.
All right, cool. So I'm gonna give you a couple of connecting points. So one connecting point is that Cornelius Tacitus records. Right, and you got to remember, this is a non-biased recording. He's just recording Roman history. Cornelius Tacitus records how the Christians got their names. And he says that it came from the crowd. Now, you know what's funny is that when you go to Acts chapter 11, verse 26, written by Luke, what does he say? And when he found him, he brought him to Antioch. So for a year, Barnabas and Saul met with the church and taught great numbers of people. Watch this. The disciples were called Christians first at Antioch. So here we have corroborating information and evidence that we can know that one, even if we say, oh, whatever, we don't trust the Bible. I mean, how do you make sense of these two documents having corroborating information? One is coming from someone who can care less about Christianity, and the other one is coming from someone who's trying to document the Christianity. These guys weren't sitting down together writing these books together. Luke was not sitting with Cornelius Tacitus writing this stuff together. Yeah. He's doing his own thing. So that's point one. Point two is you can also see clearly in Acts 26, verse 28, King Agrippa questions Paul. And he's questioning Paul because Paul is running around, he got arrested and stuff, and he's trying to spread Christianity. And so Agrippa questions him about persuading him to be a Christian. And Paul says, and this is going to tie into the last verse, but Paul replied, he says, in a short time, I pray to God that not only you, but all who are listening to me today may become what I am, except for these chains. Because he was arrested at this time. And he was still spreading Christianity. So here you see, we literally have information about Paul and his dealings and his travelings and his the spreading of Christianity. And this is all coming around the uprise of the spread of Christianity when this took place. This is coming from both sources because Cornelius Tacitus also records the spreading of Christianity. Now, the reason why I read Acts 26 is because Paul is part of that reason. Paul is part of that problem of the spreading of Christianity because this is what he was doing and it was growing like rapid.
He's here, by the way. Just letting you know.
All right, yeah. And the last connecting point, the last but not final connecting point is we also have Cornelius Tacitus, and I can also do this with Pliny the Younger too, but we'll just deal with Cornelius Tacitus for right now. Cornelius Tacitus literally details the antagonization of the Christians, and like I said, them being burned and unalived under Emperor Nero, AD 64, bro. AD 64. You got to think about that. Jesus left this earth 33. AD 64. This is what was taking place about the Christians because of what they believed in regards to Jesus Christ. And if they were found in this belief system, they would be burned, fed to the dogs, and etc. And so that's where you get right? This is where you get now we can go to First Peter, and we can literally see the header of it says suffering for being a Christian, verse 12 through 18, and I'll just read verse 16.
Okay.
It says, however, if you suffer as a Christian, do not be ashamed. Do not be ashamed, but praise God that you bear that name. So here we can see within the Gospels, we have a clear addressing of pure suffering of Christians. And we also have within the Roman documents where the guy is just documenting history, you can see where he's making a connection. And these guys are not sitting down together writing this stuff. So the fact that you have a Roman historian information that is aligning with the biblical information that's taking place speaks volumes to the validity of our claims that Jesus Christ was crucified. And after this, the spread of Christianity spread like wildfire. Now, that's just 3 points. Watch when we get to Pliny the Younger. It gets even worse.
And I'll let you go, Magneto, but I want to read you something too about the First Corinthians, because First Corinthians is one of the earliest books about Christianity too, and we'll see what scholars say about it. But go ahead. You wanted to reply to.
No, I mean, like, Life gave like a lot of sources, so I want to go look it up myself and like look into it. I don't want to just respond right now.
Okay, I got this book by First Corinthians by James D.G. Dunn. I know you heard of him, right? This is I'll start right here. It says we can be more confident over these preliminary matters than with almost any other ancient writing from this period. So First Corinthians is the most attested to writing from the first century. It says the New Testament or otherwise. So even within our own corpus of the New Testament, First Corinthians is the most attested to writings. From and it's from Paul. It's one of the earliest. For example, First Corinthians has the kind of attestation of which most students of ancient texts can only dream. One of the earliest post-New Testament writings, right? First Clement, usually dated to the late first century, is addressed to the same church and explicitly calls upon the readers to take up the epistle of the blessed Paul, the apostle. With true inspiration, he charged you concerning himself and Cephas and Apollos, because even then you made yourselves partisans, right? The reference to First Corinthians is beyond dispute. To have such a clear cross-reference within about 40 years of the first letter is highly unusual. So firmly is First Corinthians linked to Paul that even if we did not have the account in Acts, we would have to assume that the Paul of the First Corinthians was the founder of the church in Corinth. Moreover, the degree of correlation between the letter itself and the account in Acts of Paul's dealings with the church in Corinth is sufficient to establish our confidence in the Acts account. So not only because First Corinthians is so early and such attested to, now you have to bring in the whole account in Acts, because First Corinthians builds off of Acts. Right, and then it tells you about not only does Acts confirm that Paul was the co-founder of the Corinth church, but it confirms also the subsequent important role of Apollos in the development of the church. Right, at all events, we can draw in Acts to fill the background to First Corinthians with greater confidence than often is the case. Right, this is important, particularly as regards to the date of the letter. For two of the firmest dates used to plot the course of Paul's mission are derived from the Acts account of Paul's mission in Corinth. And then they go on and tell you about the emperor, the Claudius, and
right. So you're showing like corroborating.
Yeah. So just because Corinthians is so attested to and so prominent, right, and so early, it also validates Acts. And what happened in Acts is, we know what happened in Acts. If you read, I know you probably read Acts before, the history of the church.
So. Yeah.
So like it's reasons why we believe what we believe. We don't believe just because it's our church fathers said. These are historians that attest to the early accounts of what true Christianity was and how we believed and how it came about. You know
Yeah,
what I'm
the
saying?
Bible is documenting history
This is
as well,
history.
bro. It's not, yeah, it's not just, just pure, oh, we believe it because it's from God, bro. Like, we got history out here, bro. We got corroborating historical evidence as well, too, outside of this book. And how can you deny that? Like, you gotta be the biggest conspiracy theorist to try to come up with an idea of how these men wrote the same historical things that were happening at the same time
And being enemies
and
of each other.
being
I have a
enemies
quote.
of each other. You know what I'm saying?
I have
Like,
a
come on
quote.
now.
I mean, I have a quote I want to read to you guys. It's from Bart Ehrman about specifically this topic. He says that, I just want your opinion on this. It's his book, The Triumph of Christianity, page 97. He says that the New Testament texts that discuss the issue show that, he's talking about the crucifixion, show that it was not such a simple affair, and that Paul's view was not universally accepted or even widely accepted. He says that the account of the conference that met to decide this issue in Jerusalem, partway through Paul's missionary activities among the Gentiles, Acts 15, he quotes Acts 15, and he's saying that Paul's own letters, they indicate that there were outspoken, sincere, and active Christian leaders who disagreed with him on this score and considered Paul's views to be like a corruption of the true message of Jesus. Like, what do you guys think about that?
Yeah, Paul was, if you read it, Paul, he was arguing against heretics. It's the same as the church fathers. Part of Corinthians were actual heretics that Paul and even John, because the first John and all of these accounts, they're arguing against heretics of that time. We never disputed that there was heretics believing certain things, right? We never disputed that. So that's more of a attestation to on our part, if you really believe, because that means that the church fathers was also in line with history, because Paul, of course, we see Corinthians and stuff like that, is the earliest and the most attested to book, and we see him arguing against heretics in it. Then the church fathers actually got the correct message, and they was actually in line with history to go against these heretics.
Heretics, pagans, all type of people.
Yeah,
Paul
went through. Yeah, Paul was out there.
He was out there. He wasn't playing around, man.
Even his own Jewish brothers. He went to synagogues after. Like, if you read Acts 22 through 25 and stuff like that, Paul is going into synagogues and he's arguing with Jewish like rabbis and stuff like that. He was everywhere.
By the way, is this recorded so I can like go back and see what you quoted?
On Words YouTube, yeah.
It's on my YouTube channel.
Okay.
So what I was quoting is the First Corinthians. It's called First Corinthians by James D.G. Dunn. It's a study guide.
No, I know that. I was saying like Life also quoted a lot of things I don't think I'm gonna remember like everything he said. So
I'll send it to you because I have like a paper for you like to read on this afterwards. This whole
I'm gonna go play The Last of Us. Thanks guys for the discussion.
All right, Magneto.
Yeah, it's good.
So yeah,
what you saying?
I just want to respond to one. Yeah, it's like this whole point, like the historicity of how that it all aligns with like the idea of the crucifixion. The Quran agrees with that. It clearly says it was meant to appear so. So the historical narrative being he was crucified, that wouldn't necessarily disagree with the Quran. My entire point and my entire argument was that there's early groups that didn't believe in this. That was my entire point, to show that this crucifixion isn't as set in stone as Christians like make it out to believe. Because there's early groups, early in like the Christians and like first, second century, who didn't believe this, and this is such as like a cornerstone of like the Christian belief that he died and resurrected for your sins.
Well, we have two problems here with what you said. The two problems that we have here is that if you're gonna come back to the first century and then kind of pick apart what's happening within the Gospels and the documents that are taking place outside of the Gospels as well too, I don't think that it's fair for you to come with the it was made to appear so narrative. I think that's where you fail. You're gonna fail because here's the reason. You're gonna fail because essentially what you're saying is everybody was right, but they were really wrong. They were like right, but in the wrong way. And that's not fair to the conversation, because I can give you a load of information. Like, dude, if you look at my screen, and see how much research I've done on this on outside non-Christian sources and also within the Gospels and the connections, because I've been doing that over the past week, and there's so much, bro. And
Yeah, like,
so,
we
but
can get into this because like especially I have a friend. I invited him to the live, but I don't know if he's awake. Me and him have went through this, and like we've systematically went through them. We went through Pliny the Younger. We went through like a lot of the Christian sources, Josephus, Tacitus, like a lot of the Christian sources that people go to.
well, so what do you
Extra biblical. Sorry.
what do you think about Pliny the Younger documenting that the pagan stores were drying up because Christians were flooding the markets?
Yeah,
and not buying anything, not going to the temples anymore, and everything. What do you think about that?
That's fine. I would like to start on Tacitus because I'm much better with him than Pliny the Younger. Tacitus, I mean, this whole idea. Tacitus is born like nearly 15 years after the crucifixion. He's born 53 A.D. and his whole thing. He's going by the narratives which is around, which goes with what the Qur'an said. Like the Jews were boasting about how they crucified the Messiah and how the narrative was that it was made to appear so to them. This wouldn't like disagree with what the Qur'an says.
Yeah, but he doesn't document it was made to appear so. Why not?
Yeah, I mean, because they wouldn't know. If they knew, then that would defeat the whole purpose.
Well, hold on. That doesn't
help you at all, though.
Yeah, for real, because within your tafsir, you have the guys trying to explain what took place, and they were saying that the disciples were. I know that's scholarly speculation, but you see, that's the problem.
Evidence.
I know you don't have any evidence for the claim, so that's why I said you can't come up here because here's the thing: did Jesus talk to people?
Yeah,
did Jesus speak? But see, that's what I'm saying, Ali.
I'm trying to respond to your point without cutting you off.
Ali, you gotta.
Jumping.
All right, well, here, how about this? I'm gonna just make my point on why what you said is invalid. So notice this: if you're not gonna walk with me with your tafsir guys who try to explain that there were people who knew that it wasn't Jesus, well, then I don't know what else to tell you. If you just want to use the Quran where it's just left vague and it says the Jews boasted that they crucified the Messiah, which is also false because the Jews didn't do it, the Romans did it. And then also, if you want to go with the narrative that it was made to appear so, with also no real understanding of that could mean anything. It could have meant it was Jesus, but it was a fake Jesus, or it could have meant it was a person and that person was made to look like Jesus. It could also mean that it could also mean that there was a separate body where Jesus, Allah made a clone of Jesus and just put Jesus on there. The problem is that point there destroys you because you are the one in conjecture. You don't know, because when you come back to our history, we're not saying it was made to appear. So we're not saying that. We're telling you, yes, it actually happened. This is what happened before. This is what happened during, and this is what happened after. And we also have corroborating evidence outside to prove that point. You are just saying, well, my Quran says it was made to appear so. Therefore, everybody who says Jesus Christ was crucified automatically becomes right, but I'm going to dissect how they were wrong anyway. You see how that doesn't work?
It does work. Like, that's just you not accurately critique my position. You're just saying, oh, your position is like it's too coherent, so I just don't want to attack it at all.
What?
Like,
let me ask you a clarifying. Wait. I have to ask this.
What is this, bro? Like, I can't ever finish.
I thought you was finished, bro.
I respond to one, and you jump
Dude,
on
you
that.
literally
and divert.
sound like you were done.
I was mid-sentence. How was I done? Both of you jumped on while I was mid-sentence.
I'm not even going to debate this yet. I'll write it down. I promise you. I'm sitting here with pen and paper.
Cool.
Listen.
So
listen. I told you I'm not going to debate. I just want to know. Did Jesus tell anybody that he wasn't going to be crucified and it was made to appear so?
Yeah, the Quran doesn't tell us, so we don't make a claim on that.
So you don't know. Okay. All right.
Yeah, the shocker. Quran doesn't tell us. So like,
I'm gonna let him respond, and then I'm gonna ask him a question.
Yeah. So you going to what, like, scholarly speculation, which there's no evidence to support them nor negate them. Like that you going to that and critiquing that. 1 second. You going to that and critiquing that is just the epitome of disingenuous. Like, you're saying,
because
these scholars guess.
Evidence.
1 second. You say these scholars guess about what happened. So therefore, I'm gonna critique that. Because you're
historically, did Jesus tell anyone he would be unalived?
According to you guys, which is ahistorical, yes, but like,
what do you mean ahistorical?
You don't word. It's fine. Word. He doesn't have to.
This is what I'm saying.
He doesn't have to accept it. I just want to pinpoint this, and then word, you got it. Notice what just happened here, guys, because sometimes we're wasting our time even arguing. No, everybody notice what just took place.
I've been trying to get you to
I
address
asked him,
the anonymity.
Ali, come on, Ali, come
Go
on.
ahead.
Notice what just happened, guys. I asked him a simple question. Did Jesus tell anyone he wouldn't be crucified or he would be body swapped? He said, we don't know. Now, notice this, guys. He didn't want me to use tafsir because if you go into Ibn Kathir is actually saying yes to this question. He's actually saying Jesus asked someone to be crucified for him, and he was with 12 to 17 of his disciples. So people were there, and Jesus asked some of them to be crucified for him, and it was a young boy who actually was the one who raised his hand multiple times and then ended up being that guy. But he doesn't want to use that, so that's fine.
Yeah, because it's not like something.
Ibn Ali, it's fine. It's fine. It's
like
fine.
No, because you bringing that up is still disingenuous.
Ali, fine. No, it's not disingenuous.
It is, and I'll tell you how. Because the Quran makes the claim very
I'm not
clear.
done speaking.
You're going
bro.
to speculation.
You can speak after, bro. I'm not done, bro.
Yeah, but you're rambling. Come on, man. Get
All right.
to it.
Well, how did you even get on my stage, bro? You're not even welcome here.
This is actually crazy. You can't critique my position, so you go to speculation.
You don't like any no my bad.
No,
I thought
like
you.
it.
I thought you.
He said something weird last time, bro. He ain't really say nothing bad. He just said something weird.
Oh,
I don't even want to go back and forth with him about it. But so, bro, I'm directly critiquing your point. I don't know how you don't see it, and please just let me finish. I am critiquing your point by if you let me finish, you would see I'm pointing out that notice when we try to get intricate details about Jesus and what he said and did surrounding this event that took place, you are the one that's going to have a problem because you're going to make Jesus seem like a guy who just walked around, preached and taught to his people, and then vanished out of nowhere and nobody knows what happened and why. When in our book, Jesus is walking around preaching this would happen to him, showing people the way, showing people he is the way, the truth, and the life, and no one can get to the Father except through him, telling people that we can receive eternal salvation through him. He is the sacrificial lamb. This thing takes place. He resurrects like he said he was going to. We have historical information that documents that. You guys just reject it. But we also have historical information outside that attests to Jesus actually being crucified, not a lookalike. And all you have is the Qur'an verse. And notice how you are lacking in detail on what's taking place, but you're critiquing. Hold on, I'm almost done right here. Two seconds. But you are the one here critiquing all of the evidence given to you while presenting none because you don't have any.
Yeah, again, we don't need to have any. We don't claim to have any. This is not an argument. You saying
what?
They don't need to have any. See,
then what are we doing here, Ali?
Yeah, we don't need to have like.
What are you doing here, Ali?
Saying, oh, this is step by step what's going to happen in the Quran because the Quran isn't a gospel of Jesus. It doesn't claim to be number one. You Christians making this argument saying, oh, we have such a detailed account. Get detailed account me.
Did he get a call? I'm dying to ask him a question too.
No, you got it. I knew he was gonna say that. That's why I had to drive him here.
They don't need no evidence.
I knew it. And he said I'm not critiquing his point because you don't have one. You're admitting you're not presenting any evidence. He literally just admitted it.
Your girl,
I don't have any
Saku
evidence.
is back.
Oh, Saku.
Yeah.
Anyways, you guys making this argument of saying like, oh, our gospels are so detailed, which means nothing unless you can actually prove it as it to be reliable. Like this entire argument saying our gospels say this, and that. So you don't care whether or not historical, like heretical gospels are very detailed or not because they're false. And again, this is why I wanted you to apply the same criteria because look, when we did the same thing you did to us with Tacit, you said, oh, well, it's a historical claim. We don't need a chain of narration. But when you try to do the same thing with the heretical gospels and their beliefs. But when we do it to yours, we find out quickly your gospels are anonymous by that standard and that there's no chain of narration back to Jesus.
Okay.
But then you don't want to debate that.
Ibn Ali, this is why. So if, like I asked your boy that just left, do anonymity implies that it's wrong?
In this case, yes, because
Hold on.
your
So
Gospels.
an
And I
anonymous.
clarify.
Hold on, Ibn Ali.
Oh my God!
Hold on. I'm
Like
trying to.
you
I'm
guys are
trying
gonna
to
take half
clarify. I'm trying
answers.
to clarify.
Let
Just
me
because
clarify my
something.
answers because you guys are
Hold
gonna
on.
take half answers and misconstrue my point, which you guys have
Let me
consistently done.
repeat my question more clear. Can an anonymous source give out correct information?
Okay, yeah, that's a different question. Sure,
That
yeah,
is the
anonymous
same. That's the
sources.
same question. I just
No, it
rephrased
isn't.
it.
You said
Yes.
one
Just
second.
answer yes.
Okay, thank you.
It's a trick question. It's a trick question.
It's not a trick question.
They did it to me last time.
It's not a trick question.
By the way, I never even got to say. Can I say hi, guys?
How you
We
doing,
spoke last
Saku?
time.
Good to see you again.
Yeah.
So this is this is Ibn Ali.
We're back at it again.
The word. Let me like. Can I fully respond? Like yeah, so those are different questions. Number one, because anonymous sources, yes, they are, and I'll tell you why. Anonymous sources can give out correct information, but the reason you trust and believe in your books, which are anonymous, is because of the authorship. You believe because John the disciple, John the beloved, Matthew the tax collector, the disciple of Jesus, Mark the disciple of Peter,
Right, witness statements, proof, stuff like that. Same in the law of court.
You believe because these are eyewitnesses that they are authoritative. Therefore, if they are anonymous, they aren't reliable, but and they aren't like we shouldn't take from them. But can unreliable anonymous sources contain correct information? Yes, even the heretical gospels contain some truth within them. Like doesn't mean we take them as an entirety.
Ibn Ali, this is how I know you don't listen to Christians when we speak. Not the reason why we don't believe in the soul's gospels solely is because of who wrote them. We believe that there's also evidence. Hold on, Saku. We believe that there's sufficient evidence outside of our Bible that actually confirms what they says, right? Because we don't buy just because we see a Gospel of Thomas or these heretical or Gnostic sources just because they attach a name of a said disciple onto them. We still reject them. So it's not about who actually wrote it.
That's interesting.
It's about the evidence. It's about the evidence outside of who wrote them that actually props up what these people wrote.
That's not what your church will say.
What are you talking about?
I have a question about what he just said. I have a question about what he just said. So when you say that, do you mean like so besides the evidence, you mean like they have like a like they have a good reputation in society prior to you receiving
narrations like
what do they mean by that?
He means the content within is backed up by other sources. But no, that's not what your church fathers say. For example, when Irenaeus is naming the Gospels in book 1, book 3.
That's because he knew them. We're talking about. Hold on, Ibn Ali.
We'll get to that. We'll get to that
Ibn
as well.
Hold on.
Bro, are you guys
hold
like, okay, yeah, I'm done having this
No,
conversation. You guys are incapable of letting me finish the
You're
sentence.
not framing what I said correctly.
Cowardice, honestly.
You're not framing what I said. Oh, now he want to run because he's not framing what I said correctly.
Bro, I don't.
The closer they were to him, they knew. The closer they was to the people, they knew who these people was. That's not what I was doing. I'm talking about why I believe in it. Hold on, Saku. That's talking about why I believe in it, because we have these sources that's contemporaneous to that time period that backs up not only what the gospel says, but also what the church father says. The reason why the church fathers believe it is something totally different from why I believe it.
Right. And then like I said, I mean, that is the most calmest conversation I've ever had with Ibn Ali, and he still was complaining. It shows that it's not us, it's him. He has an issue with being with his statements being interjected upon and being checked. You Ibn Ali, notice this. In your own statements out of your own mouth, you admitted that you as a Muslim don't need evidence. And yet you want the floor to speak more than everybody to critique all the evidence that we're providing. I mean, look, if you want to put us in the same boat as you, as someone who doesn't have evidence for the claims that their book makes, then that's on you. This is not what we're going to do on this stage. We're going to provide evidence that we accept, and we're going to talk about it. If you don't have any evidence that you accept outside of your Quran, then just say that so we can move on. That's
Right.
the point of the live stream, bro. We're not here for you to try to pull us down with you. That's the problem with Muslims, because I know what he was trying to do. He was trying to say, oh, well, you guys are just using these people because you believe that they're telling you the truth. And we're constantly telling you, no, that's not why we do it. Word even told you that over and over before you even said it again. So what you're trying to do is you're trying to be like a crab in a barrel, bro. You're trying to pull us down with you when we're trying to get out of the bucket and say, bro, we have evidence. And you don't want to be in that bucket alone. You don't want to be in that bucket of having no evidence alone. So you keep trying to make the case that we're just like you. That's the problem with Islam. You guys are all whataboutism and no facts.
Right. And the thing is, this is the thing. I actually wanted to have a deeper conversation with him, because just because 4157 says it was made to appear so, that's no explanatory power in that. There's no reason why we should believe it was made to appear so. But the fact that, like you brought up, Jesus actually talked to people. They documented what he said. He said he was going to do this, and he said he was going to die on the cross, and he said he was going to resurrect. That's more explanatory power than just it was made to appear so. You can't not bring, and we talk about a historical event, and then you come and then inject a theological claim into the middle of it. That's not how it works. That is like you're shifting the goalposts. Every time you talk about the crucifixion, we're talking about history. Then you inject a theological claim into it. Well, he was made to appear so. Allah made it look like this. Now that's theology. We're not talking about history no more. This is why your evidence for the crucifixion is lacking, because you have no evidence outside of what history actually says. And if you go on the historical narrative and what people actually wrote down about history, then your Quran is false. So in order to get the Quran out of the crapper, you inject this theological claim. Well, it was a law and he made it appear so. I don't have to believe history because my book is divine. There's no explanatory power in that. No one should believe that.
And then goes in right after that, says basically all of these people who were documenting history, they actually didn't lie. They just didn't know if it was Jesus or not. And Muhammad comes and clears it up and lets them know that it wasn't Jesus. But apparently these heretical groups that were coming around saying the same thing a century after this, in the 2nd century,
they got it right.
You don't want to validate them, but you can point to them to see why Jesus wasn't crucified. You see how foolish Islam is? Like, they don't know what they want to stand on, because as soon as they validate these people, they're going to have to let us know where they got it from. But because since they believe Muhammad got his revelation from God, they want to travel all the way to the 7th century and say, yeah, see, the Quran works because we believe that the Quran is from God. But they're not gonna believe that these heretical groups got revelation from God. Therefore, they was over here ushering out the real true teaching of Jesus. Plus, if they even said that, they would get critiqued on that as well too, because we would ask, okay, how do you corroborate that? Where's the link to Jesus and him teaching this in the 1st century when he was walking around talking and teaching people things? Where was this information? Where's this evidence? Why isn't this documented and corroborated properly? Where is it? Where's the disciples? Where's everybody that's like, you don't have a large enough people group to actually validate whether these heretical groups were actually the real Christians. And then the problem is that what they want to do is they want to look at the fact that Muhammad quoted these heretics, and now that Muhammad quoted a heretic, the heretic becomes someone who was ushering in the truth in the second century, because Muhammad said it. Like, if Muhammad opened his mouth about it, even though everybody knew it was false, it becomes true simply because Muhammad said it. So Muhammad repeats something that everybody knew it was false, and then it just becomes true. That's Islam. That's Islam, ladies and gentlemen. This false narrative that Jesus wasn't actually crucified, but it looked like Jesus being crucified, right? All of a sudden becomes a true narrative to a Muslim because Muhammad reiterated it. And notice this, what happened, guys. Pay attention to what happened. Yeah, I know, that's what you believe. Pay attention to what happened, guys. When I tried to detail what 4157 meant, notice this. Muslims love going to tafsirs, don't they? Don't they love
usually.
tafsir? They love tafsir. They love hadith. They love all of that until it comes to this verse. Until it comes to 4:157 and 65:4. Oh, they can't stand tafsir. They don't want to use now tafsir is just scholarly opinion. Ain't that funny?
Yep.
Ain't that funny? Ain't that funny how now all of a sudden, because Ibn Kathir is saying that his disciples were in there, and Ibn Kathir is saying that Jesus asked to be crucified, asked for somebody to be crucified for him. Oh, now tafsir is just someone's opinion. Oh, okay. Well, the next time they quote tafsir to me and they try to tell me, brother, you don't know how we take our religion, I'm gonna tell them it's just a scholar's opinion.
Scholarly opinion. It don't mean
it's just scholarly opinion. Yep. Now we can just leave the verse ambiguous and interpret it the way that we want to and be left all out in the open, not give any information and expect people to just believe it when we literally have overwhelming evidence surrounding Jesus. We have 4 gospels. We have Paul's letters. We have Roman history. We have Jewish history. They all say Jesus was literally crucified. And you know what the Muslim is going to say? Oh, well, my book also says he was crucified, but it just looked like he was crucified. So therefore,
actually, no, we don't. We don't
right.
say that he was crucified.
Yeah, I know.
Can you track, please?
But then,
no, because you said it also made it like I'm just.
And then, like, this is what they also by quoting these other Gnostic things, because Jesus not being crucified is supposed to be divine revelation, and Muhammad's supposed to get this divine revelation. Well, it's not too much of a divine revelation, because people before actually made this same revelation. But if it was made to appear so, like they say, how did these people before Muhammad know it was just made to appear so?
Right.
It cooks them by going to this.
That's a fire point right there. How did they know? Because
if the people that was around at the time.
Well, no. So the argument was Ibn Ali said that because when I quoted the Roman historian, right, I was ushering in the fact that the Roman historian had a non-biased approach to this because he was just documenting history. And because he was born 15 years after the event, he wants to say that this person's history is invalid when he's actually from Rome and he's documenting Roman history, which means that the things that they did are going to be documented and passed down. So, I mean, it's a hyper skeptical approach, and it's an embarrassing one at that. But what he said is that the Roman historian, if he was documenting this, right, then that would mean that they wouldn't know that it's not Jesus because it looked like Jesus. So therefore, everybody who said it was Jesus was right. Because they didn't know it wasn't Jesus. Well, then why are you now quoting heretical
So everybody
sects?
who was at the crucifixion,
everybody who was
that
they assumed it was Jesus.
In this scenario, in this hypothetical, right?
No, it's not
They
hypothetical.
all
This is what they said.
And also, all the people that attended this were obviously people who were clearly not close to Jesus, which kind of makes sense because.
But you have to also add in what he said about the heretical groups, which we're dealing with. There are heretical groups from like the 2nd century that are told to us by our church fathers, where they are making this claim. They're not in unison. They all have different belief systems, but they are trying to make a claim that Jesus, it appeared as if Jesus crucified. He wasn't. It was a mirage. It was an illusion. It was a body swap. They're all over the place in this theology. So if everybody actually saw Jesus being crucified,
the thing is, we don't know if it was a body
guys
swap,
are gonna
at
have to.
Yeah.
But here's the thing:
you got to track the arguments, Saku.
You gotta, those guys are gonna have to justify if they want to use the heretical groups while at the same time claim.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go based on just what the Quran says, and it doesn't say there's a body swap.
That's the problem.
Yeah, but I'm saying if we're gonna use this example,
if we're
gonna use this example that you're using, at least we say. From the Quran, it only mentions that it appeared to them.
Okay, what did that mean? Okay, what does that mean?
and that means it appears as though what happened, but it is not the case. And
All right.
though
So they
Jesus
weren't.
was raised up
So they
to heaven,
okay. So
that
they
is
weren't
what
lying.
happened.
Okay. So they weren't lying. So they weren't lying when they said Jesus was
It
crucified.
says
There shouldn't
verbatimly,
Saku,
it appeared to them
Saku.
as so.
I don't think
So
you're
yes, it's
understanding.
not
I
a
don't think you're
misconception.
understanding.
No.
Saku, this is the thing. There
No,
shouldn't be. Hold on,
I'm
listen,
validating you.
please.
I'm validating you in a sense.
I don't
Hold
think
on.
I'm actually validating
No,
you.
you're not. Listen, please. There shouldn't be any heretical sects from the time of the revelation of the Quran in Jesus if everyone thought that it really was Jesus being crucified. The fact that we got these other groups of people saying that it was made to appear so before Muhammad in the Quran, then that invalidates these guys' argument about that it was just some divine revelation given to Muhammad, because these other people already said this 300, 400 years before Muhammad. How do these people know it was only made to appear so if it was divine revelation given to Muhammad? How do they know? And it was made to appear so because it was Allah made it look like it was Jesus. So either Allah was speaking to somebody else before Muhammad or Muhammad was just parroting what he heard from these people before.
Hi. Okay.
Did you understand
so,
now?
yes. Somewhat, a little.
I said
again,
too many words. My bad.
Yeah, it was too long. You said too much.
That's
Again,
crazy.
I would just go straight to the main part that I was trying to say. It appeared to them so. That's how we interpret.
All right, let me
that's
show
how
you.
we
Let me
She
show
don't
you.
get it.
Let me
She don't
let me
get
show
it.
her how this.
She
Let me
just
show her how that
get
don't
it,
make sense.
bro. She don't get
You
it.
don't. You don't understand what I'm saying
Let me
either.
show her. So cool. Let me show you how that don't make sense. Watch this.
Okay.
So you said it appeared to them as if Jesus was being crucified, right?
It says it was made to appear to them.
Right.
As
Okay.
that
So that
was happening, as if he died, as if he died. It doesn't
right.
say.
I don't need to know. I don't need you to
doesn't say
over
on a cross.
explain.
It just says death.
I don't
Yeah.
need you to over explain
Okay.
anymore.
Okay. I'm
You
just
said it
explaining.
already. Yeah. Stop explaining. You said it already. It's like the fourth time you said that. We know that already. All right. Now, so if it was made to appear, that means that it looked like Jesus was on the cross, right, Saku?
We don't have confirmation of that.
Oh my goodness. Then how can it
You
appear
just
as if he
said
was
it was
being
made to
crucified?
appear
It
so.
literally says those words. I can't make assumptions. By God's will,
That's the
it
problem.
was made to appear
And
to
you
them
expect
as so.
us. That's
That
the
is
problem.
And you want us to get
That's
on
the
your
problem.
side, and you want us to come
you
from
expect
Muslims.
us to
Come
just
on.
believe. Y'all see how Muslims say they expect us to just believe that the Quran is telling the truth when you got people like that that'll literally do that with that verse. I've seen knowledgeable Muslims do the same thing she did. So I'm not going to say because she's not knowledgeable that that's the answer we've got. I've literally seen real Muslim like top dogs that are smart do the same thing with this verse. This is what this verse does to them. This is what 4157 does to them, bro. It makes them play dumb. They don't know anything and everything at the same time. As soon as you ask them about their Quranic verse and how they can detail it and kind of make sense of it, they run around and make a fool of themselves. As soon as you go outside and go into history and go into guys like Plato the Younger, Flavius Josephus, Cornelius Tacitus, then you go into the Bible, then you go into Paul's letters, you go into all of that stuff. Now all of a sudden they history scholars.
Exactly. I'm about to
But
shut
when you
down
go
my
to their
YouTube
Quran-
real quick. I'm gonna go on mute.
Okay. But then when you go to their Quran, they don't know nothing. Oh, we don't know.
All right, YouTube. I've been sitting in my legs need a break. I've been sitting in this for 4 hours in this chair. But I hope y'all enjoyed the stream. If you haven't already, go ahead and hit the like button. Go ahead and hit the like button. I appreciate everybody for coming by, kicking it with me. As we can see, right? Muslims know nothing about Jesus. That was the whole stream about. This was about they know nothing about him, but they claim, oh, he's a prophet, we love him. You don't know Jesus. What did Jesus do for a Muslim? Nothing. Jesus literally did nothing for Muslims. What did he do for us? Everything. He laid down his life for us. He took our sins upon him. And he gave us a way back to the Father. We owe our life to Jesus. He created us. They don't believe, like, if Jesus wasn't never in Islam, it wouldn't matter to their religion one bit. It literally wouldn't change their theology one bit. They can just do without Jesus. And a lot of them will tell you that. We don't need, for what? We don't need to know about Jesus. We don't need to know about Jesus. The Quran is not a book about Jesus. They literally tell us this. They know nothing about Jesus because Islam is religious appropriation. They appropriate Jesus. They appropriate our prophets. They appropriate the God of the Bible, but know nothing about none of it. These people are truly lost. They truly need prayer. And I know we sit here and we laugh and we joke about them, but it's when you sit down and give a hard think about how lost they are. They are really lost. And they need prayers. I know they're rude. More of them are rude. I know they can't track arguments. Some of them seem a little bit slow, but they have to lie. They have to lie to make Muhammad a false prophet. I mean, a true prophet, because he's the most obvious false prophet in the world. If you just know a little bit about the previous scriptures. You don't even have to be a biblical scholar. Just read the Bible. And you can see he's a false prophet. An atheist who can read the Bible and have detailed information about the Bible can clearly see Muhammad is a false prophet. But his followers, the Muslims, they do everything. They warp history. They warp archaeology. They warp the theology just to make this one man true. Just to make this one man true, they have to tear down all of human history. They have to twist and turn the theology. But with Jesus, you don't have to do none of that. Jesus verified himself. He rose from the dead. He rose himself from the dead. And the reason why we know that we serve the one true God, because he came down and he showed us the way. He loved us that much to come down and show us and have his history documented, have his words documented, so we won't be guessing. That's how much our God loved us. The Muslims, they don't even know their God. Jesus is the way. Jesus is the truth. Jesus is the life. No one goes to the Father except through him. So if you in there, I know we got 300 people in here. If y'all not a Christian, think about it. Pray to him. Tell him, if you're true, reveal yourself to me. And he will. If you ask him sincerely, reveal yourself to me. I want to know you. I want to know the truth. You'll get your answer. You'll get your answer. So thank you, everybody, for coming out. It's getting late. I appreciate it. I love y'all. Much love to you, everyone that come in, share the live, tap the screen, hit the like button. Even though I was like pulling teeth to get y'all to tap the like button, But I appreciate it. This past month, man, I've been on an arc. I've been growing. I see God is blessing the channel. All my mods, you see the mods in here? Latia Shed, Marion, Alyssa. They probably some of the ones that's still hanging around. I did that for a reason. I modded them for a reason. Fadi ex-Muslim. Because I remember that one of my first streams, I had 15 people in here? 10, 12 people in here? I know it wasn't over 20. And I said, everyone that came in on this stream, I'm going to make y'all a mod. So if my channel do grow and get big, I know my mods was with me from day one. That's why you see I got a lot of mods. Usually YouTube channels don't have a lot of mods, but this is why I told them, y'all on my first YouTube stream, I'm going to mod y'all all. I'm going to mod y'all all. So I can know from if I do grow, I can spot y'all out and I know. So that's why I got the mods, and they've been excellent for me. I picked up a few here and there. I picked up a few more here and there. But those my OGs. Those my OGs. Those my OGs. I don't know your name. The Muslim guy with the Arabic. You come to Christ, I'll make you a mod. Leave Islam, I'll make you a mod today, right now. I'll make you a mod. You always in here too. You like the channel. You like being around us Christians. You leave Islam, I'll make you a mod. Y'all like how I bribed them? Nah, man, I'm just kidding. But I don't know. I might. If you really leave Islam, I might. But man, God bless y'all. I'll be seeing y'all on the next one. After tomorrow, I will be going on my 7-day work schedule. So I'll be working 7 days straight. The usuals, 12 hours a day. So I get kind of scarce in between for about 7 days. I might do a stream here, a stream there. That's why I do them consistently on my 7 days off. So I might be kind of scarce for the next week. But I'll be seeing y'all. I'm going to be researching. I'm going to be trying to come up with some new and improved topics to keep the channel fresh and not stale and mundane, But God bless y'all. May the Lord Jesus Christ keep a hedge of protection around you or your family. Anything that you are dealing with, sorrow, pain, anxiety, put it on the Lord Jesus Christ's shoulders. His shoulders is big enough to bear them all. Don't carry that weight around by yourself. You don't have to. He nailed them all to the cross when he died for you. In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, from now to the forever to the ages of ages. Amen. I'll be seeing y'all on the next one. God bless.
Yeah. Watch your head down, yeah. Watch your head. Watch your head down. Just get. Watch your head. Watch your head. Get out of here, man. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here. Watch your head. Get out of here, man. Get out of here. Get out of here, man. I'm finna listen to you spit with your PDF supporting eye. For you finna get clip, idiot. Poses wise when truth approach you, close your eyes, hold the lies and show your pride is oversized in your replies. Trying to teach, but you only came to preach. Lying about Jesus, who you think you finna reach. In your speech, I hear the weakness, that's why you won't shut up. Demons in your ear convince you to be evil is what you disagree. It's history, too late to change it, it's a thing. Wins ain't free round here, bro. When you speak, I'm listening. So if you think you finna be hitting me with your wizardry, convincing me to give a free platform, you're tripping, G. I don't mince words, I don't get purrs who don't deserve the way. Why don't you learn? You shown you earned it, so deserve your fate and so discern what happened here, and so you learn your place. I know it burned, but grow and turn from falsehood into grace. Watch your head down, yeah. Watch your head, watch your head, watch your head down. Just get. Watch your head, watch your head. Get out of here, man. Get out of here. Get out of here, man. Get out of here. Watch your head. Get out of here, man. Get out of here. Get out of here, man. Get out of here. Just pay close attention, that hateful ambition is why you done failed your mission. Your faith is a prison that makes you a victim, that's why you ain't breaking my rhythm. You ain't finna get in, my spirit is sealed. Don't know your God, can't say if it's real. To me, he sound awful like Satan for real. Trying to convince me he made us to kill. What are you, stupid? This is the war of the spirit, but you don't know it or walk it or live it. You don't see what's happening, you're walking into it. You're dead where it matters and lost and diluted. You can give pain, you can give hate, but don't wanna take it. That is your way. You will give hate because you love Satan. I'm not finna pause my day to listen to someone whose Lord is hate. I'm finna walk away. Yeah. Whoa. Watch your head down. Yeah. Watch your head. Watch your head. Watch your head down. Just get. Watch your head. Watch your head. Get out of here, man. Get out of here.